Welcome to the very best action from the 2006 British Touring Car Championship. In a truly stunning season, we've seen many different race winners, plus all the usual wheel-to-wheel, door-banging action and overtaking that you'd expect from the best tin-top racing series in the world. The teams gathered at Brands Hatch at the start of the season with a mouth-watering lineup of cars and drivers. Expectations were high, and many were in no doubt that the spectacular action from 2005 would be surpassed. Battling through to take the title in 2005 for the first time was Matt Neal in his Team Halfords Honda. Before we get down to this year's action, let's meet the class of 2006. Reigning champion Neal returned in the Honda Integra with new teammate Gordon Shedden. VX Racing had 3 Vauxhall Astras entered. It was an impressive driver lineup of Tom Chilton, Gavin Smith, and from World Touring Cars, the experienced Italian Fabrizio Giovanardi. They were battling for manufacturers' honours with Seat, who were looking to Jason Plato to topple Neal. 2 drivers supported him in selected rounds, former champion James Thompson and sports car star Darren Turner. While the potent MG ZS returned, Team RAC drivers Rob Collard and Colin Turkington, proven race winners. Mark Proctor made his BTCC debut last season and returned in 2006 in his Honda Civic Type R. While BMW racer Martin Bell was new to the series this year. Dave Pinkney was out in his distinctive-looking Honda Integra, while Fiona Leggett was again driving her bioethanol-powered Vauxhall Astra. Alfa Romeo again appeared on the grid thanks to former VW racer Mark Smith. And everyone was expecting much from experienced sports car ace Mike Jordan. Final entry for round 1 at Brands Hatch was the black MG of Jason Hughes. But a crash in qualifying for round 1 put reigning champion Matt Neal at the back of the grid. Your commentators, Tim Harvey and Ben Edwards.
It's Tom Chilton on pole on his first outing as a manufacturer's driver for Vauxhall, but the 2 Seats of Jason Plato and James Thompson are right with him. Team RAC's Colin Turkington is 4th ahead of touring car legend Fabrizio Giovanardi, while Gavin Smith is 6th ahead of Team Halfords' new boy Gordon Shedden. Mike Jordan's 8th ahead of Rob Collard, James Kay, David Pinkney, Mark Proctor and Jason Hughes. Fiona Leggett is 14th, 1 place ahead of reigning champion Matt Neal, while new drivers Martin Bell and Mark Smith complete the grid. We're all set for 24 laps, the first round of the Dunlop MSA British Touring Car Championship of 2006. Tom Chilton on pole position, he's got Jason Plato alongside him on the front row of the grid. It's Vauxhall versus Seat, and that's likely to be the manufacturer's battle. Oh yeah, Chilton makes a great start, Plato, terrible start, and it's a great one from Colin Turkington in the orange MG Team RAC, and the Vauxhalls are trying to muscle their way past the Seat. Giovanardi getting alongside Jason Plato. Gavin Smith made a great start, and now it's Giovanardi versus Plato and James Thompson as they head up towards the hairpin.
Chilton, an absolutely fantastic start. The Seats just went backwards. Turkington made a blinder, as did both of the other Vauxhalls, and so now it's the Seats. Can they get past the Vauxhalls? And Chilton's away with Turkington absolutely all over him.
Safety car has been is on standby, I gather. We've got the Alfa just running wide. Problem for David Pinkney as well. Oh, another problem as well. Safety car has been called. It will be coming out on track, but it's Chilton who leads at the moment from Turkington. They're still racing at this stage. Also well up there is Gavin Smith. There is the safety car. Then they catch it up as they come across the start-finish line, racing to the line, and then they'll slot back into position, and they have to coast around behind the safety car. Let's just take a look at the start of the race from Giovanardi's point of view.
Yeah, great start. He hooks up well. Thompson doesn't move over to block him, and in fact he gets alongside. Plato just misses that barrier. Well, maybe it's just as good job he didn't have too much local knowledge, or he might have backed out of it, but it worked out well.
That's right, yes, an experienced Brands Hatch driver might have thought, oops, I shouldn't do this. But Giovanardi, great start. Now, we're going to see them getting back up to race speed now. The safety car has headed into the pit lane, and Tom Chilton's going to lead them onto another racing lap. Now, just the one lap under safety car, that will be added to the race distance, and Chilton leads from Colin Turkington in second place. Third place for Gavin Smith. So Vauxhall's first and third, but Colin Turkington on the attack there in the orange Team RAC car.
Yeah, he seems to have really got the car hooked up well. Chilton is actually definitely struggling at the moment to get some temperature in the tyres, and Turkington's all over him.
So Chilton, he's got experience of winning races, but he's never won a race for Vauxhall. And remember, Vauxhall are looking for their 100th win in British touring cars here at Brands Hatch today. What a start that could be for Tom Chilton's Vauxhall career, but there's a long way to go in this race. He's got Colin Turkington, who's won races in this car around the Indy circuit in the past, took his first ever win here. Now here we are riding on board with Matt Neal.
Matt Neal struggled with qualifying. The car didn't have the pace it had in the media day. They've moved back on this car setup towards a more traditional setup from last year, and Matt, the typical racer's charging from the back. He's now right up behind Thompson, who, let's face it, started third on the grid.
Yeah, so Matt Neal up to 7th position from the back, and we gather the safety car is going to be back out on track. And meanwhile, I'm just looking down the back straight, and Turkington was under attack then from Gavin Smith a moment ago, and Smith almost had a run. There's the reason. Proctor is out. Mark Proctor into the gravel. That's the reason the safety car has been called. Now this is the onboard Matt Neal. There was David Pinkney, who was just left on the grid. Mike Jordan also was very slow away.
Yeah, all the way around the outside. He's alongside Mark Proctor, dives round on the brakes. That's a fantastic start. He's passed 4 cars straight off the line.
Tom Chilton sets off in front as the restart takes place at Brands Hatch. Second place is Colin Turkington. Third place for Gavin Smith, then it's Jason Plato in the Seat, and immediately on the attack is Colin Turkington in second place, but not close enough to attack Tom Chilton into Paddock Hill Bend. Now up to the hairpin, Chilton covers the inside line and holds the curve on the inside just to make sure there's no space for Turkington.
No, very good line there, but he's defending coming down the hill as well, which make him slow through Graham Hill onto the bottom of the bend, and they're just queuing up. In fact, Turkington got too close to him. Smith nearly ran into the back of him, and that's why they've got this concertina effect down the back.
On board with Jason Plato, this is the view at the back of Gavin Smith's Vauxhall, and he was tapped the back of him already, and he's going up the inside, and he's hit him! Smith gets sideways, Plato's lost a lot of ground there. Oh, and it's big problems for Plato, and he's out surely. Could well have damage to the car there, and Plato, what a disastrous start.
Well, it all went wrong there. He so nearly saved that. I thought he had, but clearly there's something wrong with the car. It all started at Graham Hill with a small... Yeah, look, the car's not... He's trying to rejoin just to get some manufacturer points. Look at the angle of the steering wheel. He's having to turn the wheel 3 quarters of a turn to the right, and there's the damage on the rear of the car. Now, it's interesting because Ben and I looked at that car in the pits and we felt they were susceptible to damage. There's the tap there. That's the initial tap, but then Smith keeps his boot in, and there's the contact with the rear.
That was Giovanardi, in fact, who hit the back of the car. It was Giovanardi, I think. Oh, my goodness. What's happened down? Somebody's gone off down there, taken out one of the posters at the side of the track. Giovanardi, we believe, has gone off down on the back straight into Surtees. So it's happening everywhere at the moment.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was Smith hit him first, then Giovanni did the damage to the back of the back suspension.
Now let's see. This is what happened just a moment ago. Let's just see what happened up ahead, I think. Oh no, I see. Giovanardi tried to wall. This is how it looked from his point of view. Botched straight into the Dunlop banner on the outside there. And a big spin. I mean, they're doing about 110 mile an hour down that back.
Thompson looks up the inside. That's a good move.
Thompson's done it.
Cleanly up the inside. Turkington gives a little bit of room, and that was a good pass.
But now Matt Neal might get a chance to get a run on these two as well. Look at how he's closing up. Now as they come across start-finish line, about 125 miles an hour, nearly 130. Turkington wants his place back, and in the meantime, Matt Neal is getting ever closer to the 2 cars.
I actually think all 3 of these cars are actually quicker than Chilton, but they're fighting amongst themselves and allowing Chilton to drive his normal line, and he can keep that gap. Look at behind. Because Chilton was defensive, Turkington gets a run on Thompson, and here we go again.
Well, he's reclaimed second place. That was pretty brave. He had all 4 wheels on the grass at one stage, but Thompson's back down the inside.
Watch for Matt Neal behind. Can he get his nose up the inside of Turkington and take a place? Turkington's moving back across.
Oh,
Matt Neal's completely on the grass.
My goodness, that was very, very dangerous. They're doing 120 miles an hour at that point, and he was on the grass completely. We've seen some big accidents there in the past, but both of them got away with it. Let's take another look at all this. This was the battle between Turkington and Thompson. We're on board with Matt Neal as they came into clear ways.
Yeah, this was a great move. Last minute lunge up the inside. Of course, it delays Turkington. Matt Neal sees the opening. He's got a perfect run through the corner. Goes up the inside. Turkington moves to take his line. And Matt Neal, literally all four wheels on the grass, could have been in the wall so hard then. And look, here we go. Here we go. He's done it. He's up the inside. Chilton's given him room.
Thompson takes the lead. James Thompson takes the lead for Seat. Tom Chilton, who's led every lap until this point. Now can he come back at him? Chilton had pole position. He's tucked in behind James Thompson. He's going to surely have a go into paddock, but Thompson keeps the inside line and he can't quite do it. So James Thompson, on his return to British Touring Cars, takes the lead. And Chilton's still holding on to second place, but it's so marginal. A little bit of a tap there from Colin Turkington. This is all pretty much justified stuff in touring cars. As long as you don't punt the guy completely off, then a little bit of contact is pretty much expected. And Turkington again applying the pressure. Look at this. He's trying to go to the inside. Meanwhile, this is an opportunity for Matt Neal to go around the outside. Matt Neal, no, just a bit of a nudge, but he can't get through.
Yeah, that Turkington knew what he was going to do there. Come out of grave. Oh, Matt Neal up the inside. Hello, I'm here. Wow.
That was a pretty aggressive piece of overtaking from Matt Neal,
yeah.
And he's now up into third place. Mike Jordan catching that group. That's an amazing effort on his first outing in the white and blue car in the background, but he's closing up. But there's no doubt about who's going to win this first race. It's James Thompson. It might have been a slow start off the line, but the Seat has worked brilliantly in the race conditions, and James Thompson fought throughout that race. He's taken victory for Seat, second to Tom Chilton of Vauxhall. Third place goes to reigning champion Matt Neal from the back of the grid. Colin Turkington takes fourth, ahead of Mike Jordan in fifth.
So a cracking race to kick off the season, and a great drive from the current champion who fought his way up into the top three.
I didn't expect a podium. To come away from starting from the back and come away with 10 points and a podium finish is, I'm over the moon, but it was a little team victory. We had a few dramas yesterday and a few dramas overnight, and so they put a real good setup on the car for the race, and it felt awesome. So it's just it was getting your way through the traffic. It was pretty fraught out there. I thought I was coming through the pit wall at that point, but I was wondering how thick the concrete was. But yeah, I think that was just one of a catalogue of incidents which I'll put in my memoirs in about 20 years' time.
The cars lined up for round two in the order they finished that first one, with Success Ballast being carried by the top five. James Thompson led away from pole, but right at the back were both Fabrizio Giovanardi and Jason Plato, who'd retired from race one, along with another favourite, Gordon Shedden, who'd had throttle cable problems. A great start from Turkington in the RAC MG saw him tuck in behind Thompson, then squeeze out Chilton on the run-up to Druid.
The two Vauxhalls and out wide there.
Chilton, that was Chilton out wide, and I think he's managed to recover, but that's disastrous. We've got Martin Bell in the BMW.
Jason Plato, meanwhile, was fighting his way through from the back and was getting a little too close to Mike Jordan ahead in fifth spot.
Blows the both of them up. Plato's on the left, and of course Shedden Unseen has had a great run up the inside.
A few laps later, Team Halford's driver Gordon Shedden had joined in the battle, but it would all come to a head as the cars approached Paddock Hill Bend.
Trying to move across in front, Shedden isn't going to let him.
This
Jordan's gone to the outside.
Oh no! They hit each other! Jordan gets collected in it as well! Oh, what a shame as they come into Paddock Hill Bend. And what was going on there?
Here we are into paddock. Plato's trying to close the door. Shedden's keeping the line, and then there's just a little bit of contact.
No problems for James Thompson though, who took his second victory of the day, followed in by Colin Turkington and Matt Neal, with Gavin Smith fourth and a recovering Jason Plato fifth. Thompson was also racing in the World Touring Car Championship this season and was only doing selective BTCC rounds, so the driver's title was not a target. His points, though, were going towards Seat's attempt to win the manufacturer's title.
Fantastic. I mean, the car was brilliant in that race, and the first race, I say the smoke left the grid before I did, so that was it. I knew if I could get into the first corner first, there was always a good chance we could hold any challenge off, and it was brilliant. I pushed really hard till the last two laps, so it wasn't like it was too easy.
Tom Chilton started round three from pole position thanks to a change in the regulations for 2006. A new draw would determine how many positions, between 6 and 10, would be reversed from the result of race 2 to form the grid. Race 2 winner James Thompson drew number 7, which put the Vauxhall driver at the front.
So it's Tom Chilton on pole for the second time today, but Collard has his best grid position of the 3 races. Jason Plato's Seat lines up third with the Vauxhall of Gavin Smith next door. But right behind them is reigning champion Matt Neal, with big rival of both races so far, Turkington, alongside. James Thompson carries maximum ballast and starts back in 7th, so a hat-trick will be tough, and he's also got hard man Giovanardi to his outside. James Kay is 9th in the Synchro Motorsport Honda Civic, while local team Motorbase Performance have their man Pinkney in 10th. Jason Hughes is 11th in the Cartworld MG, ahead of Fiona Leggett's bioethanol-powered Astra Coupe. Yorkshireman Mark Proctor is 13th in the Civic. Gordon Shedden has so far been out of luck in the Team Halford's car, as was Mike Jordan in race 2. Mark Smith starts 16th in the Alpha, and Martin Bell completes the grid.
Now, it wouldn't be touring cars if the drivers didn't wind each other up. This year, though, the banter started early, with young Chilton telling Plato he's too old.
Well, Tom is living up to his nickname.
Which is
Portaloo, because he's full of it. And but I think, all set for a very competitive year. And it's too early to call.
We're all set to go for 24 laps of the 1.2-mile Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch. 2 race wins have gone to James Thompson, but he now starts back in 7th place on the grid. Tom Chilton looking for Vauxhall's 100th touring car victory. Can it be here at Brands Hatch today? Away they go. Chilton makes a good start from pole, but watch out for Jason Plato in the silver and yellow Seat. He's moved straight into 2nd place from the 2nd row of the grid, and Jason Plato's going on the attack as Tom Chilton leads them through paddock. Matt Neal a little bit wide, but holds on to 3rd.
Yeah, good start from Chilton. Fellow front row starter Collard bogged down, and that gave Jason Plato just a fraction of an inch to squeeze up the inside, and he's straight away into 2nd place.
So it's Turkington 3rd, then Matt Neal 4th, then James Thompson. Now James Thompson, winner of 2 races so far already today. Can he make it 3 out of 3? That's only been done once before in British touring cars. Dan Eaves achieved that at Thruxton last year. It's a tall order here at Brands on a tough and tight circuit. Tom Chilton leads, but right behind him Jason Plato. Now these two have been having a war of words in the press even before this season began.
Yeah, I can't make too much of that, but Chilton is the youngest man on the grid, and he's been taunting Plato, saying he's too old. Plato says, what's he ever done to give him the credibility to say that? So let's see who wins this little battle.
They've got a car that's just come out of the pit lane. That was James Kay up ahead, and he came out of the pit lane there, had problems, and he's going to try and keep out of the way of the leaders. It's Chilton from Jason Plato in 2nd in the Seat, then Collard, it is in 3rd place. I said it was Turkington earlier, of course it is Rob Collard running in 3rd place. He's ahead of Matt Neal, and then it's James Thompson ahead of Colin Turkington, who's running in 6th. And Mike Jordan is out of the race by the look of it. Now, he was so unlucky in the 2nd race, nowhere to go, ended up with contact with 2 other cars, and it looks as though that may be the end of the day for him. Tom Chilton, the 21-year-old, is under pressure from former champion Jason Plato, who wants to put the youngster in his place. He's seen the words in the press and he wants to show him what he can do, but Plato's very, very close. He hits the back of Chilton there. A little nudge, he's on the inside. This is the chance that Jason Plato's going to try and grab. They're side by side as they come onto the straight.
Well, that's classic Plato, isn't it? Absolute classic Plato. Run just a little bit hot into the corner. If he gets a chance, and look at Collard, he's taking advantage as well. Good move, and Matt Neal's inching. He may get an overlap and up the back, but that was classic Plato.
Yeah, Plato just squeezes his way through. Rob Collard up into 2nd place, so really taking advantage of that moment for Tom Chilton. Now we're riding on Matt Neal's car, and he's got Tom Chilton right ahead. Now, Chilton's lost 2 places. The car was looking as though he was sliding a bit through here last time round. Looks pretty clean this time, and there's no opportunity for Matt Neal into the left-hander.
Yeah, carrying a good lot of speed through there. Matt Neal, does he get close enough? Not on this lap. Chilton defends, but we've seen Matt go for gaps that are smaller than that into clearways.
Yeah, he'll go for anything if it's offered, but Plato it is who leads, and it's looking good here for Seat, isn't it? They had the 2 wins earlier on, and now it's their other car of Jason Plato who's leading this one. We've got a problem for Fiona Leggett. She, I think, has had a little spin coming into clearways. She rejoins the fray. Giovanardi not showing great form at the moment. He talked to me yesterday, said he's not quite got the car set up the way he likes, but surely the experience of the tracks will be hard. Here comes Matt Neal. Now he's got a real chance to get the overlap into Surtees. Does he go for it here? He's got to hold on to that inside line. He's through. He's through. Matt Neal has taken 3rd place, and now He's going to be followed, is he, by Colin Turkington and James Thompson. They're both trying to take advantage.
Yeah, Turkington was really trying hard to get up the inside as well, but that was a perfect move. Matt waited for his opportunity, put Chilton under a bit of pressure, made him drive defensively, and just got that tiny overlap. And expect to see Matt stretch it away now.
Yeah, this is the view from Matt Neal, looking back at that group. Can he open up that gap? Look how wide they go there. That's the correct line, and here's a chance for Turkington down the inside of Chilton. Chilton left the door open, and he might lose another one here to James Thompson as well. Thompson might give him a bit of a squeeze as they come down the hill. Chilton just holding it, just holding that position, but he has lost one more there to Colin Turkington, and it might be Thompson's opportunity as they come to the left-hander. Can't quite get in there.
No, not quite, but it's so difficult. Poor old Tom Chilton, you know, he knows that the tyres are going off. There's nothing he can do about it. He's fighting a rearguard action, but as he loses grip from the front tyres, the other cars can turn tighter and get that overlap, and then they're through. But very difficult for a driver to cope with that.
15 laps out of 24 completed. Jason Plato leads. Rob Collard second. Matt Neal now third. Colin Turkington in fourth. There we are with our race leader. We've got Tom Chilton in fifth place. James Thompson sixth. Then it's Giovanardi, Shedden, Gavin Smith, Dave Pinkney up there in 10th place. Jason Hughes. Notice that Mike Jordan did go back out on track, but he's several laps down. And those are the cars that are still running at this stage. And that man is leading. It's Jason Plato. The car looks so stable through this section. I was watching on that part of the circuit yesterday. The back end of that car is nailed to the road.
Absolutely, it really squats down and goes round. And watching Jason behind the wheel, he's so relaxed. It's almost looks like a Sunday drive. I mean, he's going to get out and say, well, that was easy, folks, you know. And at least he'll look, oh, we've got an overlap now between Shedden and Giovanardi, and Shedden's got the inside line.
Yeah, another place gained by the looks of things for the young Scots, Gordon Shedden, really making his proper debut in British touring cars, certainly under one class. He's raced under a multiple class system in the past, but a big opportunity for him this year. He's got past a 7 times touring car champion there. He can feel pretty happy about a feather in his cap there. Giovanardi obviously struggling this weekend to really get onto the pace, and through the left-hander, still Shedden just opening that up now. Second place, meanwhile, Rob Collard in the Team RAC car there. Is he beginning to struggle, I wonder, because Matt Neal seems a little closer, and they're both dropping away from Plato.
Yeah, the same sort of pattern as we've seen in the last races. The MGs not quite as bad as the Vauxhalls, but certainly struggling for a little bit of pace at the end of the race. Matt Neal's car looks pretty strong. He'll be happy with third, but he'll take second if there's a chance.
Finished every single race last year, did Matt Neal. An amazing finishing record, and that's the sort of thing you need to win the championship. It certainly took him to the title, and look how close though he is to the back of Rob Collard. Collard, great opportunity, back with WSR with regards to this Team RAC entry. He knows the MG well, and he's just a bit sideways out of that corner, out of Graham Hill Bend, but he held it well. This is all giving Matt Neal a little hint that perhaps he's got a quicker car than Collard, and he's going for it. There's a contact there into the rear wheel of Rob Collard. Now that's dangerous. You can easily break suspension doing that.
Yeah, you can, but that was on the cards all the way through Surtees. You could see Matt Neal carry the speed, turn the car tighter to the left so he could dive to the right. And well, I mean, it was oh no, that's a big shunt.
Matt Neal off at Paddock Hill Bend, tipped into a spin there with Rob Collard dicing away. The two of them had contact at Clearways before that, and they're both out. And Matt Neal, who finished every single race last year, doesn't finish this one at the beginning of the new season.
Rob just brakes a little bit too late over the bump, and Matt is a passenger and goes straight off. Well, third race of the year, and Matt's already got a no finish. Well, here's a bird's eye view from the back of the camera. Rob's looking around, he's got a good run, and it's just on the braking point. He taps in ever so lightly, but on the rear end of the car, it's enough.
And out goes Matt Neal, and that really is, it's a fast place. They're approaching Paddock Hill Bend at just under 130 miles an hour, and although they had only just started to brake, they wouldn't have taken a great deal of speed off before he was fired off the road there. And I gather the red flag is coming out. Yep, the red flag is coming out. The race is being stopped, and with over 75% of the race distance having been completed, that will be called as a race result. They're still being very, very careful. And of course, there we can see still in the car, and just a little shake.
I'm alright, mate. Just came a bit sharp. That was all.
So a dramatic end to round 3. Matt Neal was unhurt by that big crash, but what a great start for Seat's new Leon, winning 3 out of 3 with a win for Plato at the end of the day.
I mean, the nice thing is we sailed with Summit from my weekend. I mean, James had a fabulous weekend, and as a team, walking with me, you know, we asked for, we won all 3 races. The Seat Leon is a fantastic car, I have to say.
After 3 rounds, it was Thompson who'd grabbed most of the points. This year, it was 15 for a win, down to 1 for 10th, plus a point also for pole and fastest lap, with 1 also on offer to each new race leader. After Brands, the stewards decided that second-place man Collard was at fault in the incident with Neal, and he was excluded from the results.
I thought it was deliberate. I know he thinks differently and the team think differently, but I knew that something was going to happen going to paddock, and that's why I was more upset about it.
You know, it was a very light touch, and it was just, you know, our belief is that Matt, you know, braked a bit earlier than what he normally would.
From Brands, the touring car circus moved on to the tight and twisty Mondello Park circuit in Ireland. Matt Neal quickly put the disappointment of the last round behind him by taking pole position for race 1. Right behind the Team Halford's driver on the grid were the 2 Seats of Plato and Thompson, followed by Shedden and Turkington. Last season, Vauxhall Astras had the first 3 places on the grid. This year, Giovanardi was best of the bunch in 6th, with his teammates Chilton 7th and Smith 9th. The weekend, though, would be one to forget for VX Racing. Neal headed Plato off the line in race 1, while behind, the Team Halford's Honda of Gordon Shedden was squeezed between Turkington and Smith. Surprisingly, all continued. In a somewhat processional race, Shedden pulled off a good move on Chilton to claim 5th, but the closest battle was just ahead for 3rd. However hard he tried, Colin Turkington couldn't find a way past double title winner James Thompson. There was further disappointment for Collard, who retired with engine problems, while on the track his Brands sparring partner broke his 2006 duck.
Matt Neal takes his first win of 2006. Good race that for Matt Neal. Jason Plato pushing hard, and here's that battle for 3rd. It's Thompson, I think, who just had a little tap from Turkington, but he takes 3rd. Colin Turkington has to settle for 4th.
So on to round 5, with the grid lining up in the order they crossed the line in the last race, and with Matt Neal now carrying the penalty of 45 kilograms success ballast for winning the first race.
The second touring car race of the day, all set to get underway at Mondello Park. 14 laps coming up. Matt Neal going for the double victory. Lights out. Matt Neal gets a good start, but so does Jason Plato. Plato really going with him. Thompson and Turkington side by side. And behind them there was a little touch between Shedden and one of the Vauxhalls. I think that was Chilton Shelton. And Shedden down the inside, and he's hit Thompson. Gordon Shedden hits Thompson, and 2 Vauxhalls in the gravel.
Well, can you believe it? 2 Vauxhalls out. Shedden involved at the instigator of that once again. Well, Smith kept going. Oh, we got further damage there. Thompson backed round in the middle of the track, hit by Bell as well. I don't know what happened there. Big damage, that's to Thompson's car.
Oh, that is disaster for Thompson. Let's take a look back at what was going on here. Look behind there, Shedden coming down the inside, whacks into the back of Thompson, and the Vauxhalls had nowhere to go except to the gravel.
Yeah, and then Thompson continues, presumably with broken rear suspension. This is Shedden down the inside, just can't get the car stopped in time, and pushes both the Vauxhalls off, Chilton and Smith. Now, here's Thompson. Oh, further damage there. Look at that back wheel, broken completely.
And he hit Giovanardi, and Giovanardi got suspension damage. That was Martin Bell in the BMW hitting him, but Giovanardi, there was the initial half spin. Now watch, he comes up here. Now it was Giovanardi who gets alongside him, who was starting in the back, remember. Another bang here, and that's, I think it might have put Giovanardi out. Yeah. Well, safety car on track, no great surprise there.
That's Giovanardi.
Yeah,
that's Giovanardi stopped on the side there. He, of course, started at the back of the grid. He wasn't involved in that incident, so does that mean we've got all 3 Vauxhalls out?
Well,
one went through the gravel trap. That must have been Gavin Smith. He was the only one to still be running. Chilton stopped, Giovanardi stopped. Smith is listed as running last car running, but he has been through the gravel trap.
get the restart underway. He's still taking it steady, and now he gets on it. Restart, green flag waves, and Matt Neal leads from Jason Plato. Colin Turkington in third, who got dropped just a fraction there. Now, can they keep it tidy into the first corner? Matt Neal leads them through. That's okay. And behind, Rob Collard already trying to take advantage. Martin Bell was over the curve in the BMW. Collard has managed to squeeze past James Kay.
Yeah, everybody took it very safe into that first corner. Everyone defending the inside line and queuing up. Look at Smith coming through. Oh, and that's Kay on Pinkney. Put Pinkney on the dirt. Keep it out of the gravel, Dave. Good job.
Here we go, the battle. It is for fifth place. Mike Jordan on the outside, Rob Collard on the inside, and the Team RAC car slots down there. Mike Jordan gave him space and couldn't quite defend his position, but he's still got a good position. Fiona Leggett's off as well, and she's got it into the gravel. I think that car is stuck. I'm not sure she's going to be able to get out from there. We had no safety cars at all in race one here at Mondello, and now we're on to two already. Safety car in for the second time, has just gone into the pits. We're ready for another restart. Matt Neal again leading them across the line. Again, he's taking it fairly steady and then goes for it when he gets the green flag and down towards the first corner. The hairpin at Honda and onto the brakes. Plato still in second place and he's following him through. There's no gap for Plato. He's got to watch out because Colin Turkington will also be trying, and there's Kay running onto the grass. Lost a place there, I think, with James Kay.
This is Smith on board up the inside of Jordan.
Yeah.
Just at the end into Devaney's. So a good move there.
Smith, a physical move on Mike Jordan. Welcome to Touring Car Racing, Jordan, and he's got a bit of a battle on now from the similar car of David Pinkney. Pinkney will switch back to the inside. He's going to try and outbrake him down the inside. Mike Jordan, oh, he had to give him a bit of space, and Pinkney, well, he'll be pleased about that. He's managed to nip past the guy he was dicing with so hard in the first race.
Oh, look, there's one of the MG slowing down.
I think it's Collard. Second race, Tim, second race. Something has gone wrong mechanically. Yeah. Side by side as they come down to Ireland.ie, the left-hander, the tricky left-hander. Can he go around the outside? No, it's a difficult place. He loses all grip on the outside of that bend. And Mike Jordan must be watching this in the white and blue car behind, thinking, all right, boys, you take each other off and I'll take advantage.
Well, yes, that's. I think they've all got pressure front and back, haven't they? But certainly, Gavin Smith's car is not working. Look how wide he's at. Now, this is a chance. Could David get up the inside here? Now, this is a real chance. He's got the inside line now for 7-8 down the hill. Now, come on, David, screw yourself up. Break late, mate.
Pinkney trying to get that place. Oh, sideways, Smith, he's done it. Smith got on the grass. Jordan now trying to get past, but he's being squeezed out. Jordan might lose another place. Smith really defending so aggressively now after Pinkney got past, and Jordan giving him a push through Bahrain's bends, and Proctor right there too. So we're riding on board with Matt Neal, and this has been an absolutely textbook performance from the reigning champion. The 39-year-old celebrates his 40th birthday at the end of the year, and he wants to celebrate with a double title. Well, it didn't perhaps start particularly well for him at Brands Hatch last time out. £25,000 worth of damage was done to that car, but so far so good. One race win earlier on this morning, and it's a second race win coming up here as he comes through the final corner, the right-hander at Dunlop, down the hill, onto pit straight, and it's 2 out of 2 for Matt Neal at Mondello Park. Jason Plato takes second place. Colin Turkington a fighting third, but couldn't quite do anything in the closing stages. James Kay with damage to his rear bumper, and he's got past Mike Jordan. It's Pinkney who comes through fifth. Then it's Gavin Smith in 6th place, James Kay 7th, and 8th place Mike Jordan, and Proctor also with damage, so we didn't quite see what happened in that encounter there. Now, let's see what happened. Pinkney ran wide. Oh my goodness, he went right over the grass. Let's just see what happened when he came back on. That was him going a bit slowly. Then, of course, he had muck on the tyres. In the background, though, James Kay launched himself down the inside. Optimistic manoeuvre from Kay, but he got past, and Proctor took advantage of it as well. Rubbed his way past Mike Jordan, whose mirror was facing the wrong way, and then across the line they went. But, I don't know, there seemed to be even more damage to Proctor's car there at the end than would be accounted for by that little incident. So maybe it just broke the suspension as he made the contact out of that final corner.
After the race, Shedden was stripped of his 4th place for his part in that first corner shunt with Thompson. That promoted Proctor to 8th, and that meant pole position after the grid draw was made. But unfortunately, the last corner clash caused too much damage to Proctor's Honda, so it was Mike Jordan who led the pack away. On row 2, there's James Kay and homeboy Gavin Smith, while lining up 5th and 6th were Dave Pinkney and the Honda Integra and RAC's Colin Turkington. Starting side by side on row 4, the two championship favourites, Seat's Jason Plato and Team Halford's Matt Neal. On row 5, it was the BMW of Martin Bell and the second RAC MG of Rob Collard, who was hoping to get to the finish in this one. Plenty of fast cars further back looking to get to the front. Watch out for the Astra of Giovanardi, who started alongside double brands winner Thompson, while Tom Chilton, Jason Hughes and Gordon Shedden made up the grid.
We're all set to go here at Montoro, the third race of the day. Absolutely glorious weather conditions, and they're on their green flag lap. On board with Jason Plato. Let's see if we can catch a quick word with him. Ben Edwards to Jason. Jason, here you go from a lot further back this time. What can you do from there, Jason?
I think it's going to be quite difficult from here, but the aim is to get a podium, and you know, any better than that's a bonus. But I'll be happy if I can get a podium.
Mike Jordan brings his car into effective pole position. It's actually second place, but we haven't got Mark Proctor on the grid. Mike Jordan, the 48-year-old from Sutton Coldfield, in the John Guest car, and he's got some guests from Pertec here cheering him on, so they'll all be hoping he can stay in front. But behind him as well, we've got Gavin Smith to watch out for, David Pinkney as well. No James Kay on the grid. Let's see what's going to happen and which is going to be the fastest through. Pinkney has stalled. David Pinkney has stalled. Mike Jordan gets away. Gavin Smith gets away in second. But then we've got a sandwich as Jason Plato tries to squeeze down the middle behind them. But slotting into third, I think Matt Neal's had a pretty good start. Jason Plato in there as well. And everybody jostling. Mike Jordan still in the lead just about.
Yeah, Collard forcing his way there. Good move on the inside. Mike Jordan certainly got his Honda off the line. Well, so did Gavin Smith. Disastrous start for David Pinkney, his golden opportunity blown.
But Matt Neal's had a mega start. He's up to third place. I don't quite know how he's managed to do that. Jason Plato right up there as well. They started on the fourth row. But look at the battle for the lead. Gavin Smith, the Irishman on home turf, is desperate to get past. Mike Jordan, he's alongside, rubbing bodywork. Surely a chance here. Jordan fights back. And now they're going to be side by side into the right-hander at Lola.
Yeah, Jordan on the outside, on the inside. Holds Smith outside. Watch for Matt Neal though. He's going to get a good run out this corner. And Plato, both as you said, have blinding starts down the outside.
Still Mike Jordan holding on from that lead start position. Gavin Smith now looking to the outside in the works Vauxhall. Right behind them, Matt Neal definitely getting closer. Matt Neal's looking for 3 wins out of 3 races here. He's got Jason Plato behind him, then Colin Turkington in 5th. Rob Collard is in 6th, ahead of Giovanardi and Thompson. But this is the lead group at the moment, and so far so good for Mike Jordan. Driving the car with a repaired front anti-roll bar. He looks a bit happier with it.
Yeah, he looks really happy, doesn't he? And Gavin Smith looks good as well. He had car problems in that second race. I alluded him to being a mobile chicane, but he's certainly got pace now. The car's fixed. He can go, he's running wide. That's how hard he's trying.
So Gavin Smith very nearly losing it there. Plato holding on to a sensible 4th at the moment. The 2 Team RAC cars right behind Turkington and Collard. Then behind them we've got Fabrizio Giovanardi in another of the works Vauxhalls. Their lead man though is Gavin Smith, who's trying to hound the race leader here down into Honda corner. Look at this, Giovanardi down the inside. Oh, that was a good move. Collard gave him space.
That was so good because he managed to stop the car, not hit the other MG of Turkington, got cleanly past. That was good, classy move by Giovanardi. This is the sort of thing we want to see.
Yeah.
Oh, there's contact at the back there. That looked like Thompson touching the back of Collard's car.
Yeah, could well be. James Thompson trying to fight his way from the back as well. Mike Jordan still leads. Let's just take another look at that from Turkington. Giovanardi dive down the inside. Beautiful judgment.
Yeah, really good. Collard saw it at the last minute and didn't slam the door shut, which was sensible of him. It would have caused contact.
So far so good. There was a squeeze through there, wasn't there?
That looked like Collard fighting back because he was the next MG. He was up behind. I think he was fighting out with Giovanardi, was he?
Might well have been. We're on board with Jason Plato here. He's in 4th position currently. Right ahead of us is Matt Neal. These two ran 1st and 2nd in the first 2 races here. They've had an absolutely amazing getaway to come up from the 4th row of the grid. They're both carrying lots of ballast, these 2 cars. Remember that. Matt Neal still on maximum ballast, but a bit of a clip there.
Yeah, and that was Gavin Smith. Look at this front bodywork. He's caught the tyres. Plato's pulled off.
Plato's in the pits. What's going on? You shouldn't have a pit stop in touring cars. Plato in the pits. Proctor's on track. We're on board with Plato.
Has he got a drive-through penalty? Has he got a drive-through penalty, I think?
It looks like he may well have. There's no information on our timing screens, but it looks as though he may well have had a penalty. He's been into the pits, driven through, back out again he goes, and that's really hurt his chances. It's given Matt Neal a superb opportunity. What can he do now from third place? It's still Mike Jordan leading from Gavin Smith with damaged front wings. There's Matt Neal in third place, and it means that Colin Turkington is now fourth.
Yeah, the stage is set, isn't it? That was disaster for Plato. I can only assume that he must have jumped the start. That's what it must have been for. So he got a jump start, got a drive through penalty. We may be able to see it. Let's have a look back, see if we can see Plato jump. Well, he's a long way back. We couldn't see it, but clearly the officials were watching. Jason maybe thought from way back he'd get away with it, but he didn't.
And here comes Matt Neal, battle for second position here, as Gavin Smith with the damaged car can't defend, nothing he can do. Matt Neal's down the inside into turn 7A.
Yeah, wait. Oh, Turkington, Matt Neal's run wide. Turkington, Collard.
Oh, Matt Neal's lost it all now, because Turkington, Collard and Giovanardi have all gone past him.
Well, that was Matt Neal doing a great overtake into 7A on the way down, but just ran wide and opened the door. I thought we were going to have a repeat of last year with Shedden and Plato going off, but beautiful move, great opportunities.
Giovanardi has gained one on Collard there as well. The Italian is flying, 7 times a touring car champion, showing his class now as Vauxhall trying to recover something from this weekend. Let's take another look. This was the...
That was Smith being sandwiched in between the cars. He'd already damaged that front. This is on board with Smith. He's in the middle of a sandwich. Car on the right, car on the left, and bang.
Oh, so poor Gavin Smith really squashed in the middle there, but the race leader is Mike Jordan, who now has a 2.3 second advantage. Look at him, he's steaming away at the moment. All this is going on behind him, and this is a fantastic opportunity for Mike Jordan. He leads 2.3 seconds ahead of Colin Turkington. Giovanardi, he's up to third, and that's a pretty impressive effort. Well, he started 11th.
That is absolutely fantastic for Giovanardi. This is what we wanted to see from the man. This is the sort of thing Muller did so brilliantly last year. Great racecraft, moving through the pack. This sort of race is made for a man of his experience, and I'm absolutely delighted to see Fabrizio really upholding the Vauxhall flag and driving beautifully.
There he is. There is Fabrizio Giovanardi, one of the most experienced touring car drivers and most successful touring car drivers in the world, but it's his first season of British touring cars. He's now third. He's got Rob Collard behind him in fourth. Matt Neal is now fifth, and Matt Neal and James Thompson are dicing pretty hard together at the moment. So it's Team Halford versus Seat Sport UK. We're on board here with Gavin Smith. He's in behind Gordon Shedden now, so Shedden has gained that 7th position, and poor old Gavin Smith has generally gone backwards in this race. Up ahead it's all getting pretty tight as well. There's still that group of Giovanardi, Collard, etc. Race leader Mike Jordan comes through. Turkington, the gap was 1.7 seconds, and last time around Mike Jordan was a 10th quicker than Colin Turkington. So as much as we thought Turkington might be able to catch him, Jordan actually is maintaining that gap very consistently.
Well, Mike Jordan, he's a very experienced GT racer. He's used to racing 1 hour races, long distance races where you have to get into a good rhythm. And so that's his team. Look at that, they're really excited. But one thing Jordan can do is maintain a good pace. He showed that at Brands Hatch in the very first race when he was the fastest car on the track. If he can get his rhythm, he's not under pressure, he can still win this race.
Just watch Giovanardi's style. He really keeping it as tidy as possible into the corners. That's the critical thing.
It's the key to keeping your momentum up. I mean, the skill of the driver, as experience of Giovanardi is, you've got to be able to overtake. He's proven that in this race. But then you have to drive defensively and maintain your momentum. Look at Collard through there. A huge amount quicker. And dare I say, touched the back of Giovanardi's car there.
Very, very nearly. But you see Giovanardi's got the positioning here. Collard's having a look. Down the inside, they've hit each other again. Collard's in contact again, as he was at Brands Hatch. This time it's with Giovanardi. He went for it. They failed. And past them both have got Neal and Thompson. And now Shedden's nipped past Collard as well.
Yeah, let's see that again to see if he outbraked himself. He lines himself up, dives for the inside. He's committed. Giovanardi tries to get out of the way. They contact front wheels, and then neither of them can stop. And obviously, through there goes Thompson and Neal.
So, Mike Jordan still got the race lead. Look, Turkington is a bit closer this time, there's no doubt. And then, as we look back to third, it's now Matt Neal in third, James Thompson in fourth, and Thompson hunting around looking for a chance to come through. We saw Matt Neal defend very resolutely from Jason Plato earlier. So, we've got another task on here as they come down the straight. Look behind, David Pinkney there with Jason Plato. In fact, he's just passed Plato, I think, on that last corner.
Yeah, something went on there. David had a real tight line up the inside and looked to get through using a bit of the road and the dirt. He got through, but he's having a great race.
Big story this though, Tim. Look, there's a car leading this race which is very much a privateer car. This car, as you mentioned earlier, was a Team Halfords car last year, and this is what's important in British touring cars, is trying to develop privateers coming into the series, being able to buy existing equipment and perform, and that's what Mike Jordan's doing.
Absolutely, it proves the point. You know, if you're a good driver with a good team, you buy a good car, you can compete at the highest level, and that was the whole ethos behind Mike Jordan buying that car. He knew he's buying a good car, he hasn't messed with it, he's done it a good, sensible job, and he's reaping the rewards. Still got a lap and a third here to go for Mike Jordan, hoping to hold on for his first ever British touring car win, first win for his Team Eurotech Racing with John Guest, their first attack in British touring cars this year. We're only in the second event, and he's doing well, but don't forget the orange car behind. It is Colin Turkington, a man who has won here in the last 2 years, at least one race. P1 on the pit board, the final lap for Mike Jordan for Team Eurotech. Can he hold on? He's looking in good shape. Turkington 1.4 seconds behind. Yeah, I mean, let's hope he doesn't get a touch of the last lap jitters here, but it's his own team, you know, he even runs his own team, so what a fantastic feeling. I mean, he'll have a huge lump in his throat at the end of this if he can pull it off.
Particularly with the problems they've had this weekend. He had misfire in the practice session. In fact, both practice sessions on Saturday morning, they had a really bad misfire, so he couldn't do any setup work on the car. Got into qualifying, cured the misfire, found they had tremendous understeer, thought they'd solved that by changing the diff, but it was still all wrong, wasn't handling right earlier on. Then they changed that anti-roll bar, and just look what he's done since.
Yeah, exactly, he couldn't wait for this race, and he's got his just rewards, and that's part of the team. They have to find these problems, and you know, they know now where to look, and they've sorted it out. A lot of people might have gone away and never found the problem until the workshop in the weeks, and they've done it.
Yeah, they really have grafted this small team. They're based in Sutton Coldfield. They've established themselves as tremendous preparation artists with Porsches, particularly in GT racing, but to prepare a car like this is different. But they acknowledge the help they've had from Team Halfords. They bought the car, they bought the setup. They've had a huge amount of support from Steve Neal and the guys at Team Halfords, and they've worked so hard with them. And this is really an incredible dream result, really, for somebody coming into the championship. He's coming into the last few corners. Surely he's going to have it.
Well, he'll be more emotional probably in the car now than he's been for a very, very long time. This win will be very sweet for Mike and the whole team, and thoroughly deserved. And it's one in the eye for the youngsters, isn't it?
It really is. 48 years old, you can win touring car races, because Mike Jordan is about to prove it. He comes out of the final corner, the Dunlop turn. It's Mike Jordan to take his first ever win in British touring cars at only his second event at the age of 48. Colin Turkington takes second place in the Team RAC car, and with that, Turkington is going to be challenging right up there for the championship lead again with Matt Neal, but Matt Neal held on there to take third from James Thompson, and it's Fabrizio Giovanardi surviving to finish fifth. Sixth place for Gordon Shedden. Gavin Smith just holding off Jason Plato at the end. Plato did gain another place towards the end of the race, getting past Tom Chilton. But what a moment this was for Mike Jordan, Tim. You've been there. How did this feel?
Wow, fantastic. I mean, he'll feel like he's just won the World Cup or something. It's absolutely fantastic. There's his team.
That's his son there, Andrew.
Yeah, very accomplished driver himself in rallycross, and maybe he'll be thinking about a career in touring cars now we see the old man do it.
First season, you're 48, dare I say it. Fantastic.
I think I'm going to quit now, because our aim was to try and get a podium by the end of the year, so no, it's fantastic. I mean, the car was brilliant all the way through. That is on the setup that the guys gave us last night, so now my guys have worked really hard today, because we came in with a bit of damage there, a broken roll bar, one of the front dampers had gone, so they really worked their butts off to get that out there, and fair play to them.
So a great result for Mike Jordan. After 6 rounds, Matt Neal had a slender 2-point advantage over Colin Turkington in the drivers' table. Picturesque Alton Park in Cheshire was the next venue for the BTCC teams, with Adam Jones joining the championship in his Lexus. The grid for round 7 had a topsy-turvy look about it, thanks to mixed weather conditions during qualifying. Jason Plato was quickest, but a late tyre change on the grid meant he'd have to serve a stop-go penalty at some point during the race, while both James Thompson and Colin Turkington had to start from the back after leaving the pit lane late. Matt Neal also started well down the field, as well as carrying full success ballast for leading the championship. All the ingredients for a fascinating race.
Jason Plato starting from pole position in the Seat. Martin Bell is on the second row, but we're missing several cars that should be up there, most notably James Thompson. He starts from the back, and Plato, we know, will have a penalty. And away we go. Martin Bell in the BMW trying to use rear-wheel drive to his advantage. Mike Jordan had a slow start, being passed by David Pinkney as they head down towards Old Hall Corner, just squeezing back through there on the inside is the John Guest car of Mike Jordan, and Jason Hughes ends up on the grass. So does James Thompson, just gets it back on.
Well, Thompson, let's not forget, he started from the pit lane, so he's come out of the pit lane. The Seat team believe, oh, one of the Vauxhalls, that's Smith, can he hold it, can he hold it? Full power, get it going, he's just saved it. This is cold rear tyres, and that right rear tyre is the coldest tyre on the track. But the Seat team believed that the pit lane closed early. They were caught out by timing, and that's why they're starting from the pit lane with the MGs. But they're in the thick of it already. Look at Thompson and the two orange RAC MGs.
Yeah, they're in there, but also with two Vauxhalls with Tom Chilton and Fabrizio Giovanardi, who started near the back. So it's Plato who leads from Martin Bell. Take another look at this moment for Gavin Smith, Tim.
Yeah, Gavin gets a little bit wide, which means he can't load that tyre up early, and it just slides. But he does well to hold it and stay in the race. The question now is, when will Plato take his stop-go? If he takes it early and there's a safety car later on in the race, he can close back up onto the pack. So my advice to them would be to get it done early.
So quick reminder, Plato's got to have a penalty for changing tyres too late on the grid. There's some great racing going on further behind. Dave Pinkney coming through, leading the next group through Druids now. The two Team RAC cars making progress already. Plato's opened up a gap over Martin Bell. James Kay looks a little bit to the inside there. He's running third currently. Mike Jordan coming through, then Dave Pinkney. He's chased by Matt Neal. Good opening lap this for Matt Neal. He was 11th on the grid, and he's already picked off a few places as they come across the line this time. He's in 7th place and on the attack as they go down towards Old Hall Corner.
Yeah, Plato's still leading, and look how wide, oh, and he's lost it. That's Martin Bell, he's off, and that's going to be in the barriers. Oh, big impact at the rear. He's coming back onto the track, but everyone's avoiding him, but that'll be a safety car for sure. That car won't drive, the suspension's damaged. Oh, up the inside there, Giovanardi making progress.
This is a replay of what happened to Bell.
Yeah, and if they get a safety car now, won't Jason Plato kick himself for not coming in the pits at the end of that first lap?
Well, that's right, but Martin Bell, what a shame for the privateer there. Oh, look at this contact between James Kay and Gordon Shedden there. Shedden now is squeezed into second place in the Team Halfords, the orange car. That is now second position for the Scot in his first full season of British touring cars. And Mike Jordan has closed up to the back of James Kay. So Kay really under some pressure here. There's a bit of a gap then back to the likes of Matt Neal and Dave Pinkney. I think Matt Neal, yes, got past Dave Pinkney, and the Vauxhalls getting involved too. They want to make some progress here.
Yeah, James Kay did a fantastic job in qualifying. He qualified on merit in 4th place and did a brilliant job, and he's looking quite racy now, but he has got these Integras, these very quick Integras of fired up Mike Jordan, who won his first race, oldest man at Brands Hatch. He's up behind him.
Plato's into the pits. Jason Plato, this is for the penalty that he's picked up for changing his tyres too late on the grid. So he's got the stop and go penalty, 30 seconds he has to sit there, and then he'll be allowed out.
There, look at Mike Jordan up the inside of James Kay, and he's made that position nice and cleanly and not run wide. That was a good overtake.
This is the race for 5th position. Pinkney on the inside, Fabrizio Giovanardi in the Vauxhall trying to go around the outside into the Knickerbrook chicane. That was a good move, and he pulled it off. Look at the two Team RAC cars banging door handles, banging wing door mirrors as they came through there, but they got through there safely, and they're also making progress. James Thompson is the next who'll try and get past the black and pink car of Dave Pinkney, but Fabrizio Giovanardi has fought his way through that pack.
Yeah, very effectively as well. But first rule of racing is don't hit your teammate. But when the cars are running this close together, how can you avoid it? As Tomo swings out to make a move on Pinkney. Pinkney defends.
Pinkney moving to the inside. They're approaching Lodge Corner now. This is one of the tighter corners, and Collard's got the chance to go round the outside of James Thompson. Collard always races well here at Alton Park, and now he's got a real opportunity, but of course he's now on the outside as they head down towards Old Hall, and Turkington's trying to make it 3 wide. They go either side of Dave Pinkney. Thompson goes one side, Collard goes the other, and they've all got past Pinkney, who drops 5 places. Surely he must have some sort of problem there.
Well, fear probably, frightened of all those cars around. I've never seen a move like that in all my life.
Chilton sideways trying to get down the inside there of Rob Collard, gathered it back together once again, but it's all getting terribly tight out there, and now Collard is still under pressure from Tom Chilton and from the other Vauxhall of Gavin Smith, who's going to have a look down the inside.
Yeah, Smith's got the inside run. If Chilton doesn't come out cleanly, which he does, he's going to find himself under pressure from his teammate. But Dave Pinkney doesn't know what's been going on. He's got Jason Hughes now behind him in his MG this weekend, running with a 4-cylinder engine like the RAC cars.
Yeah, he's enjoying a bit more power this weekend, but up front, let me tell you, it's still Gordon Shedden who leads this race from Mike Jordan, who's now in second. This is a replay, though, of that run into Old Hall. Pinkney in the middle there, being swamped.
What a fantastic shot there. Look at that across the inside.
Taking out the marker post and everything, but incredibly all the cars actually made it through the corner. So up front it's Gordon Shedden with a 1.4 second lead over Mike Jordan in second, James Kay in third, Matt Neal in fourth, then it's Giovanardi, then Thompson, Turkington in seventh place. Thompson though still chasing, then the two Team RAC cars of Colin Turkington and Rob Collard. Tom Chilton currently running in ninth place, Gavin Smith is 10th, Pinkney in 11th place, Jason Hughes is 12th, and Mark Proctor 13th ahead of Adam Jones in the Lexus. Fiona Leggett's in 15th place. Jason Plato after his penalty, look at this, all gone through there. Thompson's
got a problem. Thompson's got a problem. We saw that glimpse of it going into Cascades with a bit of smoke, and he's lost 2 places there. There's something wrong with that Seat, definitely.
What happened to Fiona Leggett? She clipped the tyres. That's a classic thing to do here, but it has put the tyres, look, pretty much into the middle of the road at the Knickerbrook chicane. And look how much closer Mike Jordan is to the back of Gordon Shedden.
Yeah, there was a 2-second gap. That has shrunk to a visible gap now. I think that maybe Gordon Shedden got caught out by those tyres down at Knickerbrook or took evasive action somehow. But suddenly, all of a sudden, Mike Jordan is right on the tail.
Well, this is going to be fascinating, isn't it, in the remaining couple of laps here, because Gordon Shedden looking for his first win, being chased by the man who took his first win last time out at Mondello Park and got a taste for it, wants some more of it now. Watch out for the tyres. Cool, that one in the middle of the road there, a bit tricky, but they managed to squeeze through. Surely somebody's going to hit that if they're dicing for position there. The battle for third, surely somebody's going to hit it here. Oh, did Collard collect it? I'm not sure, because Turkington went one way, Giovanardi the other, but no damage done, I think. Shedden's managed to just open it up again over Mike Jordan. Here comes Matt Neal still attacking for third place.
He was looking there, but James drove a canny line. Oh, he's missed a bit of a gear or something coming out there.
Side by side, this is the chance for Matt Neal. We're on board Matt Neal. He's trying to take third place from James Kay. A little bit of contact as they came through Lodge Corner, but again Kay has the advantage. Now Matt Neal goes in a bit wider. Can he cut back here? Great opportunity for Matt Neal. Pick up the speed. The run towards Cascades Corner. Fourth gear, fifth into sixth briefly here, and then back down to fourth. But no, he's not going for it down the inside.
No, he's not. But James Kay's got a fairly oversteering car. That way, by that I mean the rear is wanting to step out. He's certainly struggling with that right rear tyre at this stage of the race.
So again, Shedden and Jordan are pretty close together on lap 14 out of 15. So they've got about a lap and a half still to go here. Shedden doing his best to hold on for his first victory, and for Team Halfords, of course, to take their third victory of the season. Matt Neal winning 2 races last time out in Ireland, and what a star performance this could be for Shedden. 1 exclusion in Ireland, then his fight back drive in race 3, and now he can really show them how to do it if he stays where he is. But Mike Jordan will keep the pressure on, as we've seen.
Well, someone's going to finish with 5 tyres on their car, because it's mysteriously gone, the stray tyre from the Knickerbrook chicane. But you're right, Shedden has reacted to the pressure well. He's built up a comfortable gap, and he should be able to just hold him off for 1 more lap. Can't say the same for James Kay and Matt Neal. Their dice is well and truly on for the final podium position.
It is. They'll be going on to their final lap now. What's going on behind Giovanardi? Lights on still with Turkington on the attack. Turkington trying to go around the outside of Lodge Corner. It's a brave beast to try there. Does he end up on the grass? Now Collard's got a chance to get past his teammate, and he takes advantage of that.
Do you know, I've never seen that move work round the outside at Lodge in a touring car race, because the guy you're trying to overtake will just lean on you and put you wide, and if there's someone behind you, as Collard was, he can just go straight past.
The race leader still is Gordon Shedden, the 25-year-old from Dunfermline, looking to take his first win in British touring cars, but right behind him is Mike Jordan, winner last time out. Can he find just a little bit more speed on the final lap and keep the pressure on Shedden? They're way ahead of the battle for third position between James Kay and Matt Neal. It's really down to these two now, and remember, The white and blue car in second place was an orange car last year. It was a Team Halfords car. Now Michael Jordan trying a bit too hard, ends up over the curb there. That's given Gordon Shedden the breathing space he wants, and he can go into the final section of the lap feeling a bit more relaxed.
Yeah, the last thing you want is a guy on your backside as you come through this corner leading into the final overtaking place at Lodge. So Gordon will have seen that in his mirrors and be very pleased just to take the pressure off. But valiant attempt by Mike Jordan.
Yeah, he was really throwing everything at it on the last lap. He's still there in second place, but it is to take his first win in the British Touring Car Championship. It's Gordon Shedden driving for Team Halfords. He takes the victory, a beautifully driven win there. Mike Jordan takes second place. He's on the podium once again, and it's not from a reverse grid this time.
So a great maiden win for the popular Scot Gordon Shedden in the Honda. Useful points too for Team Halfords in the Teams Championship.
It's just unbelievable feeling. I mean, to win from P5 on the grid, and yeah, I know a few others had problems, but it's mega. You know, to control the race from the front and win that is just, it's great. It's absolutely superb.
While Turkington and Collard collided on the grid, a demon start from Matt Neal saw the current champion rocket to the front in race 2. As Turkington tried to keep his damaged MG on track, the others were having problems with visibility thanks to cement put down by the marshals. Let's join the race on the start of lap 3 with Ben and Tim.
For second place.
Giovanardi going for it in the Vauxhall down the inside, and he's got the advantage here over Gordon Shedden, and he's through into second. So Giovanardi has taken second. We're looking from just a few places further back. James Kay is still in fourth, and then it's Tom Chilton. So we've got a Vauxhall now up into second. Another one is in fifth. Things are definitely looking much better here for VXR, and now Chilton is putting the pressure on. James Kay just ahead of him. There's Shedden. He's back in third place now.
Yeah, now the weight is starting to play, isn't it? The cars in front that gained weight are now struggling a little bit. They're staying off the... Oh, there's contact there between Kay and Chilton.
Yeah, Kay and Chilton made contact. There's Chilton. He's lost ground as a result of it. They went out wide at the hairpin. Mike Jordan's in the middle of that mix. There's Kay's damage to the front wing. There was contact between them. Mike Jordan's trying to go down the inside into... No, he's overshot. They've both overshot. Knickerbrook on the grass. Rejoins right in front of Collard. Doesn't actually probably gain a place, so may get away with that.
Yeah, as long as you don't gain an advantage. And did I see Jordan being spun out? Jordan's been spun out on the right-hand side with Chilton with damage.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Chilton's been spun out.
Oh, Jordan, you mean? Yeah, you're right. Jordan, I just saw him rejoining in the background. Plato trying to get through all of this. Thompson as well. Chilton with smoke pouring off the car. Look at the damage to the left-hand side. Well, there's Plato. He's still quite a long way back. He lost out as a result of that. And it's all happening everywhere we look here. James Thompson now trying to just stay ahead of James Kay. Dave Pinkney. Mark Proctor going well in car number 12, the blue Honda. Plato's going to finish Chilton off by the looks of things. Gives him a squeeze here.
Yeah, that was like the final blow, wasn't it, from Plato? But Mike Jordan, they're coming through your picture in the background now. He's been the big loser out of that.
Yeah, Mike Jordan way down the field now as a result of all that looking around. There's Giovanardi in second. It's still Matt Neal leading. Let's look back at what happened to Mike Jordan here, Tim.
He just gets attacked from Chilton behind there at the point where he has no chance of saving the car.
On board here with Matt Neal, the reigning champion, the points leader as well, after that superb Mondello Park meeting last time out. It all started a bit badly at Brands Hatch, didn't it? Remember that accident he had with Rob Collard in the third race? Did a lot of damage to the car, but he bounced back quite literally at Mondello Park last time.
Good on board here for the front of James Thompson's car as he tries to get past Collard. His pace has dropped off after now he's got blocked by Collard, but he clearly has got a faster car but just can't find a way through. Collard very strong on this circuit as well. We've seen him fight some brilliant races, did a fantastic race 2 years ago here, move up the grid, and last year, and so he knows how to defend as well.
Another new fastest lap from Fabrizio Giovanardi. So again, the Vauxhall's quickest on lap 7. He's done a 1:29.347 in his attempts to close up on race leader. Look at that, Thompson could not be any closer to the back of the car of Rob Collard, but again, just lost out a little bit through the hairpin.
Yeah, the circuit may be getting a little bit quicker itself as the oil that's been down dries up, but nevertheless, for Vauxhall to set fastest lap on lap 7 is still a big improvement over their performance previously.
Now, Tom Chilton with the lights on there is, he's got past Pinkney, he's trying to get past Kay as well. I think he's done it, yeah. Into the chicane they come. Tom Chilton's gained 2 places on this lap, and that's now putting him into 7th. Plato is up ahead, he's in 6th. Still Thompson applies the pressure to the back of Rob Collard's car. Still there's no room down the inside into the island hairpin, so he's forced middle of the road. And oh, look at that, we're looking at the exhaust pipe there. What a great view that was. Now he's got a chance, he's on the inside. It's all about power up the hill. Can he get the overlap, and can he get the inside for the next corner? Collard's going to try and squeeze across. He's just got enough room to do that, and Thompson is denied.
Well, that was close, wasn't it? Obviously, Collard's learnt a little bit off Giovanardi about how to defend, and Thompson's taking a little leaf out of Plato, his teammate's book, on how to pass, because he definitely gave him a little nudge. Here we are coming into the island hairpin on board with the Seat, and Thompson just a little punt. Look how much extra room there he has on the apex to get up the inside, but he doesn't get such a good exit. Collard comes out better, and Gruss gradually moves over when he's sure that the car's in front.
Yeah, so that's good, clean racing from both these two. A little nudge like that's not too bad, but this time Collard's left the door open. He got caught out by Thompson. Now, has Thompson got the exit of the corner? Yes, I think he has, but Collard's now got the inside line for the next bend at Old Hall. Still side by side. Great racing between these two. Who's going to emerge ahead? Down into Old Hall they go. Into this one about 90 miles an hour on the apex. Still he's trying to go around the outside on the grass, and Collard, contact again there. Back on tarmac, and he's still behind him.
Yeah, he did. He had the grip. Tomo kept his foot absolutely nailed. He was over the curb and kept his foot down. They got to the grass and he still kept his foot down, but had to concede as the road bent to the right.
Oh, that was good stuff, wasn't it, for two corners there. Now, will he do what he did last time? Bang! Yeah, little nudge, little love tap.
A little bit harder this time.
Yeah, and he still hasn't quite found a way. Oh, has he? No. Yes, he has. He has got through. That was Plato behind Collard. So he pushed him a bit wider that time, and this time Collard is passed by Thompson, and now he's got Jason Plato on his tail, and Plato has set an astoundingly quick lap. Just a moment ago, lap 10, it was a 28.6. So Plato has caught them up despite being a long way behind a few laps ago.
Yeah, well, those two's battle between Thompson and Collard allowed Plato to catch up. Thompson's now got a bit of a gap, so there's no way that Collard can retaliate against him, but he may feel he was unfairly pushed there and might just take it out on Jason.
He might do, yeah. We'll wait to find out. The two Seats almost working in tandem here now. Can he do what Thompson did? Go for the late lunge. Yeah, he's trying Plato, but he's not quite alongside there. Collard still gave him a bit of space. Good racing again between these two. Plato is renowned for those late moves and getting fully alongside, but he didn't quite manage it that time. So these two still fighting. This is for 5th place now because Thompson's up to 4th. Up front, by the way, it's still the same situation. Matt Neal leads from Giovanardi.
Yeah, the definite shove there, which was a bit harder than the first one, pushed Collard wide. He had the brakes locked up. That allowed Tomo to go through with a good gap, and nearly Plato as well.
But there's been no doubt about the man of this race, race 2 at Alton Park. It is Matt Neal with a stonking start off the line. He was absolutely away from the second row of the grid and has dominated the race ever since. Matt Neal comes through to take his 3rd win of the season, maintain that championship lead. Giovanardi, though, coming good for Vauxhall. That's his first podium finish since he joined VXR at the beginning of this year. 3rd has gone to Gordon Shedden, 4th to James Thompson, 5th to Collard, 6th to Jason Plato. I think Chilton is going to finish 7th ahead of Pinkney, and then it's James Kay who is just there going to take 9th place from Gavin Smith, who finishes in 10th.
Once again, the draw for race 3 gave Tom Chilton pole position. Jason Plato started alongside, followed by Rob Collard and James Thompson. On row 3, Gordon Shedden and Fabrizio Giovanardi, with a heavy ballasted Matt Neal and Dave Pinkney on row 4. Next up were James Kay and Gavin Smith. Mark Proctor and Mondello winner Mike Jordan were on row 6, followed by Martin Bell and Fiona Leggett. Adam Jones and Mark Smith started next on row 8, with Colin Turkington and Jason Hughes at the back in their MGs.
It's Chilton on pole, Plato with him on the front row. Watch out for Collard and Thompson from the second row. We're underway. Good start from Tom Chilton in the Vauxhall. A perfect getaway. Slow start from Rob Collard, and he is passed by Fabrizio Giovanardi, who moves into 4th place on the run down into the first corner. Collard then next up. Matt Neal follows through. Matt Neal has gained a place already, I think, as they head down the hill towards Cascades. Great start from Tom Chilton.
Yeah, Tom Chilton, great getaway. This is the stage set. We know he can win races from the front with We've seen it before at Snetterton under a lot of pressure last year, so good opportunity for him. Matt Neal, as you say, another good start round the outside of his teammate Gordon Shedden into the first corner.
So the two Seats are running second and third. Now going around the outside there, Gavin Smith, another of the Vauxhalls, trying to get past Dave Pinckney. Couldn't quite make it. Plato up over the rise. He's running in second place. James Thompson is third. Seats are desperate to claw something back from what's been a disappointing weekend so far. They were leading the team's championship before this event. Look at that, Smith being squeezed by Pinckney on the grass. Just missed those tyres. Don't know how he did that. Pinckney ends up on the grass on the other side.
Yeah, that was a shame for Pinckney. He'd had a great start actually, but found himself with nowhere to go but the grass and has lost several positions.
Well, it's all happening in the midfield. Mark Proctor's got to the head of that group, but Chiltern still leads. Giovanardi's up there, but he's under pressure from Collard. That's the battle for fourth. Further back, you can see Colin Turkington. He's up to ninth, Tim. He started in 17th.
Well, that's incredible, isn't it? He's really on a flyer at the moment, and look at that, Collard looking down the inside. But yeah, great start by Turkington. Let's have a look in car with Matt Neal on the start. Here we are. He gets the revs and the throttle just right, gets the car gripping and driving forward. That's so important. The only place to go is round the outside, but he's got enough momentum that before the braking area, he can shoot in front. He knows his teammate will give him space, and there it is, perfect overtake.
Yeah, great start from Matt Neal. Once again, Chiltern's made a mistake. Chiltern's off the road. Plato's taking the lead, and Chiltern has lost a place to Plato. Now Thompson's going past around the outside as well if he can. Oh, they're all ganging up together. Plato's working with Thompson here to keep Chiltern behind.
Well, that was incredible. Well done for Chiltern for holding it in the first place, and Thompson round the outside of the hairpin. Chiltern, I guess, braked a little earlier because he didn't want to make another mistake. But Thompson round the outside and he hits the tyres and he's torn the front right wing off. But maybe no suspension. That's Plato, you're right.
Plato it is who hit the tyres there. That's a mistake from Plato. Has it damaged the front suspension? That's the question. It's ripped the front wing up in the air, as you can see. Look at that. That was on the tyres that marked the entry point to Nickelbrook chicane. Chiltern, though, back down into third place. He'll be kicking himself. That's two big mistakes this weekend, but as you say, he did save it. He could have gone off a long way. Yesterday, he crashed on his first flying lap in qualifying, so he's not having the best of times.
Here we are, this is on board. Plato clobbers those tyres really quite hard. He'd be lucky if that hasn't at very least deranged the front tracking on the front wheels.
Well, interesting stuff. Seats are now 1-2. On board with Tom Chiltern in third place. Fourth place behind him is Fabrizio Giovanardi, his teammate. Chiltern through Old Hall. Look at him, he's really pushing right out to the edge. You can run wide a little bit there, as long as you're not right onto the grass. Fiona Leggett has hit the tyres at the chicane.
Yeah, no question, that is down at the chicane. Here we watch in the background. She's lost it on the brakes. Gone over the top of the tyres. I've never seen that before, but she's obviously lost it on the brakes. The back end came round, too much brake balance on the rear. Yeah, Plato's just set the fastest lap of the race, so clearly he needs to hit the tyres more often to improve the car, and he's up the inside. Thompson's letting him go. Thompson has seen that he's got a fast car. He's going to let him go. Plato needs maximum points. Thompson can act as rear gunner. If there's no further damage to that car later in the race, we know it's quick, he can get maximum points.
So this is a huge opportunity for Seat and for Plato and Thompson to move up into perhaps second and third in the championship, keep the pressure on Matt Neal, and they're working brilliantly as a team, you have to say. They worked well together when they got past Tom Chiltern. Now Thompson not fighting Plato getting past and already beginning to pull away a little bit. Chiltern still in third place, and the Seats, who promised so much yesterday after free practice and qualifying, only for it to all go wrong this morning when they weren't out of the pits on time for one car and had a penalty on the other. Now it's coming back to them. Chiltern here in third. Doesn't seem to have damaged the car despite that off earlier on. It's still in third, and here's Giovanardi versus Collard. Collard now trying to get past the Italian. These two had a good dice earlier on today. Collard might have the chance to get through. He's on the inside, squeezing across. Now into Old Hall corner. Giovanardi's going to have to be very brave to stay around the outside here, and he's got to watch out for the two cars behind as well.
Yeah, Collard got through very nicely there. There's Turkington wide on the background. This group all running nose to tail. But good overtake there from Collard. Giovanardi trying to keep the strong running from Vauxhall going.
Yeah, that's good hard racing. Collard wasn't very happy about being punted by James Thompson in race 2, but I don't think any action was taken. It would seem to be a racing incident, but he's now got ahead of the Italian. Boy, he allowed him pretty close there. and now we've got to see whether Collard's got the pace to escape these guys. The next one behind Giovanardi is now points leader Matt Neal, who won't want to get into trouble. Behind him he's got his teammate, which helps, that's Gordon Shedden, but hunting around is Colin Turkington, who's desperate to claim back some points here this weekend.
Yeah, no tyres at all on the turn into the Knickerbrook chicane, so the cars can take the old-fashioned line right across the inside. This is a great on-board from Matt Neal, looking back at his teammate and race 1 winner, Gordon Shedden. And these two both carrying ballast at the moment, but Matt Neal holding his own.
Yeah, this team Halfords, have taken over the lead in the team's championship as a result of their 2 wins here today. Martin Bell and Mark Smith have collected each other. Alfa Romeo, BMW, one example of each in the championship, and unfortunately they've hit each other. It's down to the hairpin. Let's see what that was. Sort of halfway round?
Yeah, halfway round, nose inside. The front-wheel drive car loses out to contact on the rear, but very slow speed and no real damage done.
Again, looking back from the onboard, this is looking back at Matt Neal. This was a moment ago, and Turkington made a move on Shedden. What a peach of an overtaking manoeuvre.
You said it right, that was a peach. Look, he dummied to the left to stay on the racing line, and then last minute dived up the inside, didn't lock up and didn't run wide. That was a really good one, and caught Shedden napping, and that's not what Matt Neal wants to see in his mirror. He wants to see his teammate protecting him. All the cars right on the limit coming out of Druids. That's a very fast 5th gear corner you were looking back at there. This is on the way up to Lodge, and you can see how good... Oh, and Shedden's lost it! Shedden's lost it behind and gone in the gravel. But Turkington's car, very good on the brakes. Well, Shedden's been struggling a little bit on the brakes. Whether he got it wrong, we saw it locked up in the background, and he just slid wide. That may be a safety car, because the car would be considered in a dangerous place.
Well, that's a big surprise. See Shedden make a mistake like that. This track is notoriously hard on brakes. Take another look at it.
Yeah, the rears were locked up. You see the rear tyres were locked up? That's too much brake balance to the rear. And once they're locked up, you're really a passenger.
So, after a couple of laps behind the safety car, the 2 Seats led the field across the line for a perfectly controlled restart, with Thompson protecting Plato at the front.
Now, will he be pulling away? There's the gap opening up. You predicted it, Tim.
Matt Neal, carrying the full 45 kilograms of success ballast after winning race 2, was starting to suffer. Colin Turkington was the first to take advantage.
Turning into a real train of cars in the battle for 5th place, and he's going for it down the inside into Cascade.
Gavin Smith and Mike Jordan soon followed through.
Also, Neal gets passed by Gavin Smith, and he might get passed by Mike Jordan. Jordan maybe with the more work to do, because he's on the outside as they come into the hairpin.
Further round the lap, Jordan was getting a great view of the dice for 5th place. Let's rejoin Ben and Tim for the scrap of the race.
Mike Jordan tucked in, now he's in a good position here. No, Smith covers the inside. Oh, this is great racing for 5th place at the moment. Giovanardi 5th, Turkington 6th. Into Old Hall they come. Giovanardi's never been to Old Park prior to yesterday's free practice and qualifying, but he seems to have developed a pretty protective defensive line.
Yeah, watch Turkington again. He's going to try the same move. Giovanardi defends it. He saw that and he defended it. But Giovanardi really getting a hard time here from Turkington. Very nearly got turned around on the run up to Lodge on the brakes, but he managed to hold it. Look how defensive he's driving, which is allowing Mike Jordan, and behind Mike Jordan, Matt Neal, to be all over the pack as well. Is Matt Neal up the inside? Turkington's up the inside.
Turkington gave Giovanardi a little nudge, and it gave him enough space, and now Gavin Smith's trying to get past Giovanardi as well. Giovanardi, one of the hardest races there is, but he was outraced there by Turkington. He was so determined, he gave him a little push into the hairpin. Turkington claimed the spot, Smith just clips the tyres there, and now it's Mike Jordan that we're riding with, lights on, trying to get past the Italian.
Great touring car racing, positions changing back and forth, but the fastest man of this group, Turkington, now at the front.
Let's see that move again. There was that little bit of a rub there going into the hairpin, damage done to the bonnet of Turkington's car, another nudge on the way out.
Yeah, and he was lucky that Giovanardi didn't turn right there on the exit and turn him around, but he's got in front now. If he gets his head down, we know he's got the pace.
As we ride on board with James Thompson, sitting in behind Jason Plato, these two doing everything right so far, and we're on the final lap, so not much more chance for anyone else to do something about these 2 Seats, and Seats really have recovered themselves. They dropped the ball earlier on today, being late out of the pits and then making that tyre change on Jason Plato's car after the 3-minute signal had gone out. So both cars really out of it in race 1, but they've clawed it back, and this will mean that they move up into 2nd and 3rd, I think, in the championship, with Turkington not finishing quite so well. He's down in 5th place. Good opportunity here for Seat to extend their lead in the Manufacturers' Championship as well. A vital result There is the battle for third. Tom Chilton still fending off Rob Collard. Chilton will be kicking himself after that little mistake he made in the early part of this race, but that's the way it goes. Last year Plato made the mistake and Chilton inherited the lead and took the win. This time it's a role reversal. Plato inherited it and he will take victory in race 3 here at Oulton Park. It's a 1-2 for Sayat. Third place goes to Tom Chilton, fourth to Rob Collard, and fifth place to a fighting Colin Turkington, who made some beautiful passing manoeuvres but has to settle for fifth. He came from 17th place to Colin Turkington, so he'll win the Dunlop Charger Award for most places gained. Jason Plater the winner from Thompson, then it's Chilton in third, Collard in fourth, then Turkington, Smith, Mike Jordan seventh, Matt Neal eighth, Giovanardi ninth, and Jason Hughes finished in 10th.
You know, we've not had a fantastic, well, what looked like it was going to be a marvellous start to our weekend, but we shot ourselves in the foot, and that's just how it goes sometimes. But you know, we kept our kept our chins high and our tails in the air, and look what we've come home with a 1-2. Just a shame that mess up in the first race, but nevertheless, that's how it is.
After Oulton Park, Matt Neal was 14 points ahead in the drivers' table, with Thompson, Plato and Turkington all chasing hard. But that 1-2 finish in round 9 at Oulton maintained Sayat's lead in both the teams and the manufacturers' championships. Next stop, Thruxton, the fastest and some say the scariest circuit on the calendar.
It's a time of the season where you can't afford to look over your shoulder. You've just got to look forward and go for every gap and every point you can get hold of.
The important thing today is to try and just take some points out of Matt, and if we score more than him at the end of the day, then it's been a good day's work.
That was Plato's theory, although he'd be pushed to win from row 3. Gordon Shedden took pole ahead of Turkington, Chilton and Neal, while Darren Turner made his first appearance for Sayat, standing in for James Thompson. On the next few rows, Gavin Smith with Rob Collard alongside, then Fabrizio Giovanardi, Mike Jordan, Dave Pinkney, James Kay and the rest. The huge crowd had turned up at the Hampshire track to see the touring cars battle it out around the sweeping curves, but at the start there was disaster for Turkington when his clutch failed on the line.
Oh, and Turkington's left on the grid. He stalls from second place. Disaster for Colin Turkington at an event where he needed to get race victories. He's still not going. And up front, it's Gordon Shedden from Tom Chilton in second place. Matt Neal's had a good start. He's up to third. Jason Plato is fourth.
Team RAC's main challenger for the title eventually did get going, but it would be a struggle to get him into the points from dead last. Meanwhile, in the pack, Rob Collard was getting friendly with Giovanardi.
Touch there, Rob Collard.
To
and
no
Turner's
benefit.
got through as well. Turner's fighting back.
And now Pinkney
And
as well.
Pinkney, a great first couple of laps from Pinkney. He's right in the mix here.
The midfield battle continued up to the chicane.
As they head up this hill, they're really using the slipstream up to 145 miles an hour before they get onto the brakes to the chicane here. And this is a great potential overtaking spot. But oh yes, there's a good move from Turner. And Giovanardi gets a bash from Pinkney and is forced over the curve.
But Pinkney was first to fall by the wayside. Meanwhile, at the front, Matt Neal pulled off a great move on Chilton to take second.
Look at this, a little bit of a lock up there, and an opportunity for Matt Neal trying to go around the outside. That's a brave manoeuvre. Has he done it? The points leader trying to take second place. They're still side by side, and he's done it. He's ahead of Chilton, and now Jason Plater will try and follow through as well, and he may well do that in the Sayat. Chilton's lost momentum, and he can't hold him back. Matt Neal into second, Plato into third.
Plato's teammate Darren Turner was also picking off the Vauxhalls. But then it all went wrong for the Sayat #1 driver.
Look at Plato. Plato in trouble.
A non-finish was the last thing Plato needed. Meanwhile, the ever-spectacular Rob Collard was having a great drive in front of his home crowd.
Over the curve on the inside, this is where you can see the MG's got great momentum. Smith on the grass, great opportunity here for Rob Collard, the local man from Eversley in Hampshire, on his home circuit's got a huge opportunity. Yep, he's through. He's already there and up in the fifth.
Plato had already shown that the abrasive Thruxton tarmac was always hard on tyres.
What a great debut this is.
Tom Chilton was another victim, losing a podium place on the very last lap.
Oh, he's got a puncture. Chilton's got a puncture, that's why.
Right, Chilton very slow there as he comes out of Goodwood Corner. He spotted it and he's in trouble. Will he make it to the checker flag? That's the question, because they're coming up to the last corner now, and it's Gordon Shedden who's going to repeat the performance of Dan Eaves here last year, certainly with the first race win of the day. Will he go on to win the other two races? That's the big question. It's been a perfect drive from Gordon Shedden. from pole position. He takes his second win of the season.
A dream result then for Team Halfords, with Neil coming home second. Turner got third on his debut, some consolation for Seat. Chilton struggled in fourth, while Turkington salvaged some points by coming home in eighth.
Last year, Team Halfords cleaned up here at Thruxton, and you seem to be doing that way today.
Yeah, it's great. You know, Team Halfords won too. It's just it's an awesome start today. Obviously, another 2 races to go, and here's hoping we can be challenging for podiums in the other 2 races as well.
You had a cracking start as well, helped, of course, by second place man not starting.
Yeah, I mean, my starts have been a bit sketchy this year, and that was actually a pretty good start. So, you know, if I can replicate that in race 2 and 3, then, you know, hopefully I'll find a little bit of a setting to get it off the line.
Now, the big man with a big weight has done very well.
As Flash said, to get a 1-2 for Team Halfords, it's just, I don't care what order we finish in, it's absolutely fantastic.
So could the Halfords boys pick up the champagne in race 2? Let's join Tim Harvey and Ben Edwards to find out.
The second lot of 16 laps to go here at Thruxton. Gordon Shedden hoping to make it 2 out of 2. He starts from pole, but Matt Neal, the championship leader, will try and go with him, waiting for those lights to come on. And there off and we go, and it's Shedden and Matt Neal both make good starts, but Matt Neal a better start from the outside of the front row. Tom Chilton getting away pretty effectively in the Vauxhall as well, but it's Matt Neal who leads. Gordon Shedden in second place. Tom Chilton trying to take third. Darren Turner in the Seat there, defending from Gavin Smith. And then Rob Collard makes a move up to the outside. Into the complex they come. Collard trying round the outside, not able to make up any space. Darren Turner holding on to third. Jason Plato's made a good start. He's not far behind this lead group, and Collard is the man on the attack.
Yeah, Collard got boxed out a little bit. He made a place up now on the run down to Allard, but it's going to be side by side through there. Darren Turner again, not making a perfect start, but now in third, comfortably ahead.
Collard is on the inside of Gavin Smith, just caught a glimpse of that in the battle for 5th position. Yeah, Collard into 5th place now, so he gained that position as they went into Goodwood Corner, but he's got Gavin Smith still attacking him on the outside. And look at Turkington, he's not far behind as well as they go into Church Corner, but it's Matt Neal, the series leader, who is in charge of this race as Darren Turner puts the pressure on Gordon Shedden, and Tom Chilton attacks from the back.
Yeah, Chilton very aggressive in the early laps. Always very quick when the tyres are just a little bit cold, but he pushes very hard. Again, Darren Turner using the curbs even on the first lap. Notice in front that both the Integras didn't use the curbs.
Yeah, and the reason for that, Tim?
Totally is not to put an impact into the sidewall of the tyres before the tyre is fully up to pressure.
So really looking after their tyres. We've seen people have some troubles already today, maybe getting a puncture by being too aggressive on the curbs, and that's what they're being wary of. Look at how the two leaders are easing away. Matt Neal has never won here at Thruxton despite his many years of trying to. We're on board here with Rob Collard looking back at Gavin Smith. This is the race for 5th position, and Collard a good first lap gaining that position, but now he's got to try and hold on to it. Behind Smith, by the way, is Collard's own teammate Colin Turkington, but just having a look at that, yeah, he's not quite on terms with the back of Gavin Smith's car at the moment in the other MG.
Yeah, Darren Turner was well in touch with the two Halfords Integras at the end of that first lap, but already he's just slipped back a little bit into the clutches of Chilton, who's putting the pressure on.
So let's just remind you that Jason Plato's up to 8th place. He started way down on the grid in 13th position on board. Tom Chilton's got a good run going here on Darren Turner. Battle for 3rd place, the Vauxhall on the Seat, trying to go right round him, but Darren Turner's very late on the brakes, and Turner holds it just. 3rd place remains his for Seat, and Chilton denied the chance.
Yeah, Turner struggling on the straight there, whether that was his exit from Church or whether Chilton just got a very good run out of the corner. But we know the Seat doesn't have the same top speed as the Honda Integras, but of course Chilton's in a hatchback car as well, so top speed should be pretty similar.
Turkington trying to go around the outside of Gavin Smith into the complex. He's done it. Turkington's gained a position there. That's put him up into 6th position. Oh, Plato tangling with one of the Vauxhalls, and that's put him onto the grass. He's going to try and rejoin again.
Well, he's rejoined, but he's gone through about 50 yards of deep grass. Oh, and he's got broken rear suspension.
Yeah.
He's out of it. That's a thing we've seen before. Contact on the rear, even a light contact, can break that rear suspension because there's no body overhang there. The wheel sticks out, and it was only a small contact, but it broken it. But I think he'd have been struggling anyway with the amount of grass that was in the radiator.
Look at the slide from the car ahead.
Well, it shows you they're on the limit. That's Gordon Shedden learning how to drive the car around Thruxton with 45 kilos of ballast, which is something he hasn't had so far this weekend, and it does make a difference. Matt Neal has got a good little lead, but of course this is a pivotal race again in the championship. We've got Plato out, Seat with all their eggs in one basket from the Drivers' Championship point of view, with the second car being shared by James Thompson and Darren Turner. When Plato has a bad race, it really affects their Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, and indeed the Teams Championship, interestingly enough, Team Halford's grabbed the advantage after the first race here, and they're going to do even more damage to Seat's points in this one if it carries on like this. But Darren Turner's got a chance. He's up the inside into the second part of the complex. Side by side they run, but now Shedden has the inside line for the final part. Now, let's just take a look at a replay where Darren Turner and Gordon Shedden were having their little race through the complex. Maybe a slight nudge, but that was pretty clean.
Well, fastest lap for Dave Pinkney, that's a feather in his cap. He's absolutely flying. He knew, I spoke to him between the races, and I said, Dave, don't worry about that first race. You've got a good car under your belt. You know what to do with it. And he's flying.
Problems for Chilton there, Tim. Sorry, but he's surely in a bit of trouble here. He's got Collard going past him, and Chilton was running in 4th place, so that's put him down to 5th. And maybe we're seeing a repeat of the sort of struggles he had in race 1.
Well, it was about lap 6 or 7 that the Vauxhall started to lose pace in the first race. It's a little bit longer now, but he may be suffering with the tyre problems, and right up the inside of him, he's trying to fight it out.
Oh, Turkington squeezes through. That was pretty good stuff. Good hard driving by all three. Let's take another look at what happened to start all that off.
Oh, look at that slide. Lost the rear end, did a brilliant job. A la Ivan Muller that was, and that is a fast corner, 115 odd miles an hour. To lose the back end there, and in a front wheel drive car you have to get back on the throttle, you can't lift off.
I gather the safety car's coming out on track now. That's interesting. Yep, safety car's just leaving pit lane, and it's presumably there's some debris. We saw something actually on Pinkney's car a moment ago.
Once the debris had been cleared, Neal, with Shedden behind for protection, was never really under threat. Behind, though, Dave Pinkney was really flying.
Going past Turkington.
Yep, he's got through, I think, hasn't he? Turkington trying to stay with him around the outside, but on the dirt, and he can't hold him off any longer. So that's into 5th place now, is David Pinkney.
Despite lacking pace, the Vauxhall teammates Gavin Smith and Tom Chilton were entertaining the huge crowd in their battle for 9th.
I think Chilton's got a problem, because turning into the chicane to the right, he could hardly get the car to turn to the right.
Back at the front, Shedden's rearguard action in a heavy car was giving the huge crowd plenty to cheer in the closing stages.
Inside there, Turner challenging for 2nd place. Oh, there's contact between the Seat and the Honda, but Gordon Shedden gets it back together beautifully. This gives Collard a chance. Collard is down the inside. Pinkney's following. They're going to make it 3 abreast, heading out to some of the fastest corners at Thruxton.
Well, I'm holding my breath here as they go through Allard, through Noble, flat out. Look at the run that Pinkney's got through there on the back of Collard. They've both got through. That was all because of the contact between Turner and Shedden back at the complex.
Pinkney can sense a chance to get on a podium. It would be his first podium of the season with the new team in touring cars, and he won't give up on this. He's right up behind Rob Collard, almost touches him into the chicane.
Collard's run wide on the way in. Can Pinkney get a run coming out?
Could do the same as he did to Turkington.
No, he didn't quite get the run. Collard blocked him and didn't get the run. Now Turner's back in the frame. He wants that 3rd or 4th place back. He was so far, he held 3rd all the way through. He wants to try and get it back.
Well, this is the build-up to the climax of the race. Matt Neal and Gordon Shedden are safe, but 3rd place is still in dispute. There's no doubt about it. The fans here are cheering Dave Pinkney on because they love to see an underdog coming through and getting a podium finish. Can he do it, though, here? He's going to try everything, almost touching the back of Collard's car. He does touch him, surely, pushing him into the chicane. Collard has to go across the chicane, holds on to 3rd place, and he takes 3rd place. But Pinkney trying absolutely anything he can think of to get past. It's a 1-2 for Team Halford. Matt Neal takes his first win at Thruxton.
So Dave Pinkney and Rob Collard provided the late race entertainment, while at long last Matt Neal took a win at Thruxton.
The jinx is broken, thank you. But yeah, the car was fantastic, you know, for me and Gordon. It's run well all weekend, and the tyres were absolutely perfect right from the start to finish of the race.
This was the view from Collard's bumper at the last corner.
Trying to stop the car, Collard has absolutely no option to go across the chicane.
I don't know what he's taking at the moment, but he's really revved up this weekend, and yeah, it's good. We've sort of, Dave's a good driver, and we had a bit of contact, but none of us really suffered from it.
James Kay was on pole after the draw for race 3's grid, with Turkington alongside, followed by Turner, Pinkney, Collard and Shedden. Neil and Giovanardi were next, with Chilton and Hughes on row 5. Adam Jones and Gavin Smith made up row 6. Then Fiona Leggett and Mark Smith. And then Mike Jordan alongside an unlucky Jason Plato. Martin Bell was at the back.
We're racing, James Kay gets underway, but it's a good start from Colin Turkington. This time he does get away, this time no clutch problem, but James Kay's going with him. Side by side, a bit of door handle rubbing as they go through Allard, the first corner. Again they're rubbing as they head up towards the complex. Darren Turner got away well in the Seat in third, but James Kay is determined to hold on to the lead. Matt Neal down the inside there trying to get a place or two, and I don't think he's quite managed it, and Turkington has taken the lead.
Yeah, he had a great start, did Rob Collard. He got past that man Pinkney, so did Shedden behind. They both jumped Pinkney on this first lap. Collard's really trying hard. Darren Turner looking for a second podium on his first BTCC race. Been driving superbly, nearly got that second. Oh, there's contact between Shedden and Turner. Turner's going off, he's going to hit the wall.
That's a big impact. Thankfully some of the speed was taken off in the spin, but they are heading up to that corner at 145 miles an hour, and that's going to be a big impact.
Here's on board with Shedden coming up to the straight. He's not alongside, he's braking off. Oh, and there's the contact. That was actually on board with Collard's car. Shedden came through on the inside and contacted.
Yeah, so Shedden was the one that hit the back of Darren Turner and sent him flying. Take another look from the rear view camera. It was Collard immediately behind, then Shedden sees a gap, goes for the gap. Round goes Darren Turner.
Well, Darren Turner absolutely powerless to do anything about that. He covered the MG, but never saw the Integra coming up the inside.
Well, the weekend just went from bad to worse for Seat. The expressions in the garage said it all. But with Plato still out there was always hope. By mid-race, both the Halfords boys had caught and passed James Kay.
Oh, this is a great move. Just diving up the inside, carrying a bit of momentum, forcing Kay to run wide on the apex at Goodwood. Kay's out on the dirty bit. The Honda Integra holds that tight line, no problem at all, without losing speed, and he's through. That was a great pass. Can he slingshot up the inside?
This is the chance. He's got there, exactly as you said, and it's a repeat of the manoeuvre pretty much that his teammate made. That's where his Integra is working so effectively. Nothing much James Kay could do about it.
Chilton, though, was finding Rob Collard tough to pass.
Well, this is on the run down to Church. You don't want to be too ambitious there. Chilton just poked his nose up the inside.
While Dave Pinkney and Collard were again providing great entertainment.
He's actually lost out there. Pinkney's got a perfect run through him, and he's driven right past him. That was a perfect run through. Pinkney must have got Church absolutely spot on that lap.
Oh, but look at Pinkney again, very quick through Church. Look at the speed he's carried through, and he's trying to maintain that momentum, but he hasn't quite got it alongside us yet. And to go around the outside, you have to be very, very brave. Collard is going to battle him on the brakes. Who's going to get into the corner first? Side by side, Pinkney has to straight line the chicane. Couldn't do anything else.
From the back, Jason Plato soon joined in the fun.
And now Plato's got to surely go to the outside. There he goes. That's the outside line up into the chicane. He might try and cut back at the last moment, but Collard's got it covered. Pinkney locking a wheel right behind Plato. I thought for a moment he might have misjudged it, but it was perfect. Here comes Plato now. He's got a good chance into the first corner, and Allard. Collard has to go wide, and
Gordon
Plato
Shedden in second was the next man to hit trouble.
Look, problems for Shedden.
Shedden's got a puncture. Well, there you go. That's the first time, I think. Is it a puncture or is it suspension damage? Hard to see. I think that tyre's gone down. Yes, it has.
Meanwhile, the fantastic fifth-place battle between Collard and Pinkney raged on, with the back markers adding to the fun.
So I don't think... Oh, a bit of a lock-up from Collard. Little mistake. Pinkney will try and take advantage of that, but he can't. You can see from our onboard view there, the car just weaving around under braking slightly.
Yeah, it was Collard just carrying momentum and really not expecting Smith to be that slow on line. And just
at the front of the pack, Colin Turkington was heading for a clear victory, his first of the season.
He is the nearest challenger to Matt Neal in the championship now, with the problems for Seat this weekend. Colin Turkington, second in the championship, but more importantly for him and the team, it's his first win of 2006, the first win for the team of the year as well. A great effort by
Behind
Colin
Turkington was Neal, with Plato's third, some compensation for Seat, and a great result for James Kay in fourth, while Pinkney just nipped ahead of Collard.
The big thing was the start, trying to pass the Honda's James, and he managed to hold Gordon up for a while, so you know, I got the break, and I was just hoping there wasn't going to be a safety car, but delighted to get the first win for AMG and Team RAC. You know, it's fantastic.
So Colin moved up to second in the drivers' table after Thruxton, but Matt Neal now had a 33-point advantage. On to Croft then for the 5th venue of the season, and 2 new drivers. Turkishman Erkut Kiziliamak had joined VX Racing for selected rounds, and Irishman Owen Murray would be competing in his Alfa Romeo 156. Let's take a look at the first few rows for race 1. Tom Chilton took pole, alongside was James Thompson, who'd returned to the championship from World Touring Car duties. Behind them, Team Halford's Matt Neal and his great rival Seat's Jason Plato. The ever-improving Gordon Shedden was on the next row, with Fabrizio Giovanardi the quickest of the Vauxhalls. Thruxton winner Colin Turkington was on row 4 alongside Mike Jordan's Honda. Then it was the other RAC car of Rob Collard and Gavin Smith in the VX Racing Vauxhall Astra.
Red lights come on, and away we go. James Thompson gets a good getaway in the Seat. Nice and smooth getaway. Mike Jordan a bit slow away, and he's going to come under pressure from Gavin Smith behind him. Down towards the first corner, it gets very, very tight into here. Thompson takes the lead, Chilton in second place, Matt Neal holding on to third. So far so good, watch in the middle. Oh, and there's a big sideways. Smith and Jordan, I think, had a bit of a coming together, and there's another bash as they go through the corner.
Yeah, it was a very even start at the front, and as they ran down to Clervo, you could see every car lining up on the inside of the track virtually to protect their line. Shedden got not such a good start, he's dropped back, and there was a little bit of contact, as you say, just coming through the back corner with Smith and Jordan.
Colin Turkington is in 6th place and he's right behind Fabrizio Giovanardi. You're riding with Colin Turkington right now. The Italian Giovanardi's never raced here at Croft before, but he was impressive in qualifying yesterday. But first time he's raced here, I wonder if he's going to leave the door open in a potential overtaking spot. It's not easy around this Croft circuit. Turkington following him through sunny in and sunny out.
Well, Giovanardi was very brave on the brakes there. I almost thought he was going to overshoot Sonny in. He went in very deep, and because you're braking on the bend and the car's unloaded, you get that little kiss of the rear inside wheel locking up. But he was very deep and committed on that first lap. But look, now we're closing up on the infield section, and the balance and power changes. Oh, there's a move up the inside, Plato on the inside of Neal.
Yeah, Jason Plato, and Matt Neal ends up on the grass. How often do we see that around the hairpin? We are on board with Matt Neal, and he's lost 2-3 places there. His teammate Gordon Shedden has his bumper trailing as well, so there's been other contact, and look, Turkington's coming through as well. But here comes Neal, back at him. Oh, are they going to both make it? Somebody's in the gravel. Somebody went straight through the gravel there.
Well, it's all kicked off at the end of lap 1, hasn't it? And of course it was Plato and Neal who had a big incident here last year, clashing going through the fast chicane. That one there. But any move at the hairpin that puts the car out on the grass, this is a replay. Giovanardi getting a tap and going through the gravel, has to go the wrong side of the marker post there and cuts back just in front.
That was Plato. The onboard was with Plato, so the contact was with Jason, and Giovanardi came through the gravel, as you say, came back on again. This was the view from on board Giovanardi's car, and that's how he did it, straight back on. Shedden is going to be shown the black and orange flag, Tim.
Well, that's unusual. Normally we're used to sort of touring cars driving around with bits of plastic flailing around and not getting black flag, but obviously the technical people feel that is too much of a risk, and certainly as a driver, if you're following a car with that amount of damage to it. Oh, and that's Mark Smith off.
Yeah, Mark Smith.
That looks like the exit of the chicane. He spun round to the left, I think. Yes.
So Smith in the Alfa Romeo, very much a privateer, and he's done a lot of damage to that car, as you can see. Presumably we may see the safety car. Oh, he's got the car. He's got the engine still running. He's going to try and pull away, even though he's hit the barrier pretty hard. Thompson still our race leader. There he is, James Thompson, with a 2.2 second advantage. He'll be very aware to see whether the safety car will be coming out to erode that advantage. But at the moment, no sign of it coming out on circuit. Black and orange flag, though, is being given. There it is, to Gordon Shedden. It means he has to come into the pits and attend to the damage to his car. And here we've got a little chance for Matt Neal. He gets alongside Collard. They're side by side through Tower Corner. It's clean so far. They're still side by side. Now into the Jim Clark S's. The inside line is still held by Collard. Matt Neal's done enough, I think. No, they're still side by side. Fantastic racing. And Collard's wide, and Matt Neal goes wide as well. Did Collard survive that, or is he in the tyres? I think he got away with it. My goodness, it's quick through that section, Tim.
Well, I mean, neither man was going to give an inch there. I mean, you couldn't get two harder drivers than Matt Neal and Rob Collard. And through that section, 125 miles an hour to go side by side. I thought Matt Neal was brave to turn into the left with the car on the inside, but Rob Collard was even braver to turn to the right with Matt Neal inside him.
Now, I think something's happened ahead of them. Plato has got ahead of Giovanardi. Giovanardi, I think, went wide out of Sonny, and Giovanardi actually is going to lose a place there, I think, as they come out. Is he? No. Looking, oh, it wasn't, it was Chilton. It was Chilton that made the mistake. Look, Giovanardi's up to second. Chilton, with the white windscreen strip on the Vauxhall, has lost several places. There's Chilton, and now he's under pressure from both the Team RAC cars.
Yeah, what a shame for Chilton. He was doing so well. He's lost all those places in one go. It looks like he's got a problem because he's going very slowly.
Now, let's see if we can find out what happened here.
Yeah, he's pulled out of the way there. He's pulled out of the way to let Giovanardi through. So Chilton's running with a problem because that was him running offline, clearly.
Yep, so Tom Chilton in trouble of some sort. So Giovanardi now in second position, Plato up to third. Let's take another look. This was that battle between Neal and Collard. And look at that. How did those two get away with it?
Well, that was hugely dangerous and very exciting to watch, but full marks to both of them for controlling it.
Now, battle for second place between Fabrizio Giovanardi, who's on for his best result in the British Touring Car Championship in his debut year, and he's run wide. Giovanardi's run wide, and Jason Plato's straight through.
Well, there we are. He's been on the limit since lap one into that very corner, Sonny in, and just caught him out there. Just with the tyre deterioration, he just couldn't quite brake as late as he had been earlier and stop the car, and he just dragged him in. You have to brake slightly earlier as the race goes on to make up for the loss in adhesion that you've got from worn tyres, and it just caught him out. Plato needed no second opportunity to move through, but still a great performance by the Vauxhall.
Yeah, definitely. And Giovanardi, his first ever race here at Croft, he's got to learn all the little tricks of this very technical but demanding circuit. He enjoys driving, and I spoke to him after qualifying, and he's relishing driving this Croft circuit. I think he's finding it more entertaining, more technical than Thruxton last time out. Didn't feel as though it suited him quite so much. Chilton into the pit. It did look as though he had a problem.
Yeah, something's gone wrong. They're looking underneath the back. I suspect he's got some suspension problems down the back.
Oh, and Jason Hughes has gone off. He's in the field somewhere.
Giovanardi's defending a little, he's defending a lot, and Matt Neal isn't that close. So Giovanardi, but Matt's looking, he's looking. I knew it would be here. Oh, that's close.
That was predictable, wasn't it? Big sideways moment, well gathered by Fabrizio Giovanardi. Holds it, but here comes Matt Neal trying to go back to the outside. This was where he had that. Oh, and look, Collard's dived back past. Contact between the two of them. Matt Neal, oh, this could be big. He's on the grass now, still over 100 miles an hour, probably down a gear or two, and Matt Neal gets back on, and now it's Turkington in trouble. Turkington who got sideways. My goodness.
Well, these two, they weren't happy with it first time round. They had to have another go at it. That was caused by Matt Neal's attempt to pass Giovanardi, making him slow out of tower, and well held that first one. I mean, that is 125 miles an hour. Turkington goes off to avoid them and ends up on the grass on the outside trying to slow it down. This is on board with Turkington. Watch Collard, he takes the racing line, Matt Neal clips him. Turkington has to dive on the outside. Now as Turkington goes around, he gets on the grass and nearly loses it.
Dave Pinkney's going well. He's still running in 7th place. James Kay is 8th. Owen Murray on his debut is 9th. Gavin Smith is 10th. Mike Jordan in 11th. Adam Jones in the Lexus is running well in 12th place, ahead of Gordon Shetton, of course, who had to make that pit stop early on. But let's just focus on this race for 4th, 5th, 6th. In fact, they've caught 3rd place man Giovanardi again. So Giovanardi again under pressure as they come up towards the hairpin. Everybody looking for a little bit of space. And look, again, Matt Neal's got back past Collard. Matt Neal took advantage there, and he's nipped past Collard.
Yeah, he's done to Collard what Plato did to him, dived up the inside at the last minute. Unless the driver really goes round the inside, it's very difficult to stop that manoeuvre. And of course, being touring cars, they can lean each other. But clearly, Giovanardi is now struggling because he lost that gap over the course of one lap. Oh, look at that! Neal's able to just use a grip to drive up the inside of him round Hawthorns and in the lead now, in the lead of that group. He's now in 3rd place. We predicted he could get back there, or even after that first lap kerfuffle, and predictably he's worked his way back, but certainly not without incident this time. And now Turkington's going through, so clearly Giovanardi's now got a problem.
It'll be a perfect result in the manufacturer's points, so with a 1-2, Thompson moves out of the way, Jason Plato comes through. It will be a Seat 1-2 here at Croft, but it's going to be Plato taking maximum points, and that will allow him to close up a little bit more on championship leader Matt Neal. But Matt Neal has survived a fraught and fiercely fought contest to finish in third place, so he won't lose that many points. Out they come, out of the final corner, the hairpin. It's Jason Plato to lead home a 1-2 for Seat after a beautiful race from James Thompson. He settles for second place. Third goes to Matt Neal. Fourth, I think, is going to go to Colin Turkington, and behind him, Collard got past Giovanardi on that last lap, so Collard takes fifth and Giovanardi finishes sixth.
But it was this incident that everyone was talking about after the race. It could so easily have ended in a big accident.
It just got pretty close and a bit sideways, I think twice. With me going on the grass at 140 mile an hour, someone said, "Oh, that was a good race." And I said, "I'm glad you enjoyed it," because it was hot out there, but I didn't notice the heat at all. There was too much going on, but you know, it was close. No one gave a quarter, but it was, I think it was pretty fair in the long run, and they drove really well, both the RAC guys.
In blistering temperatures, the cars lined up for race 2 in the finishing order of race 1, with the two Seats on the front row.
Watch for the lights to go out. We're racing, and Thompson and Plato carrying more ballast now, trying to get off the line. They both have made pretty good starts there. Jason Hughes also made a good start further down the order, but it's Plato who leads. Matt Neal trying to take second from Thompson, and Matt Neal has slotted into second place. Turkington almost getting past Thompson as well, but he's a little bit of contact there. I think Thompson just had a little tap on the rear quarter from Turkington. Both of them sorted it out very effectively, but Erkut, the Turkish driver, in trouble, and obviously not making it through the first corner without a problem.
As usual, the battles at the front were fast and furious.
Thompson locking the brakes a little bit, closing right in to Manuel and off. Giovanardi and Collard. Giovanardi maybe with a bit of a push from Collard. It was difficult to say exactly what happened on the way into the corner, but the two of them ending off at the outside. The leaders were ahead, and there's a contact there. And another contact there.
Owen Murray finished 10th in the first race. He was doing even better in this one, although Tom Chilton was on a real charge from the back. First passing Jordan.
And he's side by side coming into the first corner, but he better watch out because that's Tom Chilton right behind, and Chilton's got the inside on Mike Jordan, and he nips past.
And then the Irishman.
Owen Murray, so Tom Chilton in the Vauxhall.
At the front, Neal pulled off a cheeky move on Plato for the lead.
Think about it, a contact. Oh, he's through. He's through without any contact as far as I could see. Matt Neal, what a pass for the lead. Matt Neal takes the lead from Jason Plato.
His Seat teammates was making costly errors too.
Thomas run wide, Turkington's gone through, and so has Shedden.
Thompson on the final lap, he has made that little mistake. It's allowed Turkington to go through. Matt Neal surely is going to hold on to this. He's got enough of a gap over Jason Plato. Into the final corner he comes now, the hairpin. Plato too far back to launch anything from there. But third place is going to be Colin Turkington. After all that, James Thompson loses out on the last lap. Matt Neal takes victory. Plato takes second position. And I think Thompson just got it, yeah. So confirmation of that finish then. Matt Neal the winner by just under a second from Plato. Turkington finished in third place. Gordon Shedden was fourth ahead of James Thompson. Smith in sixth place. James Kay seventh.
So on to race 3 from Croft, and the draw for the grid was good news for Gavin Smith and James Thompson, who lined up on the front row. On row 2, it was Team Halford's Gordon Shedden and Colin Turkington in the RAC MG. Jason Plato and Matt Neal once again lined up side by side on row 3. While behind them were James Kay and Tom Chilton. The two Honda Integras of Dave Pinkney and Mike Jordan made up the next row, while starting right at the back was Giovanardi.
Here we go then, Gavin Smith on our left as we look at it there. James Thompson on the front row, engine revs build, waiting for those lights. Lights are on. It's a hold and away we go, and it's a great start from Thompson, I think. Although Gavin Smith, although he might not have got the initial move, somebody stalled. I think that's Owen Murray maybe. Yeah, it is. Owen Murray, the Irishman who started very well in touring cars here this weekend, and it's Smith who leads, Thompson in second place, Turkington in third position, and then Gordon Shedden in fourth, and already James Thompson in the Seat, the silver and yellow car, is attacking for the lead there side by side. You can't go through there side by side. Smith goes the wrong side of the tyres and he's still in front.
Yeah, but he had no choice, did he? You cannot get two cars through there. That was the right thing to do. I hope he doesn't get penalised for missing the chicane, because he certainly had no choice but to do that.
Side by side through the right-hander at Tower Corner now. Thompson trying to get past on the outside. No space there. On board Turkington. Third place we're riding with. And Thompson trying everything here to take the lead in the early stages and open up an advantage in the Seat. But Gavin Smith is having none of it. He's keeping the door firmly closed. The Vauxhall leads. The Seat in second. The Team RAC MG in third place. Oh, and they're all just touching, locking the brakes slightly. That's the area we always see, that little bit of a lock-up on the brakes, bouncing over the curb out of Sunny Out, past the grass banks with thousands of people enjoying the view here today. It's still Smith from James Thompson, and then in third place is Colin Turkington, and Smith is having to defend.
He's defending very hard. Thompson trying to go around the outside. Smith's going to defend very, very tight. Thompson's gone wide to get a cutback. He may find himself under pressure from third place. He's got a good cutback.
Not wide enough though. Smith controls the race as they come across the line at the end of the first lap. It's Gavin Smith from James Thompson, Colin Turkington in third. Here comes Thompson trying the outside. That's a very brave attempt if you're going to go around the outside. Not really on there. He wasn't nearly alongside enough to do that. He's just trying to keep the pressure on Smith. Smith has never won a round of the British touring cars, and he's going to try again in the same place as he did last time, and he's done it.
Oh, that was great driving. He knew he had an advantage there on acceleration round that right-hander, and he kept his foot in. This time Smith elected not to back out of it and go straight on through the chicane. I think if he had, he would have got penalised, but that's opened the door now. Thompson's away.
Thompson is away, and it depends how quickly these guys can get past. Let's take another look at this, Tim.
Watch this. Smith covers the inside a little bit, gets a bit of a slide on, which sends him out wide, and immediately Thompson's straight in there.
So Thompson beginning to ease out. This is exactly what he wanted, get in front early. Then it's Smith Turkington still racing for second, third, followed by Shedden Plato. Matt Neal, championship leader, is in sixth place. Tom Chilton in another Vauxhall is in seventh, and then behind them is Dave Pinkney. There you can see the black and pink car of Pinkney. He's eighth. Giovanardi is ninth. Look at him, and he's going to be eighth any moment.
Wow, did you see the speed he carried through the chicane there? And he just timed it perfectly. Nearly caught the back of Pinkney's bumper, but just timed it perfectly. Will Pinkney hold him on the inside? He will. Giovanardi's going to cut back, but he's going to be on the outside for the left-hand part of Jim Clark S's. We've seen cars going through here side by side. Pinkney's on the left side. No, he's ducked in behind him.
Giovanardi's taken the place. The Italian has come from the back of the grid. This is remarkable. We're only on the third lap, and Giovanardi has come from the back in a 20-car field. He's already in 8th position. The Italian showing some real pace, and this was how good the start was.
Wow, straight through the first two rows. Someone stalled in front of him. Now, is he going to go down the inside or the outside? There's room on the inside. Leggett staying out wide, as is Martin Bell. Down the inside he goes. He's passed 4 cars already. Holds it inside. Little tap for Martin Bell, let him know he's there so he can hold the inside. He's driving like a Croft veteran here. It's a fantastic start.
But look at our race leader. Look at the gap he's opened up. 3.5 seconds. And he looks very relaxed, very composed. Quick glance down at the instruments, up through the gears. Now the fast stuff here, Tim.
Yeah, committed through there, but these touring cars fairly easily flat out through there, and the suspension and the dampers almost hardly upset at all by those little curbs. They feel like nothing in these cars. Whoa, look at that, that's sideways. Gavin Smith lost it on the brakes going into Sunny. Lucky not to hit the outside barriers there. He didn't get any assistance there, I don't think. That was just as he initially went on the brakes. The car started to slide.
Oh, that was a fast, scary moment. Look at this.
Yeah, it started to slide before, in fact, Shedden got anywhere near him. There was no contact, I don't think. That was literally just that fine balancing act of braking on the bend, and it just got away from him.
Now, there's a bit of a classy moment there for Matt Neal. Just ran a touch wide, didn't he? don't think he lost too much time as a result, although it has allowed Giovanardi to close up that fraction more. And look at that, the Vauxhall almost pushing Matt Neal. He's really looking aggressive. He hits Neal. Giovanardi definitely touching him through the left-hander.
Yeah, well, Giovanardi comes from the school of hard knocks, in other words, the World and European Touring Car Championship, so he is not afraid to rub wheels with anyone. Look at that, across the inside curve. There's no way he can get past, but he's just being so racy, as you said, not frightened at all, and this will be worrying Matt Neal, who does not want this kind of attention.
No, that's right. He doesn't need someone taking him off when he's got such a strong position in the championship. He's trying to go around the outside of the first corner. You can't do that. Surely you can't do that. Giovanardi still side by side with Matt Neal. Matt Neal muscles him out, stands his ground, holds onto the place.
Well, Matt Neal gave him room there. Matt Neal could have lent on him in Clervaux and put him in the gravel, and then it meant that they were going through the chicane side by side, and it meant that Neal's right front wing got torn off on the tyres. There it goes. Well, at least it means they won't be black flagging him. The wing's gone, but
Pinckney's had a problem. I think he's had a moment or a spin, and he's slowed right down now. A few cars got together, and it looks as though he may well be coming into the pits as a result of that.
Matt Neal is closing rapidly back onto the back of Plato. There you see the gap, and on the last lap Matt Neal was some half a second quicker than Plato in front of him, so don't think that the that fourth place is settled yet.
No, we know that Matt Neal's... Oh, who's that? Gone very wide. One of the front runners, was that Shedden?
I think that was Shedden. That is Shedden.
Gordon Shedden.
Maybe that's a puncture because he just rolled off the track there. May have a puncture on the left front.
It means that Turkington will now be up to second place, Plato third, and Matt Neal up into fourth position. So Matt Neal again gaining some places by just staying in there, and could be still within a shout of getting on the podium, I guess. Thompson with this very, very comfortable advantage. There's Turkington now into second place, Plato in third, and as you say, Matt Neal is right behind him, so Plato cannot afford to relax here, and we know that in the closing stages of race 2, Matt Neal was able to get past the Seat. Both cars running pretty heavy, but Matt Neal with a slightly more ballast on his car.
Yes, in the race before, as I said before, he had less ballast, so he was perhaps a little bit more performance to strike at the end, but he seems to be fired up for that final podium now.
Yeah, he does. Well, they're running out of time. There's only about a lap and a half in which to do this now. When they come around next time, they will be going on to their final lap. And Matt Neal just closing up a bit down the main straight there. Good speed from that Honda engine, and the good slippery aerodynamic shape of the Integra helps him close up a little bit. But Plato just lost a bit of pace in the middle of the corner. Don't think it's enough for Matt Neal to do anything with it. But again, it just looks like Plato is struggling a touch in the closing stages of the race, whereas Matt Neal has a car under him that is working very, very effectively.
Shedden in the pits with a puncture, as we thought.
Well spotted. Well, a great pity for Shedden. He's been scoring consistently this year, winner of 2 races already, and could have really boosted his championship hopes, finishing well up in the series if he'd stayed where he was, but that's the way it goes. Thompson, do we see that little bit of brake locking up coming into tower? No, he's a bit smoother this time. He hasn't got to push it hard. He got the fastest lap on lap number 3, so he's going to take the full bonuses in this race. Winning the race, leading the race, you get an extra point for, and fastest lap, and he's going to take all of the points.
Look at that in the background. Neal's all over Plato. We're coming up to the last tight complex and the hairpin.
Well, is he going to make a lunge for it? Is Matt Neal going to make a move here? Into the final corner is race leader James Thompson. Second place is going to go to Colin Turkington. Who's going to finish third? Is it going to be Jason Plato? It looks as though it will be. Thompson definitely takes the victory for Seat. In the background, they're still side by side for third. It's Turkington who's going to take second place. Who's it going to be in third? Plato or Matt Neal? Side by side across the line. And we're waiting for the screens to update.
It's Neal.
Matt Neal has been given it on our timing screens by 0.08 of a second. Matt Neal takes third on the line from Jason Plato. Well, what a fight that was, and just out of the last corner, Matt Neal seemed to get a great run going.
Yeah, I think he probably gave a tiny little tap to Plato in mid-corner. Here we go, here's a replay. Looks like Plato's got it covered. Matt ducks in tight underneath. No, he just gets across the inside of the track, short circuits the circuit, and gets the drive out of the corner. Brilliant.
So the season-long battle continued between two of the greatest touring car drivers, with Neal pipping Plato on the line here at Croft by inches. Giovanardi produced a stunning drive to come home fifth, while Thompson again took full points to bolster Seat's teams and manufacturers' tally. After the race, though, the stewards reprimanded Matt Neal for cutting the corner to get past Plato and gave him a time penalty, which relegated him to 4th. The Team Halford's man still had a big lead in the championship at the halfway stage, though, and the battle for second was hotting up between Turkington and Plato. Donington Park has given us some classic touring car races over the years, and the 2006 race weekend was no different. Race 1 was a fairly tame affair compared to what was to come. Gordon Shedden led from pole, but Colin Turkington swept past on the first tour.
Got a good run onto the straight, and this is perfect for Turkington. If he can just squeeze alongside, he'll have the inside line into the chicane. Perfectly driven that by Colin Turkington, and Shedden now has lost the line into the chicane. Surely he's lost the lead as well. Turkington takes it.
Losing the lead annoyed the pole man. Losing second to Giovanardi really wound him up.
Little mistake, he runs wide. Huge chance here for Giovanardi, and he's going to...
Behind, Mike Jordan, who'd qualified 4th, was as usual in the thick of the action.
Halfway out the inside, Collard's on the outside. Jordan's going to try and stick his nose right down the inside.
Couldn't find the space though, could he?
At the front, a fired-up Shedden had nipped back past Giovanardi and had homed in on Turkington.
On the outside.
Yeah, Turkington defends very, I think, and Shedden cuts back very, very quickly. Very good manoeuvre that.
The points leader was also dicing with Chilton.
Side by side, Matt Neal here, side by side down the Craner curves.
With Tom Chilton on the other side, he's Matt Neal trying to get past Chilton here. What a great piece of racing between these two. Matt Neal not wanting to take too many risks, but he had a great chance there to get past.
The big incident of race 1 saw Seat stand-in Darren Turner taken out by a wayward Rob Collard. Maybe not intentionally, but Jordan then barged past Collard on his way to 8th. Chilton was becoming an irritation to the fully ballasted Neal, who eventually got past on lap 11. Leaving the Vauxhall teammates once again battling together.
And look at the 2 Vauxhalls further back. That's Gavin Smith trying to get past teammate Tom Chilton. Smith on the inside, and he's nicked through there. Good pass by the Irishman, but Chilton might be able to come back at him as they go up the hill.
Yeah, he just ran in a little bit wide, clipped the inside curb, and Gavin Smith, that sent him wide. Chilton hung back and got a good run through the corner and drove around the outside of him.
But it's Gordon Shedden, who started from pole, didn't have a particularly good first lap or two, but recovered all that lost ground and now has a comfortable advantage.
A fantastic race, obviously awesome to qualify on pole position, but then convert that into a race win with the race panning out as it did was just absolutely fantastic.
Here's how they finished race 1 then, and how they lined up for round 17.
Race 2 of the day here at Donington Park, all set to go. Gordon Shedden is going to take it away from pole position if he gets a clean start. Watch for Turkington and for Giovanardi as well. Gordon Shedden makes a very good getaway there in the Team Halford's car. Look at Giovanardi on the grass, trying to squeeze into second place, and Plato also on the grass. I know it's been dry recently, but that's taking it to the limit. Giovanardi coming into second, Turkington being squeezed out, and I think Chilton coming through there as well. Turkington right out on the grass there. He's dropped to third, and Chilton trying to force his way through.
Yeah, Matt Neal getting boxed in there, but great start by some big load of dust at the back, but great start by Giovanardi, and look at that, Chilton on the... Will he stop the car? He won't stop it.
No, Chilton's off, so he's Pinkney in the background, look.
Yeah, and one of the Seats as well, that's kept going.
Yeah, I think it was Turner probably, but I'm not 100% sure. But what drama, that's all at the old hairpin.
Yeah, that was a result of coming down through the Craner curves with too much speed, and Chilton just couldn't stop the car. Look at Giovanardi though, he's the master of these first, and there's instant further back with Martin Bell spinning on the exit of McLean's.
The battle for the lead side by side, Giovanardi on the inside for the Vauxhall. Gordon Shedden on the outside.
Safety car standing by though, so he needs to get in front before they get to the hairpin, the chicane. He's definitely done it.
Yeah, he's down the inside, and as long as he's in front here as they come out of this corner, he'll be in the lead when the safety car picks them up. Safety car has just accelerated down the line, and he's ahead.
A little contact puts him on the grass, and then he cannot stop the car, and he's lucky not to take the RAC car out as well, but there's no way he can stop. Pinkney goes off separately.
On board Jordan, this was what happened to Pinkney. Pinkney was ahead. Oh, he got on the grass by himself, did Pinkney?
Oh, that was difficult, that was dangerous.
This is the view from on board. Colin Turkington of the same incident.
Yeah, this is a view. He's in third place and coming round the out. That was the little touch as you saw the car wiggle, and then Chilton flies straight past. Chilton had just touched him at the exit of the Craners, and that's what made him wiggle. And of course, then Chilton slid across the front of him. Turkington was out on the dirt and lost all those places. He's down in 12th place at the end of the lap.
Giovanardi led away the queue in his Vauxhall at the restart, but nothing was stopping Gordon Shedden in his heavy Honda. Back to Ben and Tim.
Great move by Gordon Shedden.
Well, that was incredible. I watched that move and convinced that Shedden was not going to stop the car and was going to have to straight line the chicane, but he stopped it, hooked up the second apex, and that was beautiful. It made Giovanardi look like he was braking way too early.
Yeah, amazing stuff from Gordon Shedden, and now Matt Neal will be attacking as well, although look at this, Collard has got past Matt Neal, or has he? They're side by side down through the Craners. You can't get two cars easily here. They make contact. Collard's on the grass. He's off Matt Neal.
Plato's hit Neal.
Matt Neal's off as well. Collard's off. Oh,
well, that was a near identical repeat of the Chilton-Turkington tap in the first lap of the first race. You just can't get a wheel on the dirt in that area. And Plato dives straight in there as well. Let's see what happens. Side by side, they need to give each other room. They do through this first part. Matt Neal's as far inside as he can go, but that little tap puts Collard out. They obviously slow down, and Plato probably without any chance to avoid them.
No, Plato you're riding with into the gravel trap. Not much he could do about that. And I think we're going to see the safety car on track. Another look at it here.
Here we go.
Did Matt Neal bounce it on a little bit on the curve? It looked to me as
I mean, Matt Neal tried to actually hold the car onto the inside over the curbs, and that probably just flipped the car out. And Plato was totally innocent in that one. He really, nothing he could do.
So Jason trudges through the gravel out of race 2 here at Donington Park. Can't quite believe what's going on. And safety car on track for the second time.
Did Matt Neal get going again? And where is he going to be on the...
Yeah, he's 8th.
He is still going, he's 8th.
Right, this is Ben calling Mike. Mike, you're in the middle of everything, but so far you're managing to avoid it all. How are you doing that?
It's like wacky races out here. Old Dick Dastardly was at it in front of me again, but no, Matt and Rob Collard got together, and just at the top of the crane, one of the few benefits of age, at the top of the crane is I thought to myself, if I just hang out properly, because this will go horribly wrong. And sure enough, it did.
The yellow flags there, they're going to display the yellow flags down at the old hairpin for the remainder of the race. Because there are 2 stranded cars there in a dangerous place, they're going to keep the yellow flags out for the whole rest of the race, which means that section coming into the old hairpin down the bottom of the crane of curves is now a no overtaking section.
It's probably just as well, judging by what we've seen in the last car. Here we go, restart time for the 3rd time, if you like, and it's Shedden under pressure. They're all very, very close here, and you see Owen Murray being careful, trying not to overtake before they got to the line, because he had got past Mike Jordan for a moment. Now they're all spreading out, and now Shedden, Giovanardi and Gavin Smith battling hard here as they come through Redgate. Then it's Owen Murray, then it's Mike Jordan. No, Mike Jordan just ahead of Murray, and then it's yellow flag.
They're side by side, so I mean, whoever's in front, Giovanardi should concede. He does. It's whoever's in front when you get to the yellow flag, it stays in front.
So that's what they've done, but somebody else has gone off, I think. Oh no, it's Darren Turner and Colin Turkington. Turkington under yellows there at the old hairpin. Something has happened between those two, and Turkington's having a real nightmare of a race here, desperate to pick up points on Matt Neal. This was the replay of that restart. Let's see, this was on board Turkington. Let's see what happened to Turkington. He was passed by Kay as before. That was through the Craners before they got to the yellow flag period. Oh, and that's where it all looked like somebody dived down the inside.
Well, it didn't look like there was really any room, but something happened. Well, let's see the background. Oh, it's one of the, no, I'll tell you what, it was the Seat actually spinning already.
Look at Mike Jordan, he's definitely closing. We're on board here with Mike Jordan as he heads up towards the left-hander and then the right-hander at McLean's, and Giovanardi will have to watch himself here, and he's got a bit wide. Jordan touches, just makes a little bit of contact, but they both get away with it. This is the race for the final podium spot.
Well, this is interesting. Giovanardi's really struggling on the brakes, isn't he? We saw on that first lap, and Mike Jordan's trying to get the overlap. He's done it. Mike Jordan's got the overlap, and we know Giovanardi's vulnerable on the brakes. He's got 27 kilos of weight on from finishing 3rd. He's not as good on the brakes, so Mike Jordan must go through here.
Oh,
Giovanardi, no turn in, no! Yeah, good job, go on, keep it going, Mike. Now defend the inside, But
yeah, I think it's bent the car though. The car may be damaged as a result of that contact, I'm not sure. Here comes Giovanardi back down the outside. I'm not sure whether the car wasn't damaged as a result of that.
Yeah, but is Jordan there? Yes, he is. Good boy.
Bumper trailing.
That bumper's hanging off precariously now, isn't he? Look at this, Matt Neal's favourite place to overtake, up into McLean's. Real good clean pass. Owen Murray gave him room as well, which was good driving.
Matt Neal is so good at that. He did it on Ivan Muller last year to take the win in the first race, and Ivan was kicking himself afterwards for leaving the door open, but Matt has got it to perfection. He just judges it so well, and that has put him up now into 5th place. Let's take another look at it.
Yeah, just keeps the power on late. As soon as he sees the brake lights come on Murray's car, he dives up the inside, and it's a clean pass.
And for Team Halfords, what a remarkable season this is turning into. An absolutely faultless performance from Gordon Shedden in this race. And, you know, with this, if he carries on where he is, it'll be his 4th win of the season. Matt Neal has already won 5 races this year, and it'll take Team Halfords onto 10 victories in the championship. Coming into the last corner, look in the background, Matt Neal might make the lunge, but no, I don't think he will. It's Shedden who takes the win. 2nd place goes to Gavin Smith, and a fine 3rd place goes to Mike Jordan.
Yes, Jordan again on the podium, and a fine drive from Owen Murray, 6th in the Alpha. But what about that chaos at the old hairpin?
Colin got pushed wide at the first corner. I saw an opportunity. I was parallel opposite him going down the Craner curves, and there was just no more tarmac left. And
here we have a replay here of you going quite quickly.
Yeah, as you can see, when I went to go on the brakes, I had no room. Colin gave me no room at all, and I was on the grass, and a car doesn't stop on grass unless it's got spikes, and it hasn't.
Yeah, I mean, I was just wrong place, wrong time, I think. But I have to say that, you know, Matt Neal's driving into everybody. We should put the General Lee sticker on his car, because it's like the Dukes Hazzard.
Here's a picture of you here.
Yeah, you know, we saw it at Crofts. I don't know what it is, but he just think it's fine for Matt to drive into people, and it's not for everyone else. And it's just a bit poor, I think. Really, it's just not. It's not good. I know Rob's a hard competitor too, but Matt, you know, made no attempt to give Rob any room down there and pushed him onto the grass. Well, it's 140 mile an hour corner, that, and it's just a bit daft, really.
I think Jason's starting to talk that much crap these days. He needs to focus on squeezing it out the other end of his body rather than his mouth.
Fighting talk.
The guy who just drives in the back of people, he knows I've got to not finish races, so he's the one ramming the back of our car all through the second race as soon as he got close. But, you know, there was a lot of carnage, a lot of incidents, I think too much. And I was in the thick of it, unfortunately, but I think that's rich coming from him.
Well, that set up the 3rd race nicely. The grid draw saw Darren Turner and Colin Turkington on the front row, with many of the favourites at the back after all that race 2 carnage.
So, everybody just moving into position. I think we're nearly ready. Watch out for the lights coming on. Is Darren Turner going to make a good start? Front wheel drive? No, it's a bad start from Turner. Turkington makes a brilliant getaway. Oh, we got an accident. Plato is hit. Collard goes off in the wall. We've got an accident straight off the line.
Well, that follows the pause at the theme of the day, doesn't it? There's a car stranded in that's Jason Hughes.
So with the track blocked and the red flags flying, there was a second start for race 3. None of the drivers was hurt, but the cars of Hughes, Collard and Plato were all too badly damaged to continue.
This time it's Sayat versus Team ROC MG, and then James Kay in the Honda behind them. Away we go. Better, but not enough. It's Turkington again who makes the better start, but Turner may just be able to fend him off a little bit. No, he can't. And James Kay's made a great start. He's popped up into 2nd place. It's Colin Turkington leading, James Kay 2nd, Turner now 3rd. Then Giovanardi trying to go around the outside of Owen Murray as they go through Redgate corner, in danger of being squeezed out. Matt Neal slipping through on the inside there.
Yeah, a better start from Turner, but it still ended up with both Turkington and Kay getting through. And here comes Turner back down the inside, and Matt Neal's up the inside too. They both run wide. Matt Neal's going to be through to 3rd. Unbelievable.
3rd, or is it 2nd? I think it's 2nd. He's got up past it, and yeah, Colin Turkington's in the lead. Look at them all trying to sort themselves out. But that's remarkable. Matt Neal's taking huge advantage. Gordon Shedden, the 2nd of the Team Halfords cars, apparently jumped the start. He has got a drive-through penalty. Gordon Shedden, who won the early 2 races, is now got a drive-through penalty, but it's Colin Turkington who leads.
Look how hard Turkington's pushing on this opening lap. He's really trying hard, so no chance of Shedden three-peating and repeating Dan Eves' performance at Thruxton. But Matt Neal, he went down the inside in a mirror image of his first start here on the first attempt at this third race, and got a run out of Redgate and slipped through all the way through to second as the others ran wide.
So across the line they come. Turkington with a big advantage on the first lap. Matt Neal in second, but under pressure from who? From Owen Murray. Owen Murray, the young Irish driver, in only his second touring car event in this car that has raced in World Touring Cars, European Touring Cars in the past, is showing brilliantly well. There he is in third. Behind him is Giovanardi, who in the past has driven cars just like that on the world scene. Behind them is Turner, then Shedden, who's got a drive-through penalty. Remember, James Kay under threat from Shedden, and also in there is Gavin Smith just hitting the grass a bit, an old hairpin.
Yeah, that was very close there at the moment. I don't know if Shedden knows he's got a penalty. Certainly James Kay doesn't know he's got a penalty. Look at the pressure that Jordan's coming under there from the third of the Vauxhalls. That's Chilton all the way from the back.
Yeah, Tom Chilton, remember, starting at the back after an accident in race 2 put him out. Jordan now defending busily as they come up towards Coppice Corner. And Chilton, yeah, there we are, on board with Mike Jordan. He's got Gavin Smith ahead of him, but he's got the other Vauxhall of Tom Chilton filling his mirrors as well. So that's why he's covering the inside here.
He is. He didn't lose much time to Smith coming through there, despite the tight line. He's now back over on the normal racing line, so he should have. Well, no, he's had to defend. Is he going to have a go at Smith? Now, was that defending or was that having a go at Smith? Because Smith's got held up. Jordan's got a run. He's on the grass.
He's on the grass all the way down the pit straight virtually, and Shedden spinning and coming into the pits for his drive-through. I don't know what happened in the background. There's Mike Jordan. Oh, he's braked too late. Loses the place back to Gavin Smith and goes wide.
And Pinkney on the inside. Pinkney's got on the inside of Smith. No, he's got through past Jordan, but he's in the middle of a 888 sandwich there, David Pinkney.
Well, what racing. They were all over the place there. Mike Jordan was the one who lost out, but it's Gavin Smith still holding on to position. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, Shedden was pulling to the left to get in the pit lane, and the others got tagged him because they didn't know what he was doing. That's one of the difficulties of trying to get into the pits for a drive-through without anyone knowing. Pinkney trying to get up the inside, and Jordan, 54 years old Pinkney, 49 years old Mike Jordan. What great racing this is, and Pinkney right in the middle.
He doesn't know which way to go. He doesn't know. Oh, and they make contact at 140 miles an hour down the straight. Now they're going to be on the brakes. Pinkney trying to squeeze ahead. Mike Jordan saying, oh, I'm going to wait to see what happens here. And Pinkney's running across the grass. And how did he not drive? And out wide goes Chilton. Chilton on the grass. My goodness, they're all over the place.
Well, if this was a battle for the lead, it couldn't be any better. And here comes Jordan diving up the inside as well.
So once again, the two Vauxhalls versus the two privateer Honda Integras. These two Hondas were bought from Team Dynamics. They were the cars that Matt Neal and Dan Eves were using last year, and they're right in the mix. They're racing at the moment, though, for 7th position. And there's a little bit more rain, apparently, on some parts of the circuit. Just watch for the cars maybe making little mistakes, running a bit wide.
Now, these cars, when the rain does start to come, they're okay whilst they've got heat in their slick tyres, but as soon as that rain becomes anything more than a drizzle, and I can see umbrellas going up now and people rushing for cover, so the rain is probably going to be fairly heavy, then all of a sudden they're going to lose their grip at the rear. Can already see cars sliding around. A little bit of oversteer for Smith there turning in.
So more drama indeed with change of conditions. Look at Darren Turner attacking Giovanardi, and that is for 4th position. Race leader Turkington. There's Matt Neal second. Third, Owen Murray runs a little wide.
Yeah.
And very wide goes Darren Turner.
They're all losing grip. They're all losing grip. It's very hard here to every lap the conditions are changing. They're getting harder and harder. This is where experience is going to count. Turkington's experience, Matt Neal's experience. That's why they're pulling away just a little bit from Murray and Giovanardi. Well, he's got plenty of experience and he likes the car control, so let's see how he gets on.
Yeah, he might enjoy these changing conditions.
Oh!
Murray's got it wrong.
He could collect the other car.
Oh, Giovanardi just slowed down enough there. This is going to go, oof, I thought it was going to go right out to the tyre.
Well, the gravel trap did a fabulous job there, and that was a classic front-wheel drive car, just losing it in slightly iffy conditions. He had a little bit of wet through the Craner curves there. Watch this, he comes through the Craners, he just gets a little wiggle on there, that steps the car out wide, and then he's a passenger on the grass. And fortunately, the gravel did its job, but front-wheel drive car, slightly slippery track, bang, he was gone.
I think we're going to see the safety car out. Yep, it's been called.
It's out.
Yep, the safety car on circuit.
Well, that's a real blow for Colin Turkington because he built up a really good lead. Look at that. He'd worked so hard. Well, he looks cool enough in the car, but he'll be really disappointed. The last thing he wanted was to lose that lead, to have Matt Neal back on his tail. These two championship protagonists in reverse order here because Neal's leading the championship, but Turkington was looking very good there for a while.
Safety car comes into the pits and we're racing once again, and it's Colin Turkington who leads them from Matt Neal in second place, Giovanardi in third, and this is where car control, sensitivity and great care is going to be at a premium.
Stand by for fireworks. Yeah. Stand by for... Look at that, that's almost pedestrians. I tell you could drive quicker in these conditions in a road car than a race car on slicks, and now we're coming to the fastest part of the track that's hard enough in the dry, let alone in the wet on slicks. Here we go, when you turn left here, it's oh so tricky.
And Matt Neal is challenging for the lead. Turkington, in a way, is the most difficult. Oh, he's got sideways.
They've all gone.
They're all
the first
sideways.
Three, all nearly off.
Brilliant car control from Turkington and from Matt Neal. Giovanardi backed off to try and see if he was going to avoid an accident, but great car control from the two front men.
Yeah, the track is a little bit drier up this section, but they'll have no heat in the tyres.
Very
Matt Neal's really struggling. Giovanardi's got inside.
Here comes the Italian. The Italian up the inside of Matt Neal, and I think this is a great chance for him to nip through into Coppis. Yes, he does. Uses the curve. Gavin Smith also taking advantage of all this to go around the outside of James Kay. It's so tricky. You can be really aggressive on the dry sections, but look, the windscreen wipers are going now as they come into the chicane.
Yeah, and he's got no one in front of him, so it shows you it's quite difficult for the leader. Oh, he's gone straight on. Giovanardi's gone straight on the brakes.
And Turkington sideways, but he's got it back on. Giovanardi's come back on the track, but he's lost several places as a result. Out wide goes Gordon Shedden. Shedden right onto the grass there, and bits of bodywork coming off as Dave Pinkney recovers.
There is so much action in this. There's someone else recovering, that's Pinkney at the back. But these cars are so difficult. They're front wheel drive, all apart from the BMW. You've no real control of that left rear. Once it gets cold and wet, it's just going to slide.
But Turkey, look at the rain coming down there at the old hairpin. This is where we saw so many slides on the first lap of the restart. Turkington managed to save it. So tricky, and if you get on the curb, it's even worse.
Oh, Matt Neal's gone off. Giovanardi's gone off and saved it. Matt Neal, is he going to keep going? Is this going to be another retirement? No, I don't believe it. He's still kept it going.
That's incredible. Matt Neal keeps his foot in. He's still going. He's dragged it through the gravel. He's back on the grass. And I think he's going to be back on the tarmac as well. The team can't even believe it.
Well, that's Team RAC. The reason they're happy is because their biggest competitor has just slid off. Jordan's in the gravel as well. Well, I mean, he's just outbraked himself there. And one of the problems is, there's contact with Darren Turner.
Turner and Gavin Smith getting it together. It's just wherever you look, and the safety car's on track again. The safety car is going to be back on track once again, and they're going to have to sort themselves out. But remember, they're racing to the line. They're racing to the line, and then they will settle down behind the safety car, and it's Turkington who leads across the line. Neal has dropped back a little bit now, so Turkington leads from Giovanardi. Matt Neal has dropped back down the order. So Shedden is now third, Turner is up to fourth, Kay is fifth, Chilton sixth, Smith is now in seventh, and finally Neal comes through in eighth.
This is the look ahead. Matt Neal goes straight off. Giovanardi almost follows him, and that's Tom Chilton. He's gone off as well. It's so difficult down there. And one of the things these drivers have got to do is when it's wet in their front-wheel drive car, contact there between the two VXR teammates, one thing they've got to do is wind the brake balance back to the rear, because otherwise you just can't stop the car. On board with Matt Neal, too deep, onto the painted curb and then straight off. But he manages to keep the car going.
So all prepared for the two-lap shootouts here. It's Turkington versus Giovanardi versus Shedden. Team RAC versus VX Racing versus Team Halfords. Who's it going to be? The Porsche heads into the pits, and we're racing for just 2 laps now. Still in difficult conditions. Turkington holding on, hoping to win again this year, to keep the pressure on Matt Neal in the championship, but can he fend off Giovanardi? Good restart there from Turkington.
Very good restart. He has to judge it. He didn't really want to get out on the painted curbs. The wheels spin up on that, but a good restart from him. This is the tricky section. So far, so good. But they'll be pushing a little bit harder now because they can see it's drying, but they're still got to be very careful. Giovanardi closing up a little bit down through the craners.
Gordon Shedden still in third place. We've got Darren Turner, James Kay in there. There's Tom Chilton as well. Then it's Gavin Smith. 3 Vauxhalls still in the race after their nightmare season. They've got a chance of really scoring some points and claiming back some points on Seat in the Manufacturers' Championship here, have Vauxhall. Just the one Seat still in the race. That is the car, of course, of Darren Turner. He's running in 4th on board with Giovanardi.
He's trying absolutely everything. Giovanardi is on maximum attack. He really wants to win a race for Vauxhall, his first race in Britain. This is a great opportunity, but Colin Turkington, fantastic under pressure so far. One more lap and he can score another victory for RAC, who've got a big group of guests here today, and they would love it.
They would love it, but look at this down the inside. Chilton and his teammate Gavin Smith. Matt Neal trying to join in as well. Final lap we're on to now. Is Colin Turkington going to be able to hold on after all of the events of the whole day, not just this final race? It's very close up front between Turkington and Giovanardi, and Turkington's run wide. Turkington puts it on the grass, gets back in front of Giovanardi, but the Vauxhall's alongside. It's side by side down the Craner curves. They make contact as they come through, and Giovanardi has taken the lead on the final lap of the race here at Donington, sideways through Old Hairpin. Turkington tries to fight back.
Turkington had just run wide. I don't know if there was contact up at Redgate, but he looks pretty fired up. We need to see what happened. Here we go, on board, up into McLean's. Is there an opportunity? No, Giovanardi blocks it. He knows this course quite well. Oh, good run from Turkington. Can he get inside? No, he can't. 2 more corners to go. Giovanardi, is he going to defend into Coppice? No. One more chance now.
Well, let's see what Turkington does now, because we're on to the main straight. There's one corner coming up. It's the chicane, and Giovanardi wants Vauxhall's 100th victory. They haven't won since Knockhill last year. Giovanardi could do it for Vauxhall. Here comes Turkington. Turkington down the inside, cuts across the chicane, straight across, both on the grass. Turkington has done it. Colin Turkington snatches the win through the last corner. A brilliant drive by Colin Turkington. He threw everything there. Fabrizio Giovanardi and Gordon Shedden finishes in 3rd place, Turner in 4th, Gavin Smith in 5th place, ahead of Tom Chilton.
Here we go.
Down the inside.
See, there's contact there, which is not Turkington's fault, because Giovanardi turns in a little bit early, and I think that was a racing accident, but I'm afraid the way that racing is, it may well go before the stewards. This is a great opportunity, great lunge. Look, as he lunges, Giovanardi moves towards the corner. They both go across, so they both have cut the chicane, but I would like that result to stand. I thought that was great racing.
Brilliant racing, and Colin Turkington, let's take another look. This is from Giovanardi's car. There was the slight contact. Both of them end up on the grass, and both of them keep it straight and get across the line in that order.
Well, that was surely one of the great touring car races. The stewards saw nothing wrong with Colin Turkington's last corner move. Fabrizio Giovanardi, though, was absolutely livid back in the pit lane.
Giovanardi is not very happy at all about that. You can see there are going to be some arguments about this afterwards, and this could be quite entertaining, I think, Tim.
Well, entertaining or not, it was entertaining for us to watch, and in an event and a race that had so much going on, Fabrizio is not happy, clearly, and I can understand his feeling.
But the hero of the hour was undoubtedly Turkington, who not only avoided the carnage, but also pulled off that cheeky last corner move to take victory.
It was a fraught race, I didn't really want to give it away after leading the whole way, so I'm delighted.
This is the last move. You had to take him. You left it as late as possible.
Yeah, as I say, the car's been fantastic on the brakes, and the door was open, as you can see, so I was going in.
Now you're not on the tarmac. Yeah. You're not particularly happy with that, are you?
I have to be not happy because I was just close to win the race, and I lost the race in a strange situation. I cannot say nothing because I think the marshal will look on, but if everything is okay, it's okay for me, no problem, I will learn.
The Italian certainly wouldn't be an easy man to pass from now on. In the battle for the championship, Turkington's dramatic win plus the race's fastest lap meant he slashed the points gap to series leader Matt Neal to 22. A cloudy Snetterton in Norfolk hosted rounds 19, 20 and 21. Team Halford's Honda had a third car with Gareth Howell returning to the series, and once again we have the two Seats on the front row with Plato on pole alongside Thompson. On a drying track, three of the runners, including Howell, dived into the pits before the start to change tyres. Once again, your commentators are Tim Harvey and Ben Edwards.
Gareth Howell has a tyre change, heads up towards the end of the pits. He has to sit at the end of the pit lane in preparation for the start of this race. He's changed from full wets all round. Let's see what happens though as the two Seats of Jason Plato and James Thompson try and get away up front here in the manufacturers' battle. Seat determined to try and score more than Vauxhall this weekend. Away we go. Good start from Plato.
Good start on the inside, straight past Thompson. I think he used those wet tyres to get superior traction off the line. Plato did well actually off pole to hold that position. Round the outside is going Thompson, side by side, bit of sideways from Giovanardi.
So side by side between James Thompson and Giovanardi for second place. Up towards here corner, they're still side by side, robbing bodywork. Plato's getting away. Giovanardi sneaks into second. Thompson runs a little wide. You'll see a lot of that as we go through the races. Behind him is Matt Neal. Watch out for the series leader joining into this battle. But Jason Plato's got a little bit of a break going.
Yeah, here we go. Talking to braking, they're coming up to the biggest braking area here, the fastest, longest straight in Britain, and he's on slick tyres at the front, and he appears to have good grip even over the cars on wets that are immediately behind him.
So Plato stays in front. Giovanardi for Vauxhall second, Thompson third. Look at right behind there though. It's very, very tight with Shedden. It is not Matt Neal. Sorry, it's Gordon Shedden who's running in fourth place. Then it's Gavin Smith and Matt Neal. Turkington in seventh place, Mike Jordan in eighth, Rob Collard ninth, and Tom Chilton in 10th position. So Tom just lost a place or two off the line there. Plato making a good getaway, but not by that much because Giovanardi's on the attack.
Yeah, not sure what tyre Shedden spotted, but he'll start on. But yeah, well spotted. He's in fourth place. But Plato's holding his own pretty well here on this difficult circuit with slicks on the front.
Yeah, Plato just wants to ease away if possible from the Vauxhall of Giovanardi, the two major manufacturers involved in British touring cars fighting for the manufacturers championship, and it's a Seat in the sandwich really here with Vauxhall in the middle of the two cars. And look at Gordon Shedden in fourth place, definitely beginning to attack James Thompson for third. Plato using all the road out of Sear.
Yeah, this is just the sort of race that Giovanardi and Vauxhall probably could capitalise on. Unpredictable conditions, they may well be able to get that elusive victory that they've been searching for so many races since Nokia last year, their 100th touring car race.
So let's have a look. We're on board with Gordon Shedden running in fourth place. You've got James Thompson, the leader of the World Touring Car Series at the moment, racing in the British Series as well when he can, of course. He's running third, then ahead of him Fabrizio Giovanardi, the Italian, who was so frustrated to lose the win at Donington last time out when Turkington got past him. And it's still very tight between these top three. Look, Thompson getting right up to the back of the car ahead of him. So Matt Neal's out. Is he out? He's still running. Matt Neal though on the grass with more damage, and he could be out of the race. Now remember, he's got a 22-point advantage in the championship, but that's not a huge amount if you start non-finishing. This was the attack that came on him from his rival Colin Turkington. Was there contact? Yeah, there was a bit into the S's, and that's where he ended up on the grass. It's just if he got hit on the exit there. There might have been another car. Oh, he actually did. He hit those tyres hard, and then I think there might have been another car involved as he tried to read. Oh yes, got hit by Owen Murray.
Oh, that's disaster, isn't it? And that was the two championship rivals duking it out side by side into the S's there. Somebody slid massively into the fields. That's on the exit to Riches. We could have a safety car situation here, both for the tyres on the circuit down the S's and the tyres in the cornfield. It's not a good day for picking sweet corn.
It could be two cars, I gather. Let's have a look. Shedden versus Chilton. Chilton on the outside, they made contact. It's Gordon Shedden and Tom Chilton, and they were running 5th and 6th, and they went filing off into the cornfield and completely vanished straight off in no danger of rolling. This was how it looked from on board.
Yeah, so slippery. The guys now are just really starting to struggle just to hold the cars on the circuit. And when the cars slide at all, they're just passengers. Look at that.
And now we've still got this top three situation for the Vauxhall of Giovanardi second, Thompson third, but it's all changed a bit behind them. Gavin Smith still in fourth place, but Mike Jordan has come up to 5th as a result of those 2 cars off in the cornfield, and Turkington, perhaps more significantly, is in 6th place. There's Tom Chilton walking away from his car. And
shame for Owen Murray there. He was inadvertently caught. And there goes the other Alfa of Mark Smith. That could collect another of the cars in the cornfield. Now he's found a new spot to go in.
Thompson desperate to get down the inside here. Now he's got a little chance to do so. They're side by side. It's a Russell. Oh, Giovinazzi spins. Takes Thompson with him, does he? Thompson keeps going. Thompson keeps going. Giovinazzi's the one that loses out.
Well, it was always going to be into that corner. I called it earlier, and Thompson timed that run perfectly, got clearly alongside, and Giovinazzi just kept coming in, hoping to get round the right-hand part of the of Russell and then have the line for the left. But contact was inevitable. And behind that, Matt Neal is still going with that tank-like Honda Integra that seems to absorb all the punishment again. Here we go again. Giovinazzi's trying to get around the inside together so he can take the left-hander, but he just spins as those jelly-like rear tyres lose their grip, and he just can't hold the car. It's oversteering there. He just can't hold that line.
So there was Thompson going around the outside. In a way, because it's slippery, not so much damage is done to the cars when they contact like that. And I think Thompson's got away, but he's dropped to 3rd because Gavin Smith took advantage of it. Now, you talked about the tank-like Honda. There it is. There's Matt Neal. He's running 11th.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it? You know, any other car and the radiators would be gone, everything would be gone, but his headlights are still working, and whilst there's 4 wheels on the car and it's going forward, he's going to drive it and get points, and he's still going. He's in 10th place.
Now Fiona Leggett trying to keep out of the way. This is a tricky place. It's only one line through the second part. Oh, and there's a rub! There's a rub between Leggett and Gavin Smith.
Well, Gavin Smith had to tuck to the inside because that was his only way of getting through without losing too much time. He had contact, and now he's got Thompson. He looks like he's got some broken rear suspension. The rear suspension has gone on Gavin Smith's car. His chance of victory snatched away from him. What a shame.
That rub with Fiona Leggett's car has broken the rear suspension, I think, on his car. Would you believe it? Gavin Smith in such a great place, and now Seat are on for a 1-2 finish, and the best Vauxhall will be 3rd with Fabrizio Giovinazzi, and I can't believe that luck for Gavin Smith.
Well, Gavin's still got his foot in. He needs to be careful because he's doing 125 mile an hour here in a car that's steering from the rear and not from the front. This could be very, very dangerous when he gets to Coram. Look how he's driving that car. This reminds me of Nigel Mansell when he had that blowout. And look at the angle of that rear tyre.
He can't hold it any longer, Tim. I mean,
well, I think for his own good sake, he needs to stop because I wouldn't like to have seen that car go through Coram at full chat.
Well, he was pretty determined. Let's take another look at this again.
Yeah, he comes to the inside, and you see that snag there just at the rear, and his right rear tyre contacts the rear left of Fiona Leggett. He had to try and get through. He couldn't wait to get round the corner because he'd have lost too much time to Plato.
That was the damage done, and that's put him out of the race effectively. But for Seat, it means they're now running 1-2. Giovinazzi's off. Giovinazzi off in the Vauxhall, but he rejoins. I don't think he'll have lost any time there. So for Seat, this is going to be the perfect start to the day at Snetterton after a disappointing time at Donington last time out. They're going to take a 1-2. That's what they had when they were here at Snetterton last year in the dry. But it's going to be Jason Plato to take his 4th win of the season. James Thompson follows him home dutifully. It's 1-2 for Seat, and 3rd place is going to go, I think, to Giovinazzi for Vauxhall. But Gavin Smith, with that damaged rear suspension, is still going. Jordan's got a chance to take him on the line, perhaps for 4th position. It's Gavin Smith trying to keep it going. He's driven heroically to keep going here. Jordan's going to try and come back to the inside. He doesn't make it. And Gavin Smith, perhaps the driver of the day, to bring that car home in 4th position.
Well, that win from Plato kept his title challenge alive, but the scrap for 2nd between his teammate Thompson and Giovinazzi entertained both the crowd and the drivers.
Yeah, it was enjoyable, really enjoyed it. I've waited a long time to rub panels with this man, so yeah, it was very enjoyable.
Fabrizio, how do you see your little battle there?
Yeah, I was in trouble with the car, with the rear tyre. It was more on the bike than the car, so it was difficult to control.
I actually couldn't stop laughing for most of the race. I was smiling like you wouldn't believe.
Those sort of conditions are ones which drivers revel in, because every lap's an adventure. I mean, you know it's going to get drier, but you know how late do I brake the next lap. But then when you're in the lead, you've got to try and protect that and not make any mistakes.
On to race 2 then. Once again, it was Plato on pole.
We're all set for the start of round 20 of the Dunlop MSA British Touring Car Championship here at Snetterton. Jason Plato and James Thompson will try to take it away from the front row of the grid, and it's a great start from Jason Plato. Plato gets away well. Thompson and Giovanardi will battle for second place as they did in race 1. Giovanardi in the Vauxhall trying to get up the inside into Bridges' corner, and he's done it. Giovanardi into second place and Gavin Smith trying to follow through there. Jason Hughes on the outside trying to make up a place or two. Giovanardi in second and Thompson trying to get the place back round the outside through Sear corner. Can't quite do it, and Giovanardi in second.
Yeah, good start by Giovanardi, very similar to the first one. Got the immediate jump on Thompson. Oh, Martin Bell off at the first corner, and David Pinkney, and one of the Alphas, that's Mark Smith's Alpha, so 3 cars out the first corner.
Yeah, so we might see safety car out. Plato leads, Giovanardi holding off Thompson, then Gavin Smith. Matt Neal going well in this race already, well up in the order. He's running 5th. Mike Jordan was battling with Gareth Howell in the background, and safety car on track. First lap has been completed in this second touring car race of the day. Poor old Dave Pinkney in trouble. This is the view at the start from on board with Gordon Shedden.
Yeah, up to the first corner. It's quite a long drag to the first corner, so the cars are already up to 4th gear. Looking for some room. We're just looking in front. Goes round the outside. That looked like Pinkney got sideways on cold tyres, didn't it? Whoa! One of the cars right up in the air. That looked like just Pinkney got sideways there. Slightly cold rear tyres, maybe a dampish track.
I think it's Martin Bell.
Bell got launched over the front corner that flipped the bonnet up.
That's why Dave Pinkney now running back with the bonnet covering the windscreen, and Bell was fortunate there that the car didn't flip over. It went pretty high. A very unfortunate incident for the privateer with his BMW. Gordon, you're behind the safety car. You managed to make it through that opening lap, but I think some of that action happened pretty close to you, didn't it?
Yeah, a little bit too close for my liking. I ended up not too bad from the start. I tried to go round the outside of the first corner just as the BMW and Pinkney got into each other, so obviously it compromised me quite a bit, but at least I'm still in the race.
Up to the line they come, wait for the green flag to be shown, and then we'll be
Jordan's
racing.
Dropped a long way back. Look at the gap behind Matt Neal it is, and Rob Collard desperately trying to get past, but he can't overtake before they cross the start-finish line. That's Mike Jordan on the left. Now Collard's up alongside the outside. James Kay behind, side by side into the corner. He's passed. So has Jordan got a problem, or did he just get a very bad restart? Now here's inside Shedden just up the back of Proctor, who's having a brilliant meeting so far.
Yeah, Mark Proctor really enjoying himself. I saw him after that first race. He was delighted with the 8th place finish, and really, as you say, enjoying himself, getting the most out of the Civic, but he runs a bit wide there. Here's a chance for Shedden to get alongside, up along the centre straight, side by side, up across the line. Let's see if Shedden just noses ahead perhaps as they cross the line. Yeah, he does fractionally, but Mike Jordan still in front of this queue, and now more side-by-side action coming into Rich's corner, and Proctor has got to watch out because Owen Murray is now on the attack. Pollard, Chilton has just slipped past James Kay. James Kay gets terribly sideways.
And then drives through the puddle, which won't do his tyre temperatures any good at all. Just a fraction of a mistake and you're through. I mean, Chilton got through there.
Battle for second here, Giovanardi in the Vauxhall. Thompson, side by side, Thompson's got, oh, he's gone straight on. Thompson cuts forward, he gets hit by Giovanardi rejoining. Smith now has got the chance to nip through. Take another look at this.
Yeah, Plato out in the clear, Giovanardi up the inside of Thompson turning in. They try and go around side by side. There's a briefest of touch, that puts Thompson wide. He goes straight across, rejoins and slammed into the back by Giovanardi as Smith, Neal.
Here's a chance for Matt Neal. Matt Neal's down the inside, and the Italians across the grass, right in front of the championship leader. Giovanardi gets back on, but he's lost another few places.
Well, it's just going from bad to worse. He lost a bit of aero on the front of that car, and it compromised it going through Coram. The car ran wide with less downforce on the front, and that compromised him coming into Russell. In fact, he just brakes too late there. He can't stop the car at all. Fortunately, Neal lets him slide across in front of him and goes through, but Giovanardi's just not going to make the end of this race at this rate.
Oh, there was a touch there again. Here's a chance for Thompson. He's got the inside into Sear, and Turkington's going to try and follow him through as they come out of the corner. There's contact between Smith and Turkington, and now they're absolutely side by side. So Thompson has made the move, but that Vauxhall, remember, has a strong engine, and that means that he's still in the battle. He's still on the inside for the next corner. Turkington It might not have enough here to get in front into the S's. Here we go into the S's. Turkington trying to go around the outside. He'll have the inside for the next bit. Oh, that's good racing.
Yeah, and now Jordan will follow him through, because now Gavin Smith's been mugged. And look what's happening behind. That's exactly it. Jordan, perfectly positioned, follows through.
So as you said, Gavin Smith, when he loses one place by doing what he's doing, then he tends to lose 2 or 3 places in one go. So that's exactly what's happened, and it means that Thompson is now up into 3rd place, Turkington 4th, Jordan 5th, and Gavin Smith now under pressure. Oh, he's been hit! Smith gets a real old wallop there, and that ends him into the tyres ultimately as a result of that, and it's all over, I think, this time. They will be coming across the line to start their last lap this time around. Jason Plato has led from the start. He had a 4.5 second lead at one stage, but Matt Neal has closed down the gap, and now will he go on the attack in this final lap, or will he settle for 2nd place? Plato, his mirrors are filled with the orange Honda Integra of Matt Neal, but where's the opportunity going to come? He's not going to challenge into Sear. It's out of this corner that he needs a decent run.
Yeah, Plato is so good at this. He drives his line inch perfect. You know, as we saw with Gavin Smith, as soon as you defend, you actually make it much easier for the guy to get on the back of you. Plato doesn't do that until it's absolutely necessary. So like just here he'll defend, but around the rest of the lap he was driving impeccably on line. Matt Neal's going to have to try and go around the outside. It's too risky. So Plato defends the inside. Can Matt get a better exit? He's on the outside. He's on the outside. This could be contact at the bottom hole. It's not a good place to have contact.
Oh, Matt Neal sideways. Championship leader in big trouble. Sideways. He gets it back again. It's Plato and Matt Neal side by side, knocking into each other.
It's not over yet. Matt won't like that. His car's quick round here. Now he's on the back.
This is into the final corner now. Will Matt Neal take the pass? Yes, he's down the inside. They make more contact. Matt Neal sideways. He's off this time. Jason Plato across the grass. Matt Neal's facing the wrong way. Can he get it started? Jason Plato's going to win the race. Matt Neal went for it, but he's lost his chance of getting points, and Jason Plato takes the win. But there are going to be some huge discussions after that one. James Thompson crosses the line in 2nd. Turkington takes 3rd. Jordan finishes in 4th place. 5th place goes to Collard. 6th for Shedden. Let's just see where Matt Neal comes through. He comes through in 8th position.
It all started back here, very slow into the right hand there, Plato, but stays on the inside. Matt Neal gets a better run on the outside. They end up leaning on each other. We can't see the relative angles. They get through that one together, and Matt Neal is now incensed, and you know what's coming when they get down to Russell, and just goes up the inside. Plato's trying to defend. He moves away a little bit there. Matt Neal's up the inside. Now they're turning to the right, and Matt Neal just loses it on the grass.
Yet more last lap drama in a thrilling season. 2 wins then for Plato and a great 3rd for Turkington from the back. But points leader Matt Neal was clearly not happy with the result.
I'm a bit gobsmacked after that race. You know, the car was great, and we caught through the field nice and cleanly, and then that all happens on the last lap. I just find it unbelievable.
The rain clouds had blown away for race 3, which saw Howell drawn on pole alongside Neal. But watch out for Tom Chilton.
Great weather conditions here at Snetterton in Norfolk as we're all set for the start. The red lights are on. Away we go, and Gareth Howell trying to get away, but it's a good start from teammate Matt Neal. Matt Neal being squeezed there by Tom Chilton. Tom Chilton makes a blistering getaway from the 2nd row of the grid, and the Vauxhall gets in front of the Team Halfords Honda. It's Chilton who leads into riches.
By lap 2, Neal was tight on Chilton's bumper, but there were 4 orange cars battling for 3rd.
Well, all the orange cars are absolutely together. In fact, so's Turkington. 4 orange cars, 2 different teams, and Turkington's going to try and take advantage of this. All happening behind Tom Chilton. Here we are on board with Turkington, desperate to close up on Matt Neal. Where does he go?
Well, he's using the toe off both cars, isn't he? Off one, off the other. He's definitely got Gareth Howell on his left, but is he going to gain the place? Yes, he is.
A lap later, Gordon Shedden was challenging the hardest guy to pass, Rob Collard.
Collard has run a touch wide. Here comes Shedden, makes contact down the inside into Seal, and another big bang in the side.
Collard's got damage falling back in the background from that incident.
And battle up front between Chilton and Neal for the lead as well, so it's happening everywhere. On board with Thompson here, he's tucked in 6th place, I think it's now 5th. Look at this, side by side, more contact. Turkington really in the charge, and Thompson's taken advantage of all of that, so Thompson slipped through.
From then on, Matt Neal just got his head down and put the disappointment of the last race behind him, while his teammate Gareth Howell was grinding to a halt.
Howell has either had a spin or a mechanical problem. He's pulled off to the side of the circuit.
This is exiting the S's. He's gone.
Early leader Chilton, meanwhile, was once again struggling for grip.
Now he's going to struggle for pace turning into bomb hole, gets an even bigger slide, and through goes Thompson.
Battle of the race, though, was for fifth between Shedden, Plato and Jordan.
We're going to see one of these round the outside out-braking manoeuvres.
Got to be brave to do that on Plato. Oh, and he's right down the outside. That was brave. Can he hold the position? Shedden trying to make the move on Plato, and he's made it work, but Plato's going to tuck back on the inside. They're rubbing as they turn into the bomb hole. Who's going to come through? Side by side again. Plato retakes the place, and Jordan's going to try and follow him, and he has followed him. Jordan had dropped behind these two, but he follows Plato through, and they're still tied together as they come down to Russell. Shedden's going to go for the inside line here. He's going to try and take the place back. Will he get slowed down in time? Yes, he does.
The unlucky Jordan had to let them battle on without him.
I think he may have a puncture or a suspension breakage there, and that could be why.
With 2 laps to go, Shedden made a decisive move on Plato to get that 5th place.
Right round the outside, there's a tiny bit of rubbing and contact. Yeah, and Plato's trying to move to the inside, but Shedden's already there. They rub panels, and Shedden's through on the inside.
Matt Neal takes the final win of the day for Team Halfords.
So Thompson and Chilton took the other 2 spots on the podium, with Turkington coming home 4th. After Snetterton, this is how the drivers' table looked, with Neal keeping a fairly healthy lead.
I think everyone at Team Halfords, we'd had a rough weekend up to now, and the pace was in the car. It was just trying to get the results to show it, and it's nice to pay the boys back with that one at the end.
Knockhill in Scotland would provide yet another dramatic weekend of touring car action. Missing was cash-strapped Fiona Leggett, but it was the Seats of Plato and Turner on the front row.
Can Jason Plato, winner of 2 races at Snetterton last time out, win again here at Knockhill and keep the challenge alive in the championship? Waiting for the race to get underway, and Plato makes a great start. Giovanardi gets left on the line. The Vauxhall makes a terrible start. It's Plato who leads. Darren Turner in the other Seat in second, and trying to snip up the inside there. Gordon Shedden. Shedden loses it. He's off on the gravel, and he's going to come back in front of his teammate Matt Neal. Oh, that could have been nasty, but Shedden managed to get back on okay.
This is Shedden just out braking himself a little bit, looking for that gap down the inside. He then has to get back on the throttle to straighten the car up, and it bounces all the way down. Look at that. I mean, they do run a lot more brakes on the rear, but he did very well to correct that.
The conditions were causing havoc. Into the hairpin on lap 4, Mark Proctor was attacked by James Kay, while Martin Bell and Richard Marsh were finding their limits. While Plato led a Seat 1-2 from the 3 Halfords Hondas, Kay was being given a taste of his own medicine by Mike Jordan. Ten laps later, the carnage continued when Dave Pinkney was nailed by Gavin Smith's wayward Vauxhall, bringing out the safety car. Safe to say, Pinkney was keen to show the other drivers what he thought of Smith's car control. Rob Collard also fell by the wayside with an electrical problem. At the restart, Turner in second seemed to be protecting his teammate Plato in the lead, while Tom Chilton was the next to hit trouble.
The wheel on that outside curve that started a spin and just lost control of it. This is the exit curve there. Gets a slide on, corrects, and the car just swaps ends as quickly as anything.
Exactly what you were saying about these painted curbs. That was like glass. He had absolutely no grip, did he?
Gordon Shedden pulled off a good move to pass Colin Turkington for 7th in the closing stages, but the Seat Leons were the stars of race 1.
Turner, it's a Seat 1-2 at Knockhill. Matt Neal holds on for 3rd, Gareth Howell is 4th, Giovanardi for Vauxhall finishes in 5th. Mike Jordan, is he going to hold 6th? Yes, he is, despite the attention of Gordon Shedden towards the end. Turkington, though, probably the most disappointed of the championship front-runners, finishes 8th ahead of Jason Hughes and Mark Proctor.
But Turner would end up disappointed too when the stewards later handed him a 20-second penalty for hanging back at the restart. That demoted him to 10th. Thankfully, the weather cleared up for race 2 and it was a real cracker. Ben and Tim described the action.
The The second race of the day for the touring cars here at Knockhill in Scotland, about to get underway in completely different weather conditions to the first. They're all on slick tyres, but will it be dry offline as well as online? Jason Plato hope to make it 2 out of 2 here from pole position. Away we go, and it's a good start from Plato, but also from Matt Neal. Howell a little bit slow away. Giovanardi much better away this time. He had it in first gear this time, and the Vauxhall in third place, attacking a little bit, and behind it's close between Howell and Shedden. Shedden could be forced a bit wide. He's trying to go around the outside of his own teammate, but Plato again has made it through. Howell and Shedden, careful boys, you are teammates.
Yeah, they're trying to give each other room as Martin Bell gets one of those tyres sliding at the rear. Shedden and Howell very close together, again with a little bit of sliding between them, but they just about gave each other enough room.
Yeah, good to see. Martin Bell gets back on track as well. Howell is still just ahead of Shedden, so they're running in 4th and 5th positions, but it's Plato once again who's trying to make the break. But remember, instead of having wingman Darren Turner behind him, he's got championship leader Matt Neal in second, but Giovanardi is the one who's attacking. The Vauxhall in third place. Look at him nudging up behind Matt Neal. Matt Neal's trying to shut the door, but Giovanardi's getting alongside. Now it's Vauxhall power versus Honda power, and the Vauxhall's pulling alongside as they head up towards the first corner, and Giovanardi's surely going to move into second place. He's on the inside, and the Vauxhall's into second position.
Well, that looked just like Muller and Neal last year, didn't it, down at the hairpin? Although last year it was Neal giving the rub coming through that hairpin. Oh!
Shedden's gone through, but he's gone wide.
He has, and he's lost 2 places, 3 places. Turkington's not going to give up there.
He gets squeezed down. Oh, Howell sideways. Surely he's not going to hold that. But Jordan has to go to the outside, and Howell did brilliantly not to go off into the tyres.
Yeah, but we're seeing this cold rear tyre problem in these early laps until they get some temperature in them. Hughes gets pushed out wide by Shedden, and through goes Turner, I think that was.
Yes, Darren Turner gaining a place, so he's up to 8th position now. Really tricky conditions these as they try and get their slicks up to temperature. Tom Chilton in behind Darren Turner as well, and Pinkney on the wet stuff on the inside, slides down the inside of Hughes. 2 cars off, and that's Howell. Gareth Howell is in the tyre barrier, and I'm not sure quite, there was another car there, so our man is out.
He's turning into the corner there, and well, he got contact. No, he got contact from the right-hand side from one of the MGs, probably trying to stop and just couldn't stop the car on. Oh, they got locked together as well.
Yeah, that was Turkington, you were right. It was Colin Turkington he tangled with, and they both went straight in, but Turkington's got away with it, and he has rejoined. Gareth Howell's rejoined, and he has got back on again. The man who was second in the championship to Matt Neal coming into this meeting as not having a very good time at all. It's restart time. Jason Plato heads up the hill with the Vauxhall of Giovanardi chasing him in second. Matt Neal a little further back in third, then Mike Jordan, and Giovanardi having a little look immediately as they go into the Seat curves, hopping over the curb, trying to watch the slippery bits. If you move offline, you're in trouble. Plato's now got his mirrors full.
Yeah, Giovanardi looks really strong, doesn't he? He doesn't mind those cold rear tyres at the moment. I think Plato's being a little bit cautious. Giovanardi's trying to seize the moment while the tyres are still a little bit cold to pounce on him and then defend like mad, but he's really trying hard.
He is trying very, very hard at this Knockhill venue where Vauxhall took their last win a whole 12 months ago. Giovanardi so keyed up. He's been in good form this weekend, in a good mood, and the team have been saying he's really up for the battle this weekend. Uses a bit of the puddle on the inside to get a bit of an overlap. Now they're bashing as they come out of the hairpin.
Yeah, but we know how good that Vauxhall is on the straight. Look at that engine power, that Sedamo engine power that the XR have got under the bonnet. That's pulling him past.
Giovanardi gets into the lead. Plato may try to tap, but watch out behind. Matt Neal's joining in as well. Giovanardi's in front for Vauxhall. The Italian, on his first visit to this Knockhill circuit in Scotland, has fought his way past Plato already, but there's still a long, long way to go in this race. Only 5 laps have been completed. We're on lap 6 out of what is now a 26-lap race, thanks to the safety car intervention. And Plato now second, Matt Neal in third, Jordan in fourth, and then on board with Matt Neal down the Italian's hit Plato. Plato sideways, gets it back together. Jordan gets past both of them. Shedden also going through. Matt Neal and Jason Plato. It's contact again between them.
Unbelievable. And Chilton's coming through now as well. So once again, contact between these 2 protagonists.
Yeah, Shedden was trying to get past Jordan there as well. Take another look at this, Tim.
Oh, very late lunge down the inside, very late lunge, and there's not a lot of braking that you do there for that Clark corner, and it looked like Matt had a very late lunge and just caught the back of Plato, put him wide. Plato did well to hold it, but they've all lost places, and Jordan is now right up there.
Yeah, but Shedden is up to second. Gordon Shedden is now second behind Giovanardi. He's been hit by Jordan. Shedden gathers impact. Oh, and he's been pushed again, and Shedden's off this time. Mike Jordan now, is he up into second, or he's side by side with Turner? Turner takes second. Turner, who started 10th, is now up into second place, and now Mike Jordan on the outside is going to be squeezed out by a whole bunch of them here. Take another look at this.
Well, Jordan tags the back of Shedden in the corner, then tries to take the advantage down the inside, and Shedden gets turned around. Jordan then gets hung out to dry, and Turner goes through.
So it's all change again. Oh, look at this lot, all coming in together. Chilton on the outside, Jordan's behind them. Jason Plato's in the middle, so it's Collard on the inside of that lot. Rob Collard in the Team RAC MG didn't feature much in the first race, had that electrical problem, but he won here last year, his first ever touring car victory. Collard now side by side with Plato into the first corner. They're still side by side. There's no room, surely, but they just managed to squeeze through. Oh, Collard's on the grass now. Surely this is going to end in tears.
And Jordan spun on the background as well. Well, Collard's not a man that you try and run side by side with, is he? Plato has just kept going, but dropped a whole ton of places.
Plato scrabbling through the gravel, does get back on track once again. But all of this, Shedden well back now as a result of his earlier incident. Take another look at this.
Well, there's mud at the bottom of the dip there, which doesn't help the two. They're trying to go side by side, but Collard was never going to back out of that.
As we go back to the race leaders, and still it's Darren Turner trying to put the pressure on the Italian. Still not quite enough space there, but if he can make Giovanardi run wide, could be a chance down to Real Radio. Hairpin contact as they come through the left-hander at Hislop, and this gives Matt Neal a chance to go into second and maybe even take the lead. The orange car, Matt Neal, series leader, he's got into second place, and Darren Turner is pushed back down to third. Tiny mistakes, and that's the result.
Yeah, Giovanardi's car really seems to struggle through that Clark curve, doesn't it? Both the Seat and Matt Neal's car carrying a lot more speed on the way in and seemingly to stick on the track and come out with speed. So Giovanardi under pressure now, but now from champion Matt Neal.
A little bit of a lock-up on the brakes from Giovanardi as we view from second-placed man Matt Neal tucked in behind the Vauxhall like last year. Last year it was Muller versus Matt Neal in the two early races. Now it's Giovanardi versus Matt Neal, and again look how quick the Team Halford's car was.
It's clear that the Halford's car and the Seat are quicker than Giovanardi, but he's driving ever so carefully. Oh, Neal's got an overlap a little bit. Is he going to get down the inside? But Giovanardi's going to force him onto the wet stuff.
Yeah, he is. But and now look, Darren Turner's taking advantage of that. Side by side with the Seat. The Seat trying to go around the outside into the hairpin. Matt Neal's going to try and tuck back into second place. Oh, this is magic racing, and it's clean so far. And Gavin Smith now, and the other Vauxhall's got a chance to try and take third place. He's got alongside the Seat, and again that horsepower from the Vauxhall engine is enabling him to get past as they come up the hill. I think he'll have the position, or no, Darren Turner's going to make him work for it. And Turner, that was brave, held on to third.
Yeah, it was brave. I mean, it looked as though the Vauxhall had the initial run out of the hairpin, but then the Seat came on strong at the end of the straight, and Turner braved it out round the outside.
Very, very good stuff, but Giovanardi only just hanging on here at the moment as Matt Neal just has a little look up the inside, just trying to distract Giovanardi, and Giovanardi's having to use every touring car trick in the book here and some more, because he does know that Matt Neal can't afford to throw away a potential second place with a risky manoeuvre to take the lead. Giovanardi's as aware of that as anybody. Matt Neal has got, he's got, oh, and he lost a bit of ground now. Surely that's given, yes it has, Turner a chance, and it's given the other Vauxhall a chance. What happened there?
Well, he either missed the gear or he got so close to the exhaust that it actually choked the inlet briefly on the Honda, because he suddenly lost ground there, and that's the only explanation if the car keeps going, that he missed the gear or choked on the exhaust by running so close.
Yeah, we have heard of that before when they run so close to another car. It has happened. They get a power loss suddenly. Maybe it was something like that. But what it means is he's down to third. Take another look. He was right in there behind Giovanardi, and then suddenly...
he's right there then, and then it stops.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was either either one of those two things. We won't know until afterwards.
The leaders up towards Clark Curve once again, and Giovanardi and Darren Turner still absolutely together, and again Turner much quicker through the corner, but he couldn't use the speed. Giovanardi takes advantage on the exit of the bend. Again, clever stuff from Giovanardi, and Gavin Smith's taking advantage.
Well, I mean, Turner had so much extra corner speed that he just ran into the back and ended up slowing himself down coming out of the corner. If Giovanardi had wanted to brake check him in the corner, he couldn't have done it any better, but I think it was just the fact that Turner's car was so much quicker.
And Gavin Smith couldn't quite convert that run he had there, so it's still the Vauxhall of Giovanardi, the Seat of Turner in second place. Third place, Matt Neal, the series leader, determined to keep his car in one piece. And then behind Matt Neal is Gavin Smith. And look, Gordon Shedden's got up there. Gordon Shedden has got past Tom Chilton, so Shedden has been climbing back up the order again after the incident with Jordan earlier on in this race, and Shedden now is part of the group in the second of the two Team Halfords cars. He's down the inside there, Shedden, and he's moved up another place.
Yeah, that's good for Halfords. He can defend the back of Matt Neal, but the Darren Turner lost a good chunk of time to Giovanardi in that manoeuvre last time and closed him down within half a lap. He was instantly on the back of him, so he's clearly got a faster car. He's just working around. Look at Giovanardi there. He's coming out really tight, which is bunching everybody up, and this sort of tactic can work to his favour as everyone trips over each other behind him. But on the other hand, he is still always going to be slower than the cars behind.
Look at this, Matt Neal still tight in behind Darren Turner, and he's got a little bit of an overlap here. He's down the inside. Matt Neal taking second place. Darren Turner a little slow out of Scotsman. Oh, and across the grass they all go. Matt Neal pushed out of the way again. He's back to third. Shedden's been pitched. Shedden gets pitched by Gavin Smith. He's off big time into the tyre barrier, and surely it's the end of the race for him this time.
Well, Shedden was trying to move over to protect the back of Matt Neal and got tagged from the rear. But that was all caused by Matt Neal and Turner running side by side through the chicane.
Giovanardi's got a break now. Giovanardi has got a little bit of a gap. Take another look. See what happens here.
Watch Shedden. He sees the Vauxhall come over. He moves over to try and protect him. Gets a tap, and of course, a little tap on the rear, and the guy's a passenger.
Meanwhile, Jason Plato further back is moving up. He was up to fifth a moment ago. That's another view of it, though. And that was bashed straight. That was a fast impact into the tyre barrier there for Gordon Shedden. This is going on to the final lap now. Can Giovanardi hold on for victory for Vauxhall after a year-long drought? He's going to have to work for it because Darren Turner's still right there, and so is Matt Neal in third. Plato now up to fourth. It's been a great recovery drive for Jason Plato. He's now fourth, ahead of Chilton and Smith. Down into Scotsman corner. Turner locking up the brakes a little bit. Giovanardi determined not to leave the door open. He kept it tight into the corner. It's the same up towards the chicane. Now he's going to have to cover the inside. He does so. He's determined not to let anyone through like he did at Donington.
Yeah, there's a yellow flag there, but look at Turner. Turner's gone round the outside. Neal spun.
Neal gets hit.
Plato's hit him. Oh, the wheels come off. Plato's got three wheels on his wagon.
Cars everywhere littering the track on the exit of Clark Curve, but Giovanardi's still going. Fabrizio Giovanardi still leading this race. Darren Turner in second, and in the most dramatic fashion possible, Vauxhall are going to take their 100th British Touring Car win, their first win after a year, and Giovanardi, the Italian, takes his first victory in the series. But what a race, and what a lot of incidents to talk about. There's going to be a lot of arguing going on in the paddock after that one.
Oh, is there ever? Is there ever? Right back to the beginning when we had that incident with Plato. Oh, look at the dead car park there. It's like a touring car graveyard there, this race. But lots of incident right from the word go. Here we go, up to Clark Hurd. Turner attacking the outside of Giovanardi. Gets a rub, slows him down. Neal gets a tap from behind. I don't know if that was Plato, but all hell's broke loose. There's Jordan. There's a Vauxhall in there. Plato, here we go, better line here. Plato up the inside of Matt Neal, touches him in an identical fashion to the way that he got hit. And then all hell breaks loose.
Oh, that is just such a shame. Plato, look, this was him coming into the hairpin. He was trying to get to the end of the race. He's missing the right front.
I tell you what, he didn't know that wheel had come off, and when he got to the braking area, he couldn't stop the car. He didn't know that had happened, and the result was that David Pinkney finished fourth and Jason Hughes finished fifth.
There is Giovanardi. He has done it. He has broken the drought for Vauxhall. That's what he was employed to do. and what a stunning result it has been for them. It's been a long time coming. Alex Somerset there congratulating him as well, and Fabrizio Giovanardi, after the disappointment of losing the race victory at Donington Park a few weeks ago to Colin Turkington, comes good here at Knock Hill.
I think it's more than fantastic. It's the 100 win. It's my first win in BTCC. It was really hard winning because I have just to defend from many drivers. So I was with an eyes in front, with an eyes in the back to make no mistake. I just play to keep this first position because it's not so easy to stay in front.
The mechanics were kept busy after all those crashes. Plato, Jordan, Pinkney and Jones all missed race 3, which struggled to provide the drama of that fantastic second race. Mark Proctor was the winner in the draw for pole, although he did have Matt Neal alongside.
But Proctor's on the inside. Will he let Matt Neal get up in front? Yes, he does. Matt Neal leads. Proctor second. Jason Hughes.
All the drivers seem to be taking it fairly easy and giving each other plenty of room. Not what many are used to. A great move into second from Jason Hughes into the hairpin put Proctor further back. Despite trying hard, the blue Honda was mugged and slid down the pack.
Yeah, they're looking under the front of Chilton's car. Clearly didn't get all the damage repaired, and Mark Proctor's been mugged out Clark.
At the tail of the field, Richard Marsh had a moment all by himself. After a brief safety car period, things started hotting up. Gareth Howell had moved up to second, but it was Colin Turkington who was flying.
He certainly could. There's going to be no respite for the two Halfords cars.
10 laps from home, the RAC driver first slipped past Howell, then pulled off the same move a lap later on Matt Neal to take the lead.
Look into the hairpin alongside, is he? He is alongside. Turkington squeezing, and he's in front, but can he hold it as they come up over the line? Colin Turkington is ahead.
Sadly, it was all to end in disappointment for Team RAC when the MG's engine packed up with victory in sight. Teammate Rob Collard was still fighting hard though. This optimistic move didn't quite work out, but he'd still finish 7th. But for Team Halfords, it was a dream result.
The maximum points. Second place goes to Gordon Shedden, third place to Gareth Howell, and the team.
So the perfect result for the Halfords boys, and especially for Matt Neal, with both Plato and Turkington not scoring. Darren Turner's fine drive from the back to finish 4th was some consolation for Sayat.
It's been fairly fraught in times, and he's had a rough weekend, and I've had my moments. So to finish for the teams for a 1-2-3, our first ever 1-2-3 for Team Halfords is fantastic.
This is how the drivers' table looked after Knock Hill. The battle for second still close, but can anyone catch Matt Neal? The championship returned to Brands Hatch for the penultimate event of 2006, and 5 new drivers bolstered the grid to 23. We had a trio of Lexuses driven by Chris Stockton, Mark Jones and Darren Dowling, plus 2 Astra Coupes in the hands of Nick Leeson and the popular Paul O'Neill in Fiona Leggett's old car. A massive crowd turned up at the famous Kent track. The grid was cramped too, with plenty of distractions for the mechanics. The 2 Seat Leons again took the front row in qualifying. Right behind though was Matt Neal, who knew that a couple of decent results could see him take the crown this weekend. Let's join Ben and Tim for race 1.
The lights are on, we're all set to go, and we're racing, and Jason Plato goes well from pole, and Darren Turner coming back in a second, but there's a crash behind. One of the Vauxhalls involved, Gavin Smith, Jason Hughes involved there as well, and up front it's Plato who's made the break away from Darren Turner, Matt Neal in third, and then right behind him is Gordon Shedden, his teammate, everybody jostling for position up towards the hairpin. Maybe everybody getting a bit desperate at this stage in the season, looking for points even in race 1, but Plato has made the break.
Yeah, the front 5 cars all getting away very evenly and closing the door into paddock together, but then further back, disaster. Having said it was a good place to start, one of the Vauxhalls turned into the pit wall.
Yeah, so disappointment for a couple of cars already, but the Seats are trying to make the early break here as they come into clearways, and again Jason Plato just easing away up front from teammate Darren Turner, Matt Neal, Gordon Shedden, and then we've got Turkington. Chilton started well, Tom Chilton's up to 6th place, but the safety car is on circuit and they're all going to have to back off. I hope those guys behind slow down reasonably smartly, otherwise they're going to be running into the back of one another.
Whether he makes a bad start or Jason Hughes just makes a really good start.
Oh, he tried to squeeze.
He had a good start and
Yeah.
went across the front of Jason Hughes and in fact did it himself.
Pretty much, yes. Mike Jordan was ahead of him, didn't make a particularly good start, but he got across oh yeah, that was it, and just basically took Hughes with him. Jason Plato leads the field around out of clearways as we get ready for the restart. Safety car peels into the pits, and it's Plato and Darren Turner, 1-2 for Seat at the moment. And Seat, of course, looking to try and wrap up the Manufacturers' Championship here this weekend. They're looking in good shape. Matt Neal is third, and behind him Gordon Shedden.
Yeah, and Darren Turner this time staying very close to the back of Jason Plato. And Knock Hill, he got penalised for dropping back. He stayed very close, and in actual fact, Matt Neal didn't make the best getaway, although he's closing up a bit now. But Matt Neal got dropped just a little bit on that restart.
Remember, Matt Neal is carrying the maximum ballast in this race, comes into this event obviously as championship leader, and therefore carries 45 kilos of ballast. And then after this race, the ballast is given according to the race finishing position, and that at the moment would mean Plato would be heaviest next time out. He's just got to focus on staying where he is right now. He's got his teammate there, Darren Turner, his last meeting for Seat before James Thompson comes back and takes over for the final event at Silverstone. I think Darren really wants to get something out of this weekend. He's driven very well, but hasn't really come away with a lot. A couple of problems at Knock Hill with an exclusion and a penalty. So it'll be good for Darren Turner to get some results. We're on board with Matt Neal. He's third with Darren Turner up ahead.
Yeah, I went out and watched yesterday in qualifying at Paddock Hill Bend, and that Honda looks so stable through there. I mean, it's the quickest corner on the track, and the car's just absolutely planted. Some of the other, the Seat looks good obviously as well through there. Some of the other cars, particularly the Vauxhall, very loose at the rear. A lot of oversteer built into that car's setup to try and help the front tyres last, but certainly the Honda looked the most planted through there. Oh, Darren Turner off at the front.
Darren Turner from second place, off on the grass
and
now.
Retiring.
Really, yeah, pulled off to the side of the road, so it looks as though it's a technical problem. That's just on the inside at Graham Hill Bend that he's pulled off, and that means that Jason Plato still leads, but now his big rival Matt Neal is second. This was the moment he just slowed down, pulled over to the left-hand side. Oh, and that's one of the new Lexuses off, and it's Chris Stockton who was running well. He was in 13th position, and that's a great shame because he was, as I say, top of the guys making their debut. That's his teammate just right behind him there, Darren Dowling. Let's see what happened to it.
Well, just too fast into paddock, ran out of road and run really wide. Lucky not to get to the barriers, but that's all the way through the gravel. What a shame. Chris has been doing really well actually and was running well in the race, but at least he's kept the car in one piece, even if he's lost the front splitter and got 100 weight of gravel underneath him.
So the cars come out of clearways. The battle continues between these two, Rob Collard and Gareth Howell. A race being led by Jason Plato, though still. He has a 3-second advantage in the Seat over Matt Neal in second place, Gordon Shedden in third, Turkington in fourth, Tom Chilton still in fifth now. Chilton a bit ahead of these two. There is our race leader. It is Jason Plato. There's the gap back to Matt Neal. So quite a big gap. The ballast on that Honda perhaps just hurting Matt Neal a touch in this race. Can't quite keep on terms with Jason Plato, and in trouble Dowling. Oh, he just about managed to save that. He's been passed by Nick Leeson. Leeson, another new man in the series, and it was out of clearways again. That was where we saw him in trouble earlier.
Yeah, he's got the same thing. Look at that. Wow, you couldn't get more sideways. That's what we call a windscreen wiper job, from lock to lock, side to side. But wow, I didn't know the Lexus had that much steering lock on it. But
that looked a bit odd though, didn't it? Wouldn't it look as though there's something wrong with the car, or to go that sideways?
He's either got a problem with the rear, but because that's happened twice now, so I don't think he's doing that deliberately. It's very entertaining for the people watching up at clearways, but no, certainly not deliberate.
Here comes Howell up the inside. That was a great late move by Gareth Howell, because Collard and myself didn't think he was going to try it there, and Collard left the door open.
Yeah, Collard taking the same line that he'd done all the other laps, and obviously Gareth just had a little bit in reserve. That car working very stably on the brakes and got inside. Collard predictably did have a go back, but now if Gareth can gap him on this very first lap, he'll be okay.
Remember what happened between Rob Collard and Matt Neal earlier on this year? That was between the Team Halford's car and Rob Collard when they made contact on the main straight. I'm sure there won't be any repeat of that here. Collard just left the door open. Talk us through it, Tim.
Yeah, he left a gap there. I mean, Gareth was close to him, but he just let the brakes off, allowed the car to run up, and he doesn't run wide. That's the good thing. It proves it was a really good manoeuvre. Collard tries to cut back, a little bit of rubbing there, but oh no, that's Howell.
Yeah, he's gone off. He's hit the tyres on the outside, and that's the same place that he overtook a lap ago. He'd done all the hard work. What's he done?
Well, I just wonder if that little bit of contact might have done any damage to the back, because he's run wide.
Got on the grass.
He hasn't actually stopped the car. He hasn't been able to brake the car on the circuit, and once he's hit the tarmac, well, he's just run on too deep on the brakes. He either missed his braking point completely and just couldn't stop it before he hit the grass, or something went wrong with the car, but very strange accident.
Jason Plato comes through to win the first race of the day at Brands Hatch. An untroubled, easy win for the Seat driver. Second place goes to series leader Matt Neal, and that's definitely what he needs at the moment. Third place for Gordon Shedden.
No, Shedden's gone off on the last lap. Turkington has taken third place. Shedden has gone off on the last lap, I think up at Clearways. Bizarrely, the same place.
He's just crossed the line there.
He just crossed the line in 7th place. Here we go. Is it the same problem that happened to Gareth Happ? He's running wide. It's exactly the same, so I suspect that was a tyre gone, yes.
Confirmation then of the result from race 1. Plato's 7th win of the season moved him past Turkington to 2nd in the standings, and good to see Paul O'Neill scoring a point on his return. Jason Plato had a busy time off the track between Knockhill and Brands. He got married to Sophie, who was there to congratulate her new husband on his latest victory. So all set then for the latest fight between Neal and Plato.
Away we go, Plato again getting off the line pretty well, but Matt Neal going with him, and so is Colin Turkington. Turkington trying to squeeze through. Turkington on the inside of Matt Neal, and he squeezes into second place. Matt Neal's going to have to be forced around the outside, but he dares not do that. Plato a touch wide. Now he's got the inside line up towards the hairpin. Oh, that's a great cutback by Matt Neal, squeezing back through into second. Good for hard racing, clean so far, and it's the top three away with Jason Plato in front.
Plato made the same good start that he did in the first race, but it was Turkington from third that got away in front of Matt Neal and was a bit cautious through Paddock Hill Bend, that cold rear tyre, and Matt Neal cut back straight away to take the inside into Druids, and that was Rob Collard following through into Surtees, further back getting a place.
All clean at the front then. Further back, Mark Smith was pushing a little too hard, while Giovanardi was barging up to 4th.
Task in that first race to keep Mike Jordan behind him, but now he's got a chance here. Ooh, a little bit of contact, a bit of rubbing, pushing, and Giovanardi through.
Well, that was aggressive driving. I mean, Giovanardi's fired up in this race. I don't know what happened to Tom Chilton. Chilton was running in front of Giovanardi, but dropped back a few places, and Giovanardi being very forceful then with Collard, gives him a tap once, put him wide, and then pushes him unceremoniously wide.
Collard, though, was determined not to slip back further.
Watch out, because Gordon Shedden on the grass on the main straight, my goodness. He got that back brilliantly. That could have been a huge accident on the main straight.
Yeah, and I tell you what, he did not lift off that throttle one iota. If you saw his throttle trace, that was flat all the way down and side by side. That's
Chilton,
that's Chilton getting through now.
And Pinkney on the inside.
The inside of Chilton, and there's a contact, and he hits all three of them.
It's all going wrong out there. Pinkney took advantage of the loss of momentum of the cars ahead and just managed to nip past both, and all cars still going. Dave Pinkney, he might be one of the oldest drivers in the field, but he gives nothing to one of the youngest, and he gets ahead of Tom Chilton there. Brilliant. Hard racing. Collard's trying to come back down the inside into Surtees. Well, it was all a little bit steady in race 1, but it's all coming alive in race 2. Adam Jones off in the gravel. That's a great shame.
Paddock, doesn't it?
At the front, Neal seemed quite content to finish 2nd behind Plato, while Kay and Stockton battled over 15th.
And Seat will be celebrating already. It's win number 8 now for Jason Plato this year. 2nd position goes to Matt Neal, and 3rd goes to Colin Turkington, back on the podium once again. And with that victory then, Jason Plato onto 8 wins this year. That puts him 1 win ahead of Matt Neal.
But Plato would need another good result in race 3 to keep Neal within his championship sights. It was young Tom Chilton in the Vauxhall who had pole after the reverse grid draw, with his teammate Giovanardi alongside. Neal started back in 5th, with Plato next to him.
All set to go racing, 24 laps of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit coming up. They're away, and Chilton trying to get off pole. Giovanardi quickly trying to cut down, but he doesn't make it, and that means Shedden gets in into second place. Giovanni didn't really get off the line too well. Gordon Shedden is up into second place, and that means that Vauxhall may well have a fight on their hands, because Gordon Shedden's fast, Fit Pinkney. Now in the gravel, one of the Lexus guys is Matt Dowling. No, it's Stockton, it's Chris Stockton, and a wheel off on that car, and he's got absolutely no control.
Yeah, disaster for Chris Stockton. Don't know what caused that, but it took the left front wheel clean off, and he was straight in there. I mean, fortunately he's got the car reasonably out of the way and nobody else was involved. Great start by the two Halfords cars. Shedden absolutely got a flyer, got up inside Chilton and got that second place, which he's defending now. And Matt Neal got a good start as well.
Giovanardi's just got up alongside Shedden. I think he may have nudged him a bit into the corner, and Giovanardi's got inside him. I wonder if we're going to see any safety car. No sign of it at the moment. They're racing hard at the moment for second position.
Safety car's just shot out in front of these two, literally at maximum speed, just got out in front of it, but has everyone else behind seen it or not? But as you say, yeah, Giovanardi, a tough pass, and Shedden doesn't like it. Shedden, I think, is trying to dispute that place.
Yeah, in fact,
they're going round side by side, and
looking
as you
at the
say,
timing
on the timing screen,
yeah, Shedden is actually being shown a second, so presumably he got across in second. Did he just by a fraction from Giovanardi? If that's the case, then he'll hold it. Now let's see, this is what happened on the first lap. Coming out of paddock, Stockton and Pinkney seemed to get together in the corner, and then as a result of that, the front wheel just departed company.
Well, I mean, they're designed to take a load in a certain direction, obviously, and that certainly wasn't the direction it was designed to take a load under. He was over the curve on the inside with Stockton. Fortunately, Pinkney saved it. Good recovery from Pinkney, and hopefully he's going slowly there, so, and he then hits the tyre as well. That's a real shame. Now Pinkney, the innocent one there. That was Stockton over the curves on the inside, but he stopped.
Ben to Matt, how are things out there for you, Matt? Up to fourth place already. Can you do better?
Yeah, I think the Vauxhalls are achievable in front, but I've got to be ever so careful. Jason's looking very racy behind me.
Let's see how his start went.
Yeah, watch Shedden in front, because he gets a really good start, just squeezes inside the Vauxhall of Giovanardi, who tried ever so hard to close it down. Neil actually had a good run on him on the inside. All the front cars hugging the inside to protect their line. Neil gets a good run through there, no opportunity really to go up the inside and gain a place, but he just defends as they go into Druids, and they're clean away. Second and fourth, the Halfords cars, first and third, the Vauxhalls.
Safety car in, we're going to be racing again. Tom Chilton launches himself out of clearways, hard on the power of the Vauxhall Astra Sports hatch. Tucked in behind him is the Scot, Gordon Shedden, and then it's Giovanardi under a little bit of pressure from Matt Neal as well. In towards Paddock Hill Bend. Matt Neal knows that Jason Plato's going to be racing behind him, and Chilton was brave through Paddock there. He really threw everything into that first corner to stay ahead of Gordon Shedden, and it's Vauxhall ahead of Team Halford's Honda, then the other Vauxhall, then Matt Neal and Jason Plato all sandwiched together.
This is a touring car freight train. Look at this. They've got 6-8 cars covered with literally millimetres between them.
Good stuff so far. Now Chilton was leading the race earlier on this year. Can that Vauxhall maintain the pace throughout the race distance? Look behind, because Shedden under some pressure again from Giovanardi, and Jason Plato got a little look up the inside of Matt Neal here. Jason Plato definitely on the inside. This is not what Matt Neal needs, and Plato's got a great opportunity, but Neal's going to try and squeeze him out, is he? There's still just enough space to get in front of the Seat, and Matt Neal holds the position for now.
That was incredibly close. Matt Neal just had a slight momentum advantage coming on the start pit lane, but he didn't squeeze Plato into the wall. He just managed to wait till he was inches past his front bumper and then pull across. Good judgment.
Yeah, excellent racing between the two of them. Chilton's just beginning to make a little bit of break up front, and Chilton has opened up this advantage. Now this is impressive from Tom Chilton and Vauxhall, because that car in second place, Gordon Shedden, he's had more fastest laps than anyone else this year in British touring cars. There's no doubting his pace and that car's pace, and yet Chilton here is easing away a little bit.
Yeah, this could be slightly to do with Shedden being careful in these early laps with his tyre pressures, but certainly you're right, Chilton's doing a fantastic job, because he's driving away inch by inch at the moment by Shedden, but it's a long way to go in this race, and they are in identical cars. They're obviously both British touring car spec cars. Shedden pulls very close to the inside there, where he's got a problem. Shedden's got a problem.
Giovanardi at the inside as a result of that, and Shedden on the outside, and as you say, it did look a bit strange there from Gordon Shedden's point of view. He's sort of given up that position. Did he have a problem with the car? Second place for Giovanardi. Now we gather it might have been a pass under safety car. It may be that he had to pull out of the way. because he certainly pulled over, didn't he?
Yeah, he pulled over, and clearly he didn't let Matt Neal through either. So he was obviously giving up that position. If it wasn't a mechanical problem, he was giving it up for a good reason.
This was last time through Clearways. I think Plato may have tapped Matt Neal's car. Ooh, yeah. That was definitely a little friendly nudge, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a soft nudge by Plato standards, wasn't it? But
still no change. Still Chilton has them at the edge. Giovanardi doing a good backup job in second place, and Shedden can't find a way through.
Yeah, and everybody holding the tight inside line in the braking area up to Druids to defend the inside. It's so close. Oh, is it Shedden looking down the inside? Nearly caught the back of Giovanardi. That'll give Matt Neal a little run onto the back straight in behind him.
Yeah, not quite enough, was it? It was a definite little look, because Giovanardi's been a bit wide out of the hairpin, and it's only that little tiny error that you make. So, and Chilton, look at Chilton, completely crossed up, and surely Giovanardi's going to take the lead. He does, and Chilton down to second place. He makes a mistake there, and as he comes across the line this time, 24 laps completed onto lap number 25, and Chilton now has the task not only of trying to get back in front, but of protecting his second place.
Yeah, Matt Neal's going to try and cut back. He's seen that car's loose. Chilton, good driving by Chilton. He doesn't come inside. And now Shedden.
Matt Neal! Yeah. That's Matt Neal in trouble, the championship leader. It's a non-finish for Matt Neal. After all of that, it's a non-finish for Matt Neal. He can't believe it. Here at Brands Hatch, the only other track that he's had a non-finish this year, and it's happened again at Brands.
And it was in the third race last time. I mean, it looked like there was room there. It looked like there was room to get through. Chilton looked like he was staying wide, but didn't work out.
And look at that was Chilton. They're still at it. Chilton still sliding, yeah. Collard getting through, and now this has given Howell a chance to get alongside Rob Collard, so this is a change of position as well. This is for, I think, going to be 5th place when they cross the line. Let's just see how that resolves it. Yeah, Collard battling there with Howell. Howell actually now up into 5th position, but the race leader is Fabrizio Giovanardi. 25 laps have been completed, a lap and a half to go here, and we thought there might be some late race dramas. Didn't expect that though.
Well, that all started back at Clearways when Chilton got wide. Look up ahead. Shedden is already through. Matt Neal tries to follow him through. The wheels collide and just lifts Matt Neal's car up in the air, which immediately releases any braking effort that he could do. I mean, they were both doing the right thing there, but they just caught wheels.
Yeah, it looks like, did Plato hit the back of that car as well? That on board, it was a bit hard to tell whether he got involved as well.
This is on board with Matt Neal following his teammate Shedden, who gets alongside. So Matt Neal thinks, right, I'll follow through the gap. He gets up alongside, tight behind, and then wham, gets contact and gets launched up in the air.
Well, Matt Neal's been lucky on a lot of occasions this year, but his luck ran out with that one, didn't it? He was just launched, as you say, over the front end of Tom Chilton. But we're into the final stages of this race, and it is Giovanardi, surely, who's going to take the victory. The final half a lap to go, and Giovanardi is heading for his second win for Vauxhall in 2 meetings. It should perhaps have been a 1-2 for Vauxhall. It's not the case, but he is going to hold on to take the win. Shedden is in second place. Plato will pick up the points for third, and Matt Neal will score nothing from this third race of the day. It's success for the Italian. Fabrizio Giovanardi takes his second win of the year. Shedden takes second, Plato third, and a close fourth is Colin Turkington.
Well, Halfords will be wondering, should they have let Matt Neal through in front of Shedden earlier in the race? Then he could have taken advantage of that Chilton slip and not been caught there. But a great victory for Vauxhall. The championship still goes down to the wire, the last meeting, and how must he be feeling? He won't be in love with Brands Hatch.
It's been a tough year for Fabrizio Giovanardi, but boy, he enjoyed that one. He takes the win ahead of Gordon Shedden in second, Plato in third, Turkington, Gareth Howell and Rob Collard, then Mike Jordan, Tom Chilton, Jason Hughes, and the top 10 completed by Gavin Smith.
It's just one of those things with everybody squeezing. I think Tom got hung out to dry on the outside and went for the apex, and I was there, and we clashed wheels. I went up in the air. I felt a nudge from behind, but I think it was just a whole concertina effect, so it was just unfortunate. I was for once the one who came off worst.
You have to say Matt was so unlucky, because Tom and Matt just touched wheels and it just seemed to ping him up in the air and everything all stopped. So any other day that would have been a typical, a glance and Matt would have been through, Tom would have been off, but they just caught wheels and that was it.
So this was how the top 3 drivers stood in the championship with one event left. Neil's lead is now 35 points. Gareth Howell took pole in his Team Halford's Honda for the year's finale at Silverstone, but Plato, knowing he had to finish ahead of Neil to keep his chances alive, qualified a lowly 13th. Seat had 3 Leons taking part, with both Turner and Thompson supporting Plato, while Tom Ferrier's Seat swelled the grid to 26.
Watch for the lights, here we go, we're racing and underway. It's a good start for Colin Turkington, but Gareth Howell now gets the Team Halford's Integra going well. Darren Turner's going well, and so is Tom Chilton in the Vauxhall coming down the outside. The Vauxhall of Tom Chilton has made a great getaway, but it's Gareth Howell who leads into the first corner, Turkington in second and Chilton grabbing third.
Plato though was on a charge and was up with his teammate James Thompson. Let's rejoin the action near the end of lap 2.
He's looking, but Thompson's not going to give him any room. Well, Thompson's run a bit wide. That cold right rear tyre just letting the car run wide.
So, and he's sped it. Oh, look,
Giovinazzi round the outside, gets tagged and does a good save of it, but that's dropped them both back from Thompson. They're side by side across the start-finish line with Gavin Smith right up behind them.
So Thompson made the mistake. Jason then was passed around the outside by Giovinazzi. Now it's Plato versus Giovinazzi. The two of them heading down towards the fast Copse corner. Plato on the inside, Giovinazzi on the outside, and it's side by side. Giovinazzi sideways, and he's on his left-hand side. We're with Plato here, and where's Giovinazzi? He's still up on the left-hand side, but he's not quite far enough ahead. Mike Thompson's in the battle there. That's right, Mike Jordan in the battle there as well with Plato, and he's got back ahead of Jason Plato. This is good
and
stuff.
Rob Collard's past Giovinazzi as well. I think there was a touch actually at Copse between Plato and Giovinazzi, similar to the one at Luffield, just put him wide. Mike Jordan carried his speed through and has passed them both.
And now that's going to make life difficult for Jason Plato. Jordan is desperate to finish ahead of Rob Collard in particular, because they're battling for points in the championship. He won't want to let any of these guys through, because Collard, he's just sideways in the middle of the pack there, with Gavin Smith going around the outside of him. Paul O'Neill, Dane Picknell in there too. We're on board though with Matt Neal in 5th place. The race is still being led by Gareth Howell. Turkington 2nd, Tom Chilton 3rd, Darren Turner 4th. That's the silver car ahead of us here. Matt Neal is in 5th place, and if it stays like this, Matt Neal will be champion once again.
Yeah, Matt Neal in a good position there. He's got Shedden protecting the back of him. He's got Darren Turner in front of him, which is effectively Plato's teammate, so he won't want to mess with him too much. So good position for Matt Neal, a championship winning position at the moment. This is further back, Paul O'Neill and Gavin Smith.
Back on board with Matt Neal though, because this is all getting very close ahead Turner, but look at Chilton up ahead as well with Turkington. There's nothing to choose in this battle for 2nd position. There we go, and 2nd's going to be lost here from Turkington as Tom Chilton goes down the inside. Turner's going to try and follow.
Matt Neal's going to have a tremendous run through the corner. He's the only one that's been online. Turkington's right out in the boonies.
Yeah, but he's still come back on in front of them. That's amazing. Turkington still stays in 2nd place. Gareth Howell leads his way ahead. Look at the lock up there from Turner. Oh, there's contact between Chilton and Turkington. Turkington got pitched sideways. Still a big chance here for Matt Neal. He's going to think, well, where are they all going to go here?
Well, to be honest, he's just going to hope that something kicks off in front of them. He doesn't want to get too involved, but he's clearly got a quick car, and they're going to be side by side.
Chilton trying to go around the outside of Turkington into Brooklands, the left-hander. Will he have the inside line for the next one? The right-hander, not quite. Turkington just able to nip through. Now Matt Neal's trying to go around the outside of Darren Turner. Careful here, Matt. You do not need to be squeezed out and put yourself in a vulnerable position.
No, the last thing he needs is to get involved in a tussle with Turner and end up not finishing this first race. It's the only way Plato has a chance, but Plato would still have to win the race, and that would be a tough ask.
It would be, but Matt Neal loves racing. He wants to overtake, doesn't he? He doesn't want to just sit there. He's still got Gordon Shedden defending him from behind, but James Thompson is beginning to catch the whole group up here. So it could get even tighter, this battle for 2nd. That was Turkington again, a little lock up into Beckett. We're riding with Matt Neal. 2nd place, it's the Team RAC MG, then it's the Vauxhall of Chilton, then it's the Seat of Darren Turner, and we're watching from Matt Neal's vantage point, and again, it's that race for 2nd, down towards the left-hander of Brooklands. Turkington on the inside, Chilton's going to go and try and go around the outside again, and Darren Turner's going to try and take advantage of this. Almost contact, how close can you get? Chilton.
Matt Neal got the inside, he's going to gain a place on Turner. The door was open for him there by Chilton, and he just went straight inside. He knows he's got a quick car. I think he's just got frustrated with waiting. Thompson's caught them up. Thompson's alongside Shedden. He needs to get on with it, Matt Neal.
So James Thompson has really caught up to this group now. Turkington still somehow in second, Chilton in third with the Vauxhall. This is looking back from Matt Neal now as we look back at Darren Turner, but James Thompson, I'm not sure if Thompson's quite managed to nip past Shedden on that run down towards Cox, but it was very, very close. Let's see if they fan out a little bit coming into this one. Shedden and Thompson still battling behind, but Matt Neal has got himself past the Seat here of Darren Turner, yet Thompson is then next up. Thompson's got past Shedden. So Thompson in 6th place, Shedden down to 7th, Giovanardi still running in 8th place, Plato is still in 9th, Rob Collard is in 10th, and still Turkington is somehow holding 2nd position. But there's been a few changes behind, I noticed, because we are watching this group all battling for 2nd. At the back of the group is Gordon Shedden, he's running in 7th, Giovanardi 8th, Plato 9th, Collard 10th, Jordan's dropped to 11th, Gavin Smith then further back, and that's all going on in the background. But here, James Thompson in the Red Bull sponsored Seat coming up the inside of his teammate Darren Turner. Careful boys, and Thompson's through. Well, Thompson has been very quick, but this could allow Shedden through as well. Gordon Shedden may well be able to get the move done on Darren Turner, and it's proving to be as even teammates racing hard here.
Yeah, and Thompson without a contract in fact with Seat for next year. They've got so many drivers on their books, and his contract actually expires at the end of this year.
Here's another look. This is how it happened down the inside. He had to really clamber over the curb.
Yeah, he did. I mean, fortunately, Darren Turner just caught him out of his rear view mirror on the last minute, gave him a little bit of room, and the little gentle touch, perfectly acceptable, but a good move that by Thompson.
Fabrizio Giovanardi in 8th place, Jason Plato still down in 9th place. It's not going Jason Plato's way. And remember, in terms of the Manufacturers' Championship, Plato and Thompson are the two cars scoring points. So Thompson the best placed for Seat at the moment in terms of trying to wrap up this Manufacturers' Championship.
Yeah, they're on lap 14 of 22.
Shedden,
Shedden. Side by side there, Shedden past Turner.
Makes contact at Beckett, nips through on the inside, and this has given the Italian Fabrizio Giovanardi and the Vauxhall a chance to close up on them once again. So there could be a move here coming from Giovanardi up front as well. Thompson close to the back of Matt Neal, and there was definitely action as Giovanardi was having a look down the inside into the left, and it's gone wrong. Turner off. Well, that was Giovanardi and Turner side by side coming down there. Don't quite know what happened.
No, it's all gone disastrously wrong again. There's contact there on the right hand side a little bit. Here we go. Giovanardi down the inside, very late lunge, touches the back of Turner's car where the car's unweighted, and Turner absolutely no chance of saving it. And a real shame, because this is 5th outing. He really wanted to do well. He's had some bad luck. Been qualified on the 2nd row of the grid, but he's just gradually been going backwards. Yeah, a lap and a half to go for that whole Matt Neal family crew. There's Giovanardi up the inside of Shedden now, but another lap and a half to go to secure the 2006 British Touring Car Championship.
Yeah, Matt Neal's on target here, and if it all stays the way it is, he will be champion. But watch Fabrizio Giovanardi in the background of this, trying to find a way past Gordon Shedden. Shedden's holding the inside. Giovanardi's trying it to brave it up around the outside. Gets a bit of a squeeze, but I don't think he's going to make it through. No, drops behind him once again. And as they come around this time, it will be to go on to their final lap. And Matt Neal's looking good to make it back-to-back titles here. I don't think there's anything Jason Plato can do. There is Plato. He's running in 8th position. He's got Mike Jordan behind him, then Collard and Gavin Smith. So Jordan's got ahead of that little battle. There's Dave Pinkney. He's running down in 13th place. Matt Neal just has to finish this lap where he is, and he'll have wrapped it up.
Yeah, he'll be wishing the flag could come out. He's got a comfortable position. He's fended off James Thompson. He's driven as aggressively as he needed to in this last race, and defensively when he needed to, and he's gonna get there. That Halford's car, supremely reliable. I didn't want to jinx him, but the last 2 mechanical retirements he had, not accident retirements, were in fact at the last race of the year in 2004. That hasn't happened again. He's only had 2 non-finishes this year. Fantastic performance, and here he comes with just 1 more corner to go.
Matt Neal is going to record back-to-back touring car titles. It's the first time in 19 years that somebody has achieved that feat. Back-to-back titles for Matt Neal. The race goes to Gareth Howell, 2nd goes to Turkington, 3rd goes to Tom Chilton, but Matt Neal is the 2006 Dunlop MSA British Touring Car Champion. He has wrapped it up here in the first race of the day. Look at the delight, the celebration down there. The tall man, Matt Neal, who has taken the title once again.
Yeah, stick to the driving, I think, Matt. I think at 6'4", he's too old and too tall to take up breakdancing, but you know, it's a fantastic celebration. That's Barry Plowman on the left, and Karen, his wife, and Dad. What a great shot.
So that great result for Team Halfords gave them enough points to claim the team championship too, while Seat took the manufacturer's title.
So the congratulations already from Jason Plato. It's nice to see. Straight over to congratulate Matt Neal. The title is sorted, and for the rest of the day they can just go racing for fun. Great stuff.
Matt's driven a fantastic year, and we've gifted him an easy chat championship. You know, we've had 7 DNFs. I've made a couple of mistakes along the way, but generally we've just had bad luck. It's not been our years, and you know, he's driven exceptionally well. Team Dynamics have built a fantastically strong car, and it's paid him well, I must admit.
There's so much passion and effort goes into our little operation, and to do it for those guys is really, really special, especially with the level of competition up and down the pit lane.
Back to Ben Edwards and Tim Harvey for round 29.
And into the pits we've got Darren Turner. So Darren Turner coming into the pits as we get ready for the start of this second race of the day here at Silverstone. Drama again for Darren Turner, who was knocked out of the first race by Giovanardi. Giovanardi has been fined and has had points put on his licence as a result of that accident, but Turner in trouble with something on the Seat. We're all ready though for the race to get underway here. Gareth Howell from pole position with Colin Turkington on the front row. Which of them's going to make the best start? Away we go. They're all pretty even off the line there. Gareth Howell just getting across, I think, in front of Turkington. Not quite. Tom Chilton goes with them. Matt Neal's up there as well. James Thompson with a good start. And it's all about the battle into Copson. Turkington gets ahead. Colin Turkington squeezes the Team RAC MG ahead of Gareth Howell this time. So it's a change at the start.
Yeah, it is. It was nearly an identical start to the first one, but this time Turkington did get past Howell.
And it's James Thompson. No,
Chilton's off.
Chilton into the gravel trap up there at Beckett's. Got a knock from somebody. Didn't see who it was. We'll have another look. But Pickney spins at the back there as well, and everyone's trying to avoid him.
Chilton at the back there just gets touched, I think, by Thompson.
Yeah, he was in between Thompson and Matt Neal, and he ended up ricocheting off into the gravel trap there. It's Turkington that leads, but it's side by side with Gareth Howell. Matt Neal still in third place. Howell on the outside. Look at this, real rubbing now, and everybody going for race victory. Matt Neal comes to the inside. 3 abreast, absolutely down towards Cobb's Corner, and Matt Neal on the inside. Can he take the lead from this moment? He's through, I think. We're on board with Plato behind this, and he's in there too. So Jason Plato suddenly has caught up to this group.
Yeah, Plato's flying, isn't he? But Matt Neal, with no less weight on the car than the first rate, has charged through to the lead. Plato stuck on the inside there. He's going to get past, I think that's
Gordon Shedden. Yeah, Gordon Shedden on the outside. The Halford's cars almost 1, 2, 3 there for a moment, but it could still be that way. Looking ahead from Rob Collard's car, you can see Plato on the right. It is a Team Halford's 1, 2, 3, unless Plato can do something. Down the outside, here comes Collard. It's Turkington we're riding with. I thought we were with Collard, but it's Turkington, and there's trouble through Brickman. Turkington's on the grass, he's on the mud, kicks it all up, gets back on, and they've all passed him.
Yeah, that's Berrier and Thompson and Giovanardi and Leeson all going through, and he's slowed down. Turkington slowed down. This is a killer blow. Oh, big shunt there. That's Jordan and 2 of the Seats. Big shunt to Woodcock.
Coming out of left field, Plato's car's off, Thompson out as well. Big accident, as you say, all 3 cars that badly damaged, and it's all gone mad in this second race here at Silverstone. The titles are decided, but there's been a big accident. Plato there, still in his car. Thompson, I think, still in his car as well. Thumbs up from Jason. But some big impacts there, and the safety car on track.
On board with Plato. He runs out normal racing line there. Oh, you could hear the touch there. Don't know what happened, because we know that Thompson's car and Jordan's were involved.
Yeah, Jordan on the grass a bit there. He just tags the back of Plato as he came back off from being off the curb. And then Thompson got involved too, I think.
Yeah, I think Jason lost a little bit of speed just getting out onto the grass. Yeah, Plato just for some reason lost a bit of speed, and Jordan ducked out to try and avoid him actually and just clipped the back of him.
While Jason Plato and James Thompson made their way back to the pits, the doctors attended to Mike Jordan. Fortunately, his injuries were not too serious, but there had to be a fresh start to round 29.
Lights go out. Matt Neal gets away from pole position, good start, but squeezing through the middle is Gavin Smith between the two other Team Halfords car. Brilliant getaway by the Irishman. The battle for third between Gareth Howell and Gavin Smith, and Fabrizio Giovanardi diving down the inside, making it a three-way battle there. Giovanardi desperate, and Howell loses control but tries to gather it back. Great recovery, but loses at 2 places. Stockton's off, Stockton's spinning at Cox Corner. A couple of cars might have been involved. So there is Ferrier, he's under pressure from Collard now. Collard going for 5th place down the inside, makes the move, and Howell's going to follow him through.
Oh, Shetton's had a touch with Giovanardi.
Giovanardi had a little bit of a rub there with Shetton. Shetton sorted it out very well. It's a 3-way dice now for 2nd place. Giovanardi looking for the edge. Oh, there's contact there between them. Great recovery from Giovanardi, but he's now on the dirty part of the track and loses the place to Gavin Smith.
Yeah, but looks like he's going to get it back again actually on the exit.
Turner's going for 10th. Is he going to get up alongside Pinkney? Yes, I think he is. Pinkney has to give him room. And Darren Turner into 10th place. And it's going to be victory for the new champion. Matt Neal takes the win in the 2nd race of the day here. Team Halfords, another victory for them. They're maintaining their 100% record here today. 2nd goes to Shetton, 3rd to Giovanardi, 4th place to Gavin Smith, 5th to Collard, and 6th to Gareth Howell, 7th to Tom Ferrier.
Biggest smile under the helmet came from Paul O'Neill, delighted with his 8th place. But the relief for Matt Neal of taking not only the title but also his 8th win was plain to see.
8 wins in the season. That's a pretty impressive mark, and as you say, tied now with Jason Plato on those 8 victories. A bit difficult kissing through a crash helmet, isn't it?
There were 2 bioethanol-powered MGs drawn on the front row for the final race of the season. Tom Ferrier and Gareth Howell lined up next, followed by Rob Collard and Gavin Smith. Giovanardi and Shetton started on row 4. Then it was Neal, Turner and the rest of the pack. One final thing to decide then. Who would be runner-up to back-to-back champion Matt Neal? Colin Turkington or Jason Plato?
The cars have set off then on the warm-up lap here at Silverstone. We're all set for this last 22-lap encounter of the season. It's Jason Hughes who will start them away from pole position. Sadly, we've got no Nick Leeson out there. His wheel fell off as he came out to go onto the grid.
Yeah, very depressed. This is a replay. Nearly round the whole lap. He's been crawling round, and at the last corner, the wheel comes off. So no final race for Nick. Very unfortunate.
Matt Neal has not gone onto the grid. He's into the pit lane. So there's drama indeed. Matt Neal in the pits.
But it's unbelievable, isn't it? He's won the last race, not a single mechanical problem. He's only had 2 retirements this year from accidents, and there he is sitting in the pit lane. Now the championship's won.
Away we go. It's a great start from Ferrier from the 2nd row, but Jason Hughes just getting off the line, and Paul O'Neill getting a good run. So O'Neill going for it. Gareth Howell getting squeezed out a little bit by Rob Collard as they head down towards Copse Corner, and it's Paul O'Neill who leads. Ferrier in 2nd place, Jason Hughes in 3rd.
Yeah, Ferrier made a good start. His car appeared to be creeping just a little bit on the start. I hope he's not out of it. Now that was one of the RAC cars, so that must have been Collard pulling off to the left. You're on board Plato following Turkington.
I think that's right. I think Collard had a problem there out of Copse Corner, whatever it was. Sideways there for Plato, was that? Somebody gave him a little bit of a tap. The Martin Bell BMW coming through in one piece. So definitely dramas already on this opening lap as they flash beneath the bridge, and we gather that a wishbone on Matt Neal's car has failed, and that's what they're replacing. Race leaders into Brooklands though, and it's a good start for Paul O'Neill. Look at him running away at the moment.
One of the Vauxhalls straight off in the background is Guy Smith. Gavin Smith off.
Gavin Smith out, so we've got another car in the gravel trap. They'll try and recover it. We're on board with Jason Plato. He's running down in 12th place. There's Tom Chilton 11th. Remember, these guys started back in about 18th, 19th places, so they have made up some good ground as the marshals quickly trying to get to Gavin Smith's car. Paul O'Neill leads. Let's look and see what happened to the Vauxhall.
Yeah, just watching the left-hand side of your screen as the Vauxhall comes into, well, just lost it. No one behind him, so that's a cold right rear tyre, as you predicted at the start of this race. Just lost it turning into the only left-hand bend on the corner, on the track.
Giovanardi coming under serious pressure there from Gordon Shetton. That is in the race for 4th place. It is, in fact, Giovanardi's got into 4th. last time round, Shedden came past us in fourth. You saw Thompson at the back trying to pick off some places. Giovanardi now will go chasing after that lead group.
And in the background, we've got Plato and Turkington side by side. It's talking to side by side. Howell goes up the inside, hooks a curb, and that's Shedden gone off.
Shedden off into the gravel, into the grass. Giovanardi also in trouble there in the Vauxhall, rejoins, and as all that was going on, as you said, Gareth Howell was able to pop up into second position, and here's Gareth Howell's chance. You can see he's closing, big overtaking opportunity coming up. Is he going to go down to the inside? He is. He goes to the inside. Howell's on the right line. He's taken the lead from Paul O'Neill, and now O'Neill's got to watch out for Tom Ferrier behind.
Yeah, well, Paul O'Neill was right. He clearly didn't have the straight line speed of Gareth Howell at that point, and Howell was able to slide up the inside. Shedden off again, and this time it's for good. He's beached.
He's not getting out of that one. Well, there must have been presumably some contact. I reckon we could well see a safety car out, because that car's in a very tricky position there. Third place at the moment for Tom Ferrier, then it's Darren Turner running in fourth. Fifth place for Colin Turkington. So safety car on track, no great surprise to see the safety car, and there is Gordon Shedden getting out of his car. We didn't quite see what happened, but he looks to me as though he's looking for somebody.
Looks like they're parking Matt Neal's car, that Neal. So Matt Neal is not going to finish the last race of 2006, and what a difference that might have been if that had happened in the first race.
The safety car heads into the pits, and Gareth Howell immediately opens up a little bit of a gap over Paul O'Neill. Tom Ferrier keeping the pressure on for second place, and then behind them, watch out for Darren Turner and Colin Turkington, the two real experienced campaigners in this group.
Yeah, and Tom Ferrier, he has raced in the British Touring Car Championship before, raced in 2001 in the sporadic outings in the Alfa Romeo, and he's a real fired up racer. That motor-based team only collected the car this week, but he's lost 2 places there in his challenge on Paul O'Neill, and that could be 3 as well. He lost speed coming out of Cox, but they've done a great job to get that car going.
Yeah, he's been squeezed out big time there. Now looks like Plato is also going to be able to get past him. On board here with Colin Turkington running in 5th position. In fact, it's now 4th position, and they're all battling to try and take second place. Paul O'Neill in the middle of the road as Darren Turner's trying to go around the outside. Turkington ends up running wide. They make a bit of contact, O'Neill and Turner there. Turkington is able to take advantage, and all this is allowing Gareth Howell to run away. Mistake there from O'Neill.
Yeah, Turkington's going to get up the inside, and he'll be on the inside before they get to Woodcote, so he's going to clearly take that place. Paul O'Neill desperately trying to fight off the other cars, and his top speed not as great as theirs, and on a track with 3 big straights, that isn't easy.
Jason Plato needs to catch up with Turkington, otherwise he may lose his second place in the championship. There is Tom Chilton now dicing with Darren Turner as well, but it's Gareth Howell who leads the race. Turkington now up into second, O'Neill is third, Chilton in 4th place, and then the rest of them with Darren Turner, Jason Plato in there, then Tom Ferrier, and it's all very, very tight indeed. Back on board with Paul O'Neill, and you can see up ahead of these 2 cars how our race leaders opened up a 2.2 second advantage. Gareth Howell could be on for 2 wins here at Silverstone today.
Yeah, that'll take his tally to 2, and he is not going to be caught. He won the first race convincingly. He's got 0 ballast and a good gap, no chance. Now Turner's let Plato through, and Thompson's jumped in front as well.
Yeah, Plato's been given that place perhaps, but now Thompson says I'm having a bit of that as well. All 3 Seats absolutely together as they come out of Luffield then. Second, third, we've still got O'Neill, and he's under pressure from Chilton now. So Tom Chilton right up there, but he's got to watch out as the Seat still goes side by side into Copse Corner. As they came across the line, Plato was 5th, Turner was 6th, and Thompson was 7th, but it's still very, very tight as they come through Copse Corner.
Well, Paul O'Neill is fighting valiantly against the phalanx of Seats, if you like. He's really fighting hard and driving the wheels off that bioethanol powered car. Look, he gets a good exit there, but just at the end of the straight, they just reel him in.
Yeah, they do reel him in, but there's the gap from 1st to 2nd. Turkington 3rd now, Tom Chilton 4th place now is Plato, and it's the battle for 5th position as Paul O'Neill goes very defensive. Darren Turner sweeps around the outside. Thompson gives O'Neill a bit of a tap, and Collard's got nowhere to go. Oh, great recovery by Paul O'Neill. He's saved that well, and he's run into the back of Collard, but Collard saves it too, and they're still side by side out of Luffield. This is entertainment for those fans who've waited till the end of the day for the last race of the Touring Car Championship.
Well, Paul O'Neill may have been out of the Touring Car Championship for 18 months, but he hasn't forgotten how to give it out. If he's given a tap, he's going to give it back.
Yeah, but he's lost a place again. Look, Tom Ferrier's gone past him. There is Giovanardi with a puncture and with damage to the rear as well, I think.
The safety car is back out, and this will close them all up again.
Yeah, now Gareth Howell had a 3-second lead as before this safety car came out, and now it's all going to disappear. This is going to really hot things up because Gareth Howell and Colin Turkington will be closed up, obviously. Tom Chilton will be there too, Plato, and it could all be set loose once again into the race restarts in the second half. Race is back underway, and it's Gareth Howell who leads at the restart, but under pressure now from Turkington, and then it's Tom Chilton, Jason Plato, Darren Turner and James Thompson.
Well, the West Surrey crew would have been on the radio to Turkington to tell him the position of Plato as Martin Bell spins off in the background, so Turkington will know that he's got to try and get past Howell, because he needs to put another car between him and Plato if he's to try and have a chance of winning that second place.
And it's Gareth Howell who has the advantage, the gap 1 second between Howell and Turkington. Nothing surely that Turkington can do this time. Chilton meanwhile is just eased away a fraction from Jason Plato. I can't see Plato going for a big move on this last lap, and that's the leader there. It is Gareth Howell, and he's driven beautifully here today. Last year here at Silverstone he did make a mistake in race 1. He outbraked himself, kicked himself afterwards for that. Oh, someone's been wide. I think that was Smith.
Gavin Smith, yeah. Now he was in the battle with Pinckney and Paul O'Neill.
In fact, I don't think he lost. Oh, he's hit Paul O'Neill. He went wide at the previous corner. He's now run into the back of Paul O'Neill. This is getting a bit physical, isn't it, on the last lap of the last race of the season? Let's hope they all make it through to the end in one piece. Now out of the last corner, it is Gareth Howell and Team Halfords. Despite losing 2 cars from this race, it's going to be another victory for Team Halfords. A superb day. The team has won every single race here at Silverstone in the finale. It's Gareth Howell who takes victory. Second place goes to Colin Turkington. Third for Tom Chilton. Fourth for Jason Plato. And that means that Plato has taken second place in the points by doing just enough. And Paul O'Neill has managed just about to hold on to 9th position.
Well, he must have done a do or die, Paul O'Neill, down into Brooklands on that last lap, and that was a tremendously exciting last race. Absolutely brilliant and worthy of the 2006 championship.
Confirmation then on how they finished that final race, with Howell taking the flag just ahead of Turkington. In the end, Matt Neal's margin was an impressive 48 points, but Plato took the runners-up spot by just a single point. So for the second year running, BTCC boss Alan Gow handed the trophy to the same delighted champion.
So congratulations then to Matt Neal, who's not the only one to have given us some memorable moments throughout the season. We've seen some truly great racing in a classic year.